1. Cutter Grogan stifled a yawn. He sauntered into the breakfast room. 10 am. Late by his standards, but heck, he was on vacation. He was in Bali, Indonesia, in a luxury cliffside resort in Uluwatu, in the southern part of the island. Southwestern tip of the Bukit Peninsula, to be precise, he told himself. In the village of Pekatu. He had found the country, and Bali specifically, fascinating. Tourism destination of the country. UNESCO World Heritage Sites here. It is the only Hindu-majority region in Indonesia. From his visits to India, he knew Balinese Hinduism had variations that differed from the religion practiced on the subcontinent. 10 royal houses in the Bali province, none of them recognized by the government. He gave a warm smile at a passing server and lounged back in his chair. It was time off for him. His phone wasn't switched off, but he had told all his clients he would be away. He had told his friends, Gina Di Fiore and Peyton Quindica too. Friends, he snorted as he sipped his freshly made watermelon juice and looked over the blue waters of the Indian Ocean. Gina won't use that word for me. Quindica was an FBI special agent in charge. She led a joint FBI-NYPD task force that had a wide remit. Di Fiore, NYPD first detective, now a SAC 2, was her deputy. She was on long-term secondment to the FBI. The two were real-life partners as well. The pair were hotshots in the federal agency, with the best case closures in recent history. Quindica reported only to its director, and was tipped to go high and far in the agency. Peace. Cutter sprawled in his chair. No Gina to make snarky comments at me. He checked out the tourist map. A visit to Uluwatu Temple, dedicated to the guardian of the sea, was mandatory. The site was sacred to Balinese Hindus and attracted tourists from around the world, not just for its history and architecture, but also for the sunset views over the Indian Ocean. No sunset for me, Cutter decided. I'll return in the afternoon, go for a massage, and then go down to the beach in the evening. Life of a New York PI on vacation. Kadik, he asked the server, do you know when Maya will be back? He was in a villa, a small exclusive hut in the resort. Each such villa had a dedicated server. Maya was his server. A cheerful, continually smiling petite Balinese woman. She had flashing eyes, glossy hair, and came up to his shoulder, but had a presence about her. In the week he had been at the resort, he had gotten to know her well. She was a single mother. Her daughter Wayan was 7 and went to the local school. Maya lived with her daughter in Pekatu, a village that bordered Uluwatu. It was the southwest tip of Bali, with the resorts on the west overlooking the Indian Ocean, and the rest of the village crowded to the east. She was originally from Singaraja, northern Bali. Her folks had passed away after her marriage to a no-gooder. Her former husband had been a drunk and a wife-beater. Maya had left him after only a year's marriage and had come to Uluwatu to get as far away from him as possible. She had been pregnant then. She taught herself English, got certified in massages, treatments and therapies, and had been snapped up by the resort. She had been working there for several years. It paid well. She could bring Wayan to the child care center in the resort. She had told him her life story over days, as trust built up. I don't know, sir. Kadik smiled. The manager said she was unwell. I am your personal server now. Is there something you need? No. Cutter smiled back. Is she ill? Is Wayan well? Is there a problem? Maya said she never took personal days voluntarily. Her manager made her take them. I don't know, sir. The manager might know. Shall I call him? No. I'll find him later. Cutter thought no more of it. He went to the temple. Clicked photographs like any other tourist. Sent one to Di Fiore. I bet you wish you were here. I wouldn't want to be on an island if you were on it, came the reply. Yeah, Gina Di Fiore loved him. He went to the beach, taking a narrow route down the cliff, and lounged until the sun set. It was dark when he returned to his hut. He frowned when he saw the door was ajar. I locked it when I left. Housekeeping must have left it open. And then he heard scuffling from inside. He barged in. 2 men wrestling with Cutter. At his entrance, they instantly covered their faces with the towels hanging around their necks. One of them charged at him with a knife. Cutter screamed. Cutter blocked the thrust easily and punched his assailant in the neck. The second man approached, swinging a club. Cutter ducked beneath it, jabbed the attacker in his belly, heard Cutter scream, and twisted away just in time to evade the knife man's second strike. He caught a table lamp and flung it at them. The men ducked. It crashed against the room's wall and brought down a wall painting. The men fled. Cutter took one look at Cutter. She was scared, but he didn't see any bleeding on her face. He went out of the room, but the men had disappeared in the garden. "Security!" he roared and returned to the room. Cutter was sobbing. Who were they? What did they want? "Maya," she sobbed. "What about her?" "She's dead." 2. Cutter rocked back on his heels. "What?" "Yes," Cutter sobbed. "Those men." "What happened?" Arif, the resort manager, rushed in, along with several uniformed staff. The manager was in his jacket, his crisp white shirt gleaming underneath it. Tie astray, still panting from his hasty approach to the room. 2 men were attacking her, Cutter said. They might still be in the resort. Men. Attacking. Arif, Cutter snapped impatiently. "I'll explain later. Don't waste time." He gestured to the men around the manager. "Get teams to search the resort. No one should go alone. 2 or 3 men armed. Check out the gardens, the parking lot, and every room. Those men might be a threat to your guests." "Yes, Puck." "Yes, sir." He knew the word was also used for Mr. "And don't call me Puck." "Yes, Mr. Grogan." Cutter rolled his eyes as Arif spun on his heel and issued orders to his men in Indonesian, and then called the police on his phone. Cutter. The manager hurried to the server. "Apakah kamu baik-baik saja?" Cutter had picked up a smattering of the language and knew the manager was asking if she was okay. "Yeah." Cutter wiped her eyes. "Yes." Her eyes flickered to Cutter, and she switched to English. "I was turning down the sheets in Cutter Grogan's room when they entered. One of them held a knife to my throat and asked me what Maya told me." "Maya!" Arif burst out. "Let her speak," Cutter ordered. "I didn't know what they were talking of." Cutter shuddered. "I told them, but they were aggressive. They said Maya must have said something to me, and when I cried, they said that I would die just like her." "Maya is dead," Arif shouted. "Yeah. That's what they said, but then Mr. Grogan came in." She raised her tear-stained face in the pie's direction. "They attacked him, but he somehow managed to." "Mr. Grogan, are you hurt?" Arif asked concernedly. Cutter couldn't help grinning, despite the circumstances. Arif was short, came up to his shoulders, but was a powerhouse of energy. The pie had seen him deal with irate guests and multitask at the same time without losing his cool. "They didn't hurt me, Arif." "Drop the mister. I've told you so many times." "Okay, Mr. Cutter." The manager went past him to greet guests who had come to the room. "Probably some burglars," he spoke over their exclamations. "I've sent search parties to confirm they've cleared out. Please return to your rooms. The police will be here soon." "Did they say anything else?" Cutter asked Cutter softly. "If she's dead, where's her body?" "No, sir." Her head was bowed, and he saw it was a struggle for her not to weep. Arif returned, went to her, spoke softly, and hugged her. He beckoned to another woman, an employee, and directed her to stay with Cutter. "Cutter, can you check if they stole anything?" "They didn't," Cutter flashed. "I was in the room first." "The police will ask him to confirm in any case," Arif replied. He ran his fingers through his hair and shook his head in disbelief. "Maya's dead," he whispered almost to himself. The pie went to the closets and zipped open his travel bag. I don't have anything other than some loose money and my passport. All good, he called out. What about Maya's body? Where can it be, if those men were telling the truth? The manager spoke in his phone and then looked up. I asked my staff to look out for her in the resort. I'm sure she isn't here, but they'll call me if they find her. What about Wayan? Cutter recalled suddenly. Caddick looked up at that. Barif bobbed his head in acknowledgement and made another call. He spoke rapidly, and then reassuringly, and hung up. She's with Ibu Aya, a neighbor. All of us know about her. Maya never stops talking of her. Ibu picks her up from school, feeds her dinner, makes Wayan do her homework. Ibu Aya lives alone? Cutter asked. Yeah. She's an elderly woman in Pekatu. She lives alone and makes money like this. Wayan is not the only child she looks after. She said Maya was at home for the last 2 days. She went out today and didn't return. Ibu Aya tried her phone, but she didn't pick up. Ibu wasn't worried. There are times when Maya stays late at the resort, and she thought some work had come up. Barif swallowed. I didn't tell Ibu anything. You did the right thing, Cutter reassured him. We are only going by what those thugs told Caddick. The search teams came in, sweating, shaking their heads, speaking and gesticulating rapidly. They aren't in the resort, the manager translated, and the police have come too. A staff member ushered in a uniformed officer, along with several other policemen. Inspector Adi. Barif spoke to him briefly, and then introduced him to Cutter and Caddick. He's from Kuta Selaton Polsek. Cutter nodded. He had traveled extensively in Bali and in the wider country, and knew how it was organized for administration. Provinces at the highest level, like states back home, which then have regencies, like our counties, and then districts and villages. Pekatu was small, prominent only because of the luxury resorts and international tourists. Its policing is from Kuta Selaton, the district it falls in. That town's about half an hour away. He was aware of the policing organization as well. I'm a pie. I need to know how these are structured, whichever country I visit. Polri was the national police force, headed by a Kapolri, chief of police, who reported to the country's president. Each province had poldas, regional police, and at the regency level were polres, and at the district level were polsek. Small villages like Pekatu had police posts, pos polici, who handled minor matters. He had driven past it several times, knew it had few officers. Pekatu comes under the Kuta Selaton's police jurisdiction. The nearby town was a district in the Badung Regency. He shook the inspector's hand and stood back while the man questioned Caddick. Adi had a neatly trimmed mustache, was lean and fit, and looked like he took his appearance seriously. Maybe because he wants to present an image to the resort guests. I don't know anything more than what she told you, Cutter told the man when the officer came to him. Looks like he knows English, he guessed when Arif didn't translate. You're American? The officer spoke in English, confirming his guess. Yes. On vacation here. This is your room? Yes. Is anything missing? No. Caddick burst out, speaking rapidly, her hands shaking as they pointed to the wrecked lamp. She must be telling him about Maya, Cutter guessed. The inspector retorted sharply, at which the resort employee fell silent. They told her Maya is dead. Cutter picked up the lamp, inspected it, and placed it back on its table. Don't touch that, Adi said sharply. It might have fingerprints on it. It will have. Mine. The thugs didn't pick it up. I threw it. What about Maya? Cutter Grogan, we will investigate this fully. He's like that, Arif said softly when the police officer took Caddick away for more detailed questioning. He thinks too much of himself. Unfortunately, he's the senior-most officer in our area. He's not competent. Cutter went out of the room to track the police and Caddick, who disappeared in an empty room. We'll see. Arif shrugged. He's new. He got transferred here when the previous officer got promoted and went to Jakarta. Maya. I can't imagine she's dead. She was so alive. Every guest spoke well of her. Do you think she was murdered? Yeah. Cutter didn't voice his thought, however. Let's see. Let the police find her body, and then we'll know. Arif held up a notebook he had been carrying. Maya's, he said. She forgot it in my office. She was always taking notes. She was learning everything about running a resort, and wanted to be a manager someday. He blinked rapidly. Cutter took the notebook from him and went through the pages. Yeah, I saw her writing in this one. He returned it to the manager. I hope Adi finds out what happened to her, Reef said. He was woken up by a soft knocking on his door. Cutter got up quickly, glanced at the bedside clock. 5 a.m. He considered his travel bag. I didn't bring any weapons. Thugs won't knock like that, he told himself irritatedly, and went to the door. Arif, who didn't look like he had slept. They found Maya's body. 3. Word had spread. Early rising guests had gathered in the lobby, talking quietly amongst themselves. A few of them rushed over to Arif for more information. I know as much as you, he told them with a tight smile. He gestured discreetly at his staff to move the guests away and led Cutter to the back garden. This is quicker. He went around the Olympic-sized warm-water swimming pool, cut through immaculately shaped trees and through a narrow opening in a hedge, behind which was a gate. He entered a key code and opened it to a narrow track on the cliff's edge. The sky was streaked with the gold of the rising sun. The Indian Ocean, majestic in its vastness, to their left. Even Arif stopped briefly to take in the scene. We are privileged, he said, and hurried down the path. Cutter nodded in agreement and followed him. He could see a bunch of police officers on the beach, 200 feet down. The resort had a well-marked, safe route down the limestone cliff, which was covered with thick vegetation, giving it the world-famous Instagrammable look. Arif took them down a less-used track which didn't have handholds or stone steps. This is faster, he shouted without looking back. Cutter swore when he slipped, jammed a palm against an outcrop and followed the resort manager who was moving down expertly. 10 minutes down the cliff, and then onto the sandy beach. No other guests. Police tape around the scene. He's with me, Arif told Adi, who straightened at their approach. The inspector was in his uniform, razor edges, not a single crease, and didn't show any lack of sleep. Cutter Grogan, he greeted. Inspector, Cutter responded, and looked beyond him at the covered shape on the sand. An officer raised the sheet at Adi's nod to show Maya's misshapen face. Yes, Arif mumbled. She fell off the cliff, Adi said. Or was pushed. Cutter squeezed Arif's shoulder reassuringly. The manager had sucked in his breath and looked like he had been punched in his belly. I can't say that, but the investigators, here they are. Adi jerked his shoulder to a bunch of officers who came down the cliff's path. Please leave the scene. Cutter and Arif stood back and watched the arrivals cross over to Adi, who shook a woman's hand and gestured to the body. They spoke briefly for a moment, and then she looked over at them. You know her? Cutter whispered. She seems to be in charge. Arif shook his head. If they are investigators, they too will be from Kuta Selaton. They're all new to me. The woman spoke briefly to Adi and came across to them. Black, expressionless eyes, dark hair tied behind in a ponytail, neat features, no makeup. She was in dark trousers and boots, a dark jacket with the police department's logo on it. Penyidik Inda Karthika from Badung Polres. She stretched out her hand. I'm taking over this case from Inspector Adi. Cutter and Arif shook her hand. She took in the pie for a moment. You must be Cutter Grogan. Yes, ma'am, he replied. Penyidik means. It's the equivalent of detective in my country. Her teeth flashed briefly. Yes. Adi tells me you are a private investigator in New York. Adi's done his homework, Cutter acknowledged. Badung Polres. You're from Mangapora? That town is the admin headquarters for Badung Regency. She'll be based there, and not Kuta Selaton like Arif assumed. She gave him a slow once-over. You know my country well, Pak Grogan. I have been recently deputed to Mangapora. I am in the investigators team, in the district's polsec. You will stay out of my case, Pak Grogan. Are we clear on that? Case. You think she was killed? Case, because we will investigate how she died. It could be an accident. It could be anything. You will stay out of my way. It was a statement, not a request. Yes, ma'am, he lied. Arif was quiet on the way back to the resort. Seeing Maya's body must have hit him hard, Cutter thought grimly. She worked at the resort for a long time. Arif must have known her well. The Pai had seen his fair share of bodies and knew it didn't get easier. He didn't interrupt the manager's thoughts until they reached the hotel. I need a car, he told Arif. The manager roused himself. There are many here. I'll arrange one for you. No. I don't want a driver. I want to rent one. Arif considered him for a long moment. The detective asked you to stay away from the case. What makes you think I'm going to look into Maya's death? You didn't ask me for a car before. I don't want to be dependent on the tour buses or your resort's drivers. Arif glanced at a bunch of tourists who crowded the reception desk. Maya was family. Wayan is family. Mayan often brought her daughter here. He dug into his pocket and handed over a key. It's a Suzuki. A small one. It's parked at the back in the staff spaces. I'll find it. Cutter memorized the vehicle's plate number. What's Ibu Aya's address? Arif brought out his phone and messaged it to him. Mr. Grogan. Cutter, the manager called out as the PI was walking out. Yeah. Tell her I'll come to see her soon. As soon as I can get away from the formalities here. I will. The Suzuki had seen better days. It was silver, scratches and dents on its body, but the engine roared to life when he turned the key and hummed smoothly. It handles well. He cut out of the resort after punching in his destination coordinates. Palm trees and woods lined the road as he drove casually, one hand on the wheel. Sunlight dappled through the foliage, and when he rolled the window down, he could hear the ocean's murmur above the car's sounds. Why was Maya at home for 2 days? Arif, did Maya call in sick? He asked the manager when he called him. No, Pak, no, Cutter. She said she couldn't come in. She didn't give a reason. Has she done that before? A few times. I don't need reasons from my staff. If they can't come in, they can't. Cutter smiled despite the grim start to the day. Arif leads his people better than most of those fancy Silicon Valley types. He focused on the narrow twisting roads of Pekatu. Signboards to other resorts, restaurant advertisements, banners from politicians, a flag fluttering on a pole. That's for the Kesik dance, he recalled. It was a Balinese Hindu dance performed each evening at Uluwatu Temple with the glorious backdrop of the sunset over the Indian Ocean. He made a mental note to watch it. Once I find out how Maya died, I'm sure it wasn't accidental. His lips thinned. Ibu Aya's house was small, with a sloping tiled roof typical of residences in the village. It was tucked on a quiet street. He parked near the entrance and walked, taking in the surroundings. Several other, similar-sized houses. A man went past on a bike, looking curiously at him. Ibu Aya's house had a small front yard with several frangipani trees, their scent reaching him. Serene. That was the word he was looking for. The village and the house had an air of calmness, of peace. And yet someone killed Maya. Ibu Aya opened the door after he knocked on it. He recognized her instantly from Maya's description. A short, gray-haired woman with dark, intelligent eyes. Must be in her 60s, he guessed, going by the lines on her face. She stood erect, her kabaya, the traditional white blouse, sitting elegantly on her upper body, with a dark-colored kemban, a type of sarong, completing her outfit. a sash around her waist, plain shoes on her feet. She regarded him curiously, making no move to open the door wider and let him in. He could hear silence in the house, and wondered if Wayan was inside. "Saya Cutter Grogan," he began. "I am Cutter Grogan." "Pak Grogan." She smiled briefly, and this time stood aside to let him in. "I heard a lot about you from Maya." He was stunned by her neutral accent English. "I was an English lecturer in a college in Jakarta." Her smile grew wider at his expression, as she gestured him to a chair. The living room was small, neat, the scent of flowers filling it. Pictures on the wall. Ibu Aya, in her younger days with a handsome man. "My husband and I had a good life there. And then he died, and there was no one else there for me. My family is from here, Pekatu. I came to live here. I started looking after young children. Many of the villagers work in the resorts. It's a tough life. I help make it easy for them. Maya told me a lot about you. That you are kind to her." "Always joked," she trailed off. "We're kind to her," she whispered. "So she knows." "Of course, Doofus. It's a small village. My resort is one of the biggest in Uluwatu. News would have spread instantly." "Did Arif call you?" he asked. "He messaged. He said he would call later. I am sure he is busy with the police." She wiped her eyes and got up. "Some kopi Bali," she offered Balinese coffee. "No, please sit," he urged, but she left the room and returned with 2 cups and offered him one. He sipped the rich brew, and for a moment the world and the murder disappeared. "Best coffee I've had since I came to Bali." He meant it. "Can you tell me what happened?" She frowned for a moment, and then her forehead cleared. "Yeah, now I remember. Maya said you were a detective in New York." "A private investigator." "That's correct. She stayed at home for 2 days. Her house is down the street." She gestured. "You would have seen it on the way. It has white walls. She asked me to let Wayan stay with me. She said she was attending to some matters. I thought they were work-related. She has done that in the past. I didn't think much of it. And then, yesterday, she didn't pick up her phone. I thought she would be at the resort. I didn't worry," her lips trembled. "And then one of the neighbors called me in the morning and told me." She placed her cup down and wiped her eyes. "Do you know what happened, Pak Grogan?" "The neighbor said she must have slipped and fallen." "Please call me Cutter. The police are there. I am sure they will find out what happened." "Did she go to the cliffs often?" "No." Ibu Aya shook her head vehemently. "For us, those who live here, we see the ocean every day. We go to the cliffs only on occasions." "So, there was no reason for her to be there?" "I don't know, Pak Grogan. Maybe some resort work took her there, but I know she wouldn't go there on her own." "What about Wayan?" He smiled. "She'll insist on calling me Pak. Everyone does that here, even though I request they use my first name. She's at school. I haven't told her yet. I will tell her when she returns." Her voice shook and then strengthened. "What will happen to her?" "Maya was like a daughter to me, Pak Grogan. Wayan will stay with me. Maya didn't have any other close family. I was her family. I can keep her daughter with me for a long time. I know Arif. He is very involved in his staff's lives. I will talk to him about Wayan's future." "You will keep her with you till then?" "Yes, Pak Grogan. It is what we do in Bali." He let a beat pass. "Did Maya say anything to you? About work? About any stress? Anything at all?" "No." Ibu Aya's eyes sharpened. "You think it wasn't accidental?" "I don't know, ma'am. But I will find out." "The police will find out, Pak Grogan." "I will too. Maya wasn't family to me. We didn't know each other that long. But she would have been, if—" He trailed off. "Do you have the keys to her house? Can I search it?" "The police already did that, Pak Grogan." She rose, went to a drawer, and returned with a key. They didn't find anything, but you can search it as well. Keep the key with you. You can go to the house whenever you want. I have a spare one. He drove to the white-walled house and opened the ornate gate. A small front yard filled with potted plants. The second key on the ring opened the wooden door to the house. It was small. A living room. A tiny kitchen, a small bathroom, and one bedroom. Looks like Maya and Wayan shared the same room. He searched the house and found several notebooks in the dresser on top of Maya's clothes. He riffled through them. Shift details, recipes, guest notes. She would have been a great manager. He smiled grimly. There was nothing in the notebooks, however. No scrawl that said, "I know who's going to kill me." He locked the house and was driving back, his thoughts on Wayan, which was why he didn't pay attention to the street on the way back. It was only when sunlight reflected off a mirror that he grew alert. A dark SUV was behind him. It took the turns he took, slowed when he did, and accelerated when he went faster. His lips thinned as he tried to make out its license plate. It seemed to be smudged. I don't like being tailed. 4. Cutter parked his car on Jimbaran Uluwatu, a larger road in the village that cut through its middle and went all the way to the west where the resorts were. Two-way traffic. Pickups carrying fruits to the hotels, scooters and motorbikes, men and women hanging out near warungs drinking kopi and discussing events, news and gossip. A typical scene in any small town or village around the world. Except it was in Bali, in the village of Pekatu, where he, Hotshot Pie from New York, was vacationing. His car was in a clearing that everyone used as a small parking lot. A temple to his right, a few shops to his left, and the street ahead of him. A stray dog went past him and did its business on a lamppost. Cutter leaned against the Suzuki's hood. A pickup's driver glanced at him. Westerners were common in the village, though they usually stuck to the resorts and went on the hotel-operated tours. He adjusted his shades over his eyes and wiped perspiration from his forehead with a palm. A reflection of a windshield. It was the SUV. He brought out his phone, held it up and started recording. He didn't hide what he was doing. Two men in the front. They looked Indonesian, but before he could check them out, they covered their faces with their forearms and the vehicle accelerated. He kept recording as it disappeared around a turn. He didn't follow the vehicle. I could, but this is a small village. I'm sure I can find out who they are. His belly rumbled, and the scents from a nearby warung wafted across. Time for the very busy Pie to refuel. The smells of grilled fish and spices hit him when he entered. Cutter ordered a plate of nasi campur, a local dish with rice, vegetables, and a variety of meats. He sat at a small wooden table overlooking the street. The world slowed down. Not that it speeds up in Bali. He grinned to himself and dug into his food. He returned to the Suzuki after his meal. Drove out of the village, heading to his resort. The traffic thinned. He rolled down his window and breathed deeply. He slowed to a crawl when he was passing a lane when he saw the rocks and debris on the road. Saw movement in his peripheral vision, sensed the threat, and his arm went up instinctively to protect his face. The club jammed into his throat. He gagged momentarily, lost control of the Suzuki, which veered off the road and crashed into a coconut tree by the roadside. Two men. He got that through his blurry vision as his eyes teared up and he struggled to breathe. One of them opened the door, and he was yanked out. A blow to his ribs felled him to the ground, and then his instincts took over. He roared and caught a foot. Pulled hard, felt the club land on his back, and one of the thugs landed on him. The second goon yelled something. Cutter punched the first thug in his groin, grimaced when sharp stones and rubble cut into his face and rolled away. He staggered to his feet, jammed against his Suzuki. The second thug charged with a yell, cutting the air with a knife. He ducked beneath its swing, his coordination returning, his synapses firing responses to his limbs. Cutter punched the man in his belly, caught his shirt and smashed his head against the car's hood. The other thug attacked, his club coming in wickedly. Cutter grunted when it crashed against his shoulder. He powered off the Suzuki, shouldering into the man, punching viciously, not minding the blows against him. His momentum took them onto the street. An oncoming pickup truck honked loudly and swerved, its driver shouting through the window. Cutter released the man and jumped back, pivoting on his heel, ready for the second aggressor. I didn't bring my Glock to the country, he thought grimly. He had no weapons. But he had an advantage. He was relatively unhurt, and the men had attacked him in the open. They won't kill me out here, will they? Both men shouted at each other, darted at the truck, got their arms around its tailgate, hauled themselves up and clambered in. Cutter took them in. Ordinary-looking men. No ink on their arms or chests. But I wasn't looking closely. He wiped sweat from his face. Was that truck their getaway vehicle? No, it couldn't be. The driver didn't seem to know them. He might not have seen them climb inside either. Were they the same thugs in the SUV? Possible. He looked at his Suzuki. It was dented. By the time I back up and follow that truck, those men will have escaped. They might have other men with them. Can't risk taking them on alone. Two men approached on a bike. It slowed. Apa yang terjadi? The driver asked. Cutter tensed, ready to fight. What happened? The pillion rider asked in English. Two men attacked me, Cutter replied. Are you hurt? Did you call the police? Cutter shook his head. His body ached in various places, but he wasn't bleeding and nothing seemed to be broken. I'll call the police. He pulled out his phone and dialed 110, the emergency number. Terima kasih, he told them while his call connected. Thank you. Sama-sama, the pillion rider said. You're welcome. The bike sped away. Penyida Karthika arrived in an official Toyota. She climbed out from behind the wheel, and uniformed officers spilled out from its passenger seats. Cutter Grogan. Her eyes raked him and took in the Suzuki, her tone neutral. You're a popular man. Yeah. He grinned. I have that effect on people. I expected other officers to respond to my call. I was nearby, and when I heard your call in, I responded. What happened? He briefed her from when he had been tailed. You met Ibu Aya. Yeah. I told you to stay away from the case. I went to her to check on Wan. I liked Maya. She spoke to her officers, who broke up and went to the residences on the street. To get witness statements, he guessed. Did you get the truck's plates? She asked. No. He didn't tell her about his phone recording. Why would strangers attack you? She inspected his Suzuki. I spread love and peace. It beats me, I would have enemies. She looked at him sharply. Didn't break into a smile. Maybe my humor is not to her taste. Or they could be the men who killed Maya. Why would they attack you? You're the Penyida. He shrugged. Her officers returned, shaking their heads. No one saw anything, she said after conferring with them. This part of the road isn't crowded. No one was out when they attacked you. Were they the same men who followed you? I'm not sure, but I think so. Where's their SUV? He went to the lane from which the thugs had emerged. That's a dead end. No vehicle. They must have stashed it somewhere and hidden here waiting for me. How did they know you'd come this way? It's the only way to my resort. They knew what I was driving. You got away from two armed men, one of whom had a knife. I got lucky. You were in the American Army. Yeah. It's on my website. This is not America, Cutter Grogan. I know that. I should not defend myself. Her eyes blazed. That's not what I meant. I'll investigate this and see if there's a connection to Maya's death. You're thinking there's no connection, he scoffed. I'll investigate, she said stiffly. Do you need a ride back to the resort? He got behind his Suzuki's wheel and tried it. The engine whined to life. He backed it away from the tree. It drove smoothly. "No," he replied from his lowered window. She nodded and drove away. Cutter tracked back to the village, took random roads and abrupt turns, and when he was convinced he wasn't followed, drove to his resort. And then scoffed at himself. If they're targeting me, they know where I am staying. They don't have to follow me, unless they want to attack me away from the villa. He went to his villa and entered it cautiously. No one inside. He went to the bathroom and inspected himself. Made a face at the bruising marks on his ribs. Showered, dressed, and checked out the video on his phone. Yeah, those men are the ones who attacked me. The SUV's license plate was clearly visible in the footage. He thought for a moment and then grinned. Dialed a number and put the call on speaker. An American voice replied. A woman's, a languid drawl. "You're either missing us or need some help." Beth Peterson. She and her twin, Megan, worked in a covert U.S. agency. It was called The Agency. They, the rest of its team, and its lead operative, Zeb Carter, were his closest friends. The sisters not only were ace operatives, they were also tech wizards and ran the outfit's logistics operations and its intelligence gathering and analysis. Werner, an extensive AI software that they had partly written, was the heart of their intel. The sisters had programmed its hooks into various national and international databases. They hacked many of them. He grinned. Legal methods were a gray area for the sisters. "I always miss you." He smiled. "That means he needs our help." A second voice, Megan's, chimed in. The agency operatives worked out of their high-rise in New York, on Columbus Avenue, which also contained their apartments. The twins were seldom far from one another. "What jam have you gotten yourself into?" Beth asked. He briefed them. "You want us to look up those men and that vehicle?" she questioned when he had finished. "Yeah. You know how to use Werner. The app is on your phone. You can work Werner better than me. There's nothing to it. Upload the video, instruct it to run facial recognition, instruct it to look up the vehicle." "He wants us to do it," Megan said disgustedly. "Do you want to miss an opportunity to show how superior you are to me?" he asked. "When you put it like that." Beth grinned. "Send the file. We'll get back to you. And try not to get killed meanwhile," Megan shot. "How do you do this, Cutter?" Beth asked. "Do what? Get a whole island riled up against you?" She hung up before he could respond and messaged an hour later. "Nothing on the men. Vehicle is owned by a shell company, but we traced one of its owners." An address followed. It was in Cutter, Selaton. 5. Cutter searched for a reef, didn't find him, and left him a note in his office. "Suzuki is damaged. I will pay for it." He paused when he was behind the wheel. "That dent makes my Suzuki stand out." He shrugged. "Let those thugs find me." He patted the weapon he had borrowed from the resort, which was on the passenger seat. "They bring knives to the fight. I bring a golf club." Cutter Selaton was a resort town that catered to tourism. It was north of Pekatu and spread from west to east, with luxury hotels and fancy houses competing with more modest homes and shops for real estate. "About 100,000 people in this town," he mused as he beeped his horn at a stray dog. He drove onto Jalan Pantai Mengiat Beach Road, he mentally translated. Bars, restaurants, and gated villas, many of which seemed to be rental accommodation for tourists. The road was narrow, busy, with overhanging trees from the sidewalk. Hawkers crowding around foreign visitors, some of whom glanced at him and waved their wares. The address was an unnamed alley off the beach road. He eased into it. Villas on either side, and a mid-rise apartment building at the far end. That's the one. Its facade was faded but well-maintained. It blended with the quietness of the alley. He got out of the car, the golf club in hand, his eyes sweeping the street. No traffic. He couldn't see if there were eyes on him from the nearby residences. No one jumped out of cars and raced towards him with knives. "Third-floor apartment," Beth's message had said. "There's only one on each floor." The gate to the building swung when he put a hand to it. Parking around the building. No security in the lobby. He went up the stairs and got onto the third floor. The faint sound of voices from somewhere. Snatches of music. The door was wood, large, and didn't have a peephole. That was good. He knocked once. Waited. Knocked again. Silence. He rehearsed his moves. Kick the door as soon as it opens. Jam the club against the throat of whoever is behind it, and rush in. It wasn't the best approach, but it would have to do if he wanted answers. Cutter glanced around the hallway. No cameras in the ceiling. The floor was clean. The elevator doors were polished. Nothing to indicate the residents might be thugs. He gave up after another knock and went down. An old woman was sweeping the sidewalk in front of the building. "Permisi bu." He approached her. "Excuse me, mother. Do you know who lives in that building?" He used his most basic Indonesian and cringed as soon as the words left his mouth. "Fool, there are many apartments in there." "Which apartment?" "Apartment." He stared at her. She spoke in English. "Third floor." He held up 3 fingers. "2 men." She stopped sweeping. "Why you want to know?" "They work for me. They didn't come for many days. I called. They didn't answer," he spoke slowly. She seemed to understand what he said. He showed a clip of the video footage. "Is it them?" "Not sure. Always face covered." She held a hand over her mouth. "Terima kasih, bu." "Thank you, mother." He returned to his Suzuki, aware of her eyes. She might tell them I was inquiring. Let them know I too am hunting them. If it's them. But who else would cover their faces in their building? 6. Cutter returned to the apartment building at 10 p.m. The alley was quiet, even though the sounds of loud music and laughter came from the bars on G Pantai Menjiat. He turned his Suzuki around to face the beach road, ready for a quick getaway, and got out. The building's apartments had lights in them. Not on the 3rd floor. "Those are dark," he noted. Armed with a cutlery knife that he had taken from the resort, and his golf club, he entered the building. Up the stairs again, but this time there were smells of cooking, and the TV sounds were louder. The 3rd floor hallway was lit. He checked again. Yeah, no cameras on the ceiling or on the door. He brought out his lockpick kit, the sole accessory he had brought to Bali. The central lock, which he had inspected on his earlier visit, was a good brand. It didn't withstand the attempts of the hotshot New York pie. It clicked open. The door swung inwards noiselessly. Cutter entered swiftly, knife held chest high, scanning the darkness as he shut the door softly behind him. He stood still, feeling with his senses. The apartment gave an empty vibe, but he had to check it out. He turned on his phone's flashlight, still gripping the knife, the golf club stuffed down his shirt on his back. He was in the living room. Curtains drawn tight. A few chairs around a dining table. A coffee table in front of the TV. The air conditioning was cranked to full blast. He frowned. Why's it running when there's no one here? He went down the hallway. The next door opened into the kitchen. Empty. The smell of stale food. Its aircon was running too. He sniffed. He could smell chemicals. Air purifiers. Room deodorants? Stale food. The bathroom door was the next. He pushed it open, and the smell hit instantly. An odor he was familiar with. The smell of decomposing bodies. He leaned deep inside the room without entering it, and angled his phone to the bathtub. The 2 thugs who had attacked him were in it, on top of each other, staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Wound in the first man's chest. Knife, he thought. He couldn't see the other man's wounds, but guessed he had been similarly killed. He took several photographs, retreated and checked out the 2 bedrooms. Both were unoccupied, the dressers empty, nothing in the side tables. Whoever killed them cleaned up as well. The air conditioning made sense. They wanted to slow down the decomposing. He went out of the apartment, prepared his story, called 110, and asked for Karthika. She arrived 20 minutes later, her face tight. "I told you to back off." She stabbed his chest with her finger when he met her in the building's yard. Her men looked at him and then away. Several people were leaning out of their apartments. One of them yelled in Indonesian. No one responded to him. The apartment was empty, Cutter protested. Its door was open. She swept past him and went to the elevator. "Take the stairs, it's quicker." "It's not high up," he said. Her fist bunched, but she marched to the stairs, rapping instructions to her team. "Stand here. Don't move," she ordered him on the 3rd-floor lobby. He stood. Didn't move until she returned half an hour later. "Where's the murder weapon?" she snapped. "I didn't kill them. They seem to have been dead for several hours. You can track my movements. I was in the resort most of the day." "Tell me everything," she spat. "The bikers who stopped in Pekatu to help me, they had the SUV's license plate," he lied. "How did you trace it to this address?" "I have friends." "Friends in Samsat?" "That's the DVLA equivalent in Indonesia." "I can't tell you that," he replied. "Pak Grogan, if you are withholding." "Penyidak Karthika," he too said formally. "If I wished, I could have disappeared from here. No one knew I was here. Maybe tomorrow, someone would have smelled the odor and called you. I didn't do that. You didn't tell me you had the license plate. I figured you would investigate it. What happened when you came here?" "The door was open," he lied again, and described the rest of his entry in the house. "I hid the lockpick set, knife and golf club set before they arrived." A police team came up the stairs. "Anafi," she said briefly and went to greet them. "That's like our CSI unit." He stood aside to let them enter, and looked questioningly when she returned. "I want to arrest you," she said. He held his wrists out. "Pak Grogan, this isn't a joke. This isn't some comedy show from your Hollywood. You are interfering in my investigation." "Penyidak Karthika, did you know of this vehicle's license plate?" He interrupted her and got a tight-lipped shake of her head. "How am I interfering in that case?" he said. "I'm helping." "What is the report on Maya?" "Inconclusive," she said after a long, angry look. "There's bruising around her neck, but that could be from the fall." "Maya didn't fall," he grated. "That isn't for you to decide." A thought struck him. Was she raped? She looked up at him, hearing the tightness in his voice, and for a moment the antagonism left her. No. She wasn't assaulted that way. A moment passed. "You think Maya fell accidentally? Why were those thugs in my room questioning Kadik about her? Her death could be unrelated." He clamped his jaws. "Do you need anything else from me?" "No." "But—" "Yeah, I know." He swung past her and went down the stairs. He was halfway to the resort when his phone rang. He picked it up. Recognized Ibu Aya's number that he had gotten from her during his visit. "Ibu Aya," he began. "Pak Grogan. There are men here. Wayan and I are hiding. I called the police, but I don't know when they'll be here." He braked instantly, brought up a mental map, backed up, returned by the route he had come, and took the first turn towards Pekatu. "Where are you?" "We are hiding in the kitchen." "Can you lock it?" "Yeah." Her voice shook. "Stay there. Make as much noise as you can. Either the police, the neighbors, or I will get there. If they break open the door, use a knife on them." "Yeah." "Please, hurry." "Who the heck are these goons? Where are they coming from? What do they want?" He didn't have any answers. Traffic was bare that time of the night. He made quick time, picked up his phone, and swore when he realized he didn't have Karthika's number. dropped it, and focused on driving in the night on the narrow streets of Kuta Selatan. He raced up Ibu Aya's street 15 minutes later, his headlights dancing on the road and illuminating houses. Scooters in front of some houses, many of them dark. Didn't they hear the noise from her house? He jammed to a stop a house away, drew the golf club and ran towards her residence. 2 men sped out of her house, nearly crashing into him. Both were masked, both were in black, and both had knives. Cutter swung his club. Its head smacked into one man's face, satisfyingly. The man shouted and jerked. The second man leapt sideways, but Cutter has already spun around and jabbed the club like a spear, aiming for the man's belly. The hitter grunted when it made contact, his knife flailing in the air harmlessly. Cutter heard movement behind him. He dropped to a crouch, aiming the club behind him, and felt an arm wrap around his neck. He'll bring his knife down. Cutter kicked his heels hard and launched backwards, the momentum of his move sending the thug staggering backwards. He felt the man's knife slide down his side. Whacked the golf club backwards and sideways repeatedly, until the grip around his neck loosened, and then lunged away as the other thug charged forward. His club swished in the air, and caught the approaching man in his temple. It was a vicious blow that made him drop his knife. "Pak Rogan." Ibu Aya cried from the door. Cutter snatched a glance at her. Saw Wayan peering from behind her. "Go inside," he roared. The men ran, but instead of towards him, they fled down the street. He thought of chasing them, but he didn't know if they had backup. Can't let Ibu Aya stay alone. An engine fired up in the distance, headlights came on and a vehicle drove away. That must be them. "Did they hurt you?" he asked the older woman. "No. They couldn't get through the kitchen. I was making so much noise. It must have scared them." Neighbors had come onto the street. She went to them and explained what had gone down, Wayan clinging to her hand. The girl looked scared, tear streaks on her cheeks. Dark rage filled Cutter at the sight. He didn't know he had been gripping the club hard, until pain shot through his palms. He dropped it and wiped his palms against his jeans. Felt his side, and didn't find any cuts where the knife had brushed. He was making to speak to Ibu Aya when the police arrived with their lights and siren show. Karthika stepped out of her Toyota. Who else, he thought grimly. She glanced at him briefly and went to Ibu Aya. Spoke to her softly, took her by the arm, smiled at Wayan, and led them inside the house. Her men dispersed the neighbors, and they too went inside. Cutter followed them and listened to the elder woman's narration. She and Wayan had finished dinner and were readying for bed when the men had knocked on the door and charged in. They had brandished the knives and had demanded to know what Maya had told Ibu Aya. She had flung a water jug at them, had snatched Wayan, and had escaped to the kitchen from where she had called the police. And him. She pointed at Cutter, who was at the door. Karthika and the police turned to look at him, and then swung back at her. "Do you know them?" Karthika asked. "They were masked," the elder woman replied. "You?" The investigator turned her head slightly. Cutter knew the question was for him. "No. Their masks didn't slip. They didn't say anything to me. They weren't expecting me. No one seems to." 7. Cutter lingered for a while, to hear Karthika order her men to patrol Ibu Aya's house. "You should post someone here," he told her. Her face tightened. "Don't tell me how to do my job." He swallowed his furious retort. Beth or Meg, or even Peyton and Gina would give me hell for saying that. She's a woman, in a predominantly men's world. He made to apologize, but she had her back to him. Her officers went out and returned after a while. From their head shakes, he knew none of the neighbors had anything on the thugs. He left after hugging Ibu Aya and Wayan and promising to return soon. He parked the Suzuki at the back of the resort and kicked its tire. The car had driven well, despite the damage it had suffered. He went into the resort, nodding at the staff he was familiar with, and went to his room. He unlocked the door and pressed the light switch. It didn't turn on. "That's not necessary," a voice said in good English. Cutter instantly crouched low, cursing himself for leaving the golf club in the car. "We're not here to kill you," another man said. He made them out. Two silhouettes in two chairs near the coffee table, their bodies outlined in the dim light coming from outside. They seemed to be relaxed, no stress in their voices. As if they're the occupants of this room. "What do you want?" he growled. "Leave Bali. Forget what happened here. Leave the country. Go back to America," one man said. "This is a small compensation for your ruined vacation." The second man tossed something on the coffee table. "This is the only advice you will get." The first man rose. The second man got up too. The door opened. A masked man entered and jammed a gun in Cutter's side. He remained motionless when the speakers squeezed past and then moved quickly. He shoved Cutter away, shut the door, and locked it from outside. The pie moved away from the door instantly. He strained his ears but didn't hear anything. He tried the door, but it was locked. He pounded on it until a resort man opened it, finally. "Someone locked it from outside," he snarled. "It doesn't open from inside. My lights aren't working." Arif appeared. Does he ever sleep? Cutter wondered. "Do you have Penida Karthika's number?" "No." "What happened?" "Who?" "Arif," Cutter said tiredly. "Can you please arrange for Karthika to come here? She shouldn't be far. I met her less than an hour ago. I'll tell you all what went down when she comes." Cutter Grogan. Karthika entered his hotel room 40 minutes later. "I don't like meeting you so often." Her men stifled their smiles. "That's mutual, Penida Karthika." He sat on the edge of the bed. Arif's men had worked their magic. The lights were working again, as well as the lock. "Two men gave me that present." He gestured to the bundle on the coffee table. She slipped on gloves and opened it to show a thick wad of US dollars. "How much is this?" "I didn't count. I didn't even open it. Before you ask, I don't know who they were. They were in the dark." He briefed them rapidly. She listened to his story, and a brilliant smile lit her face. "They could be from our tourism department. You are bad news for Bali." One of her men laughed. Arif smothered a smile. Cutter couldn't help grinning as well. "That's a good one, Penida Karthika. You still think Maya slipped and fell?" 8. Cutter sat in the resort's restaurant, looking out at the ocean, the remains of his breakfast in front of him. A couple at the next table were going through their days to visit list. A man at the front was reading a local newspaper. Cutter knew the headlines. "Double murder in Kuta Selaton, violence in Pekatu. Karthika seems to have kept my name out of the media." There was no mention of him. He still didn't have her direct number. He scrolled through his phone. No new developments. The murdered men hadn't been identified, nor were the thugs at Ibu Aya's house. Arif had told him there was no record of the two men in his room on the resort's camera feeds. Looks like they scrubbed the recording. Which meant the men were powerful and had resources. Just what was Maya involved in? No. He shook his head. She's innocent. He was sure of that. She was killed because she found, saw or heard something, and now the shot callers are scared she said something to someone. It was the only explanation for all the developments. Not that Karthika buys it. He knew Gina and Peyton would side with the detective. They'll say she's following good procedure. That as an investigator, she cannot jump to conclusions without proof. "I don't have any such restrictions." He played with his phone and dialed Beth. "Has the Indonesian government paid for your ticket back home?" "Ha ha." He smiled reluctantly. Karthika said something similar. They seemed to think alike. "How many more people have you annoyed since the time we last spoke?" Megan asked. "They don't know of the men in my room." He caught them up and stayed quiet while they digested it. "Karthika is doing her job," Beth growled at him. He fist-pumped. I guessed right. He waved a server away, who thought he had beckoned. She's good, Megan said. I ran her name through Werner, as you were briefing. She's got a good track record, has got awards. She trailed off. What? She accused a superior of sexual harassment in Denpasar, where she was initially based. Nothing seems to have come of it. But she was transferred to Kuta Selaton soon after. Wait. You know even those details? Werner has access to Indonesian police's system. Among many others, Beth drawled. Is she clean? We'll check that, but it doesn't look like she's corrupt. You need to be weaponed up, her sister said crisply. Did you take your Glock with you? You read my mind, he chuckled, and no. Do you have a cache nearby? The agency kept vehicles and weapons stashes in many cities all over the world. The vehicles were maintained by trusted military veterans who ran their own garages. We have one in Denpasar. Can you get there? That's less than an hour away. Bali's capital city was where he had landed when arriving in the country. Putu Surya, the older twin, messaged him when the call ended. That's the garage owner. His garage is on Jalan Pulau Kawe in Denpasar. He speaks English, so that will make it easier for a dumb tourist like you, Beth added. Don't blow up Bali. We intend to visit next year, Megan warned. Cutter finished his juice and went searching for a reef. I got your note. Don't worry about it. The manager cradled his cell phone against his ear and shoulder as he spoke into it and simultaneously talked with the American. Cutter fist-bumped him and went to the Suzuki. Detoured to view Uluwatu Temple and watched the sun's reflection on it and the line of cliffs which reminded him of Maya, and the cold fury returned and he stamped on the gas. Jalan Pulau Kawe was a crowded street in Denpasar lined with auto shops, spare parts and lubricant stores, paint shops and many outlets to do with automobiles. Surya's garage looked like an upscale one. A concrete wall around it with an iron sliding gate that opened into a large forecourt. The garage was ahead. 4 hydraulic jacks in them on which cars were perched. Coveralled men working on them. To the left was the office. He parked and went inside. A bell tinkled at his entry. A man bustled into the office. Short, well-built, graying hair, coveralled as well, bearing the logo of Surya Garage. Bagaimana saya bisa membantu kamu? Cutter's brow wrinkled. Do you speak English? Yeah. How can I help you? The man replied. I'm looking for Putu Surya. That's me. I own the garage. Beth and Megan sent me. The man came around the counter and looked him up and down. He brought out his phone, dialed a number, pointed its camera at Cutter and spoke into it. Is this him? Yeah. The Pi could hear Megan's voice. He's trouble. Surya ended the call and gripped Cutter's hand firmly. Those two are something, aren't they? They sure are. The American grinned. Surya led him into the garage's working area, past it, and behind the separation wall, gestured at a line of vehicles. Many of them were vintage ones. Cutter spotted a gleaming Rolls-Royce and fingered its hood. You own these? I wish, Surya laughed. I maintain them for their owners. Millionaires who leave their vehicles with me for safety. He took Cutter past the rides and towards 3 tarpaulin-covered shapes. He yanked one away to reveal a dull black Range Rover. You know what it's packed with? Yeah. Armor plating, run-flat tires, toughened glass, extra long-range fuel tank. The vehicles could withstand a rifle assault. Maybe a rocket strike too, though he wasn't going to test that. Your prints must be set up already. Surya stood back. Cutter placed his palm at the driver's door. It clicked open. Yeah. Werner operated many systems in the vehicles, including the biometric access. He opened the tailgate and removed the floorboard and placed his palm on the safe-like storage. It opened to reveal an array of weapons. Glocks, HKs, grenades, knives, stun guns, smoke bombs, a few rocket launchers and several drones. He closed the compartment. I can go to war with those. My car's out at the front. Any chance you can have it delivered to my resort in Uluwatu? He gave the address. Yeah. No problem. I'll pay. Pak Grogan, don't talk of money. Zeb pays me well, very well for doing nothing but look after these vehicles. There might be police involved at some point. I am aware. That comes with being friends with Zeb, Beth, Megan, and the rest. I am not worried. The Range Rover started with a low growl and rolled smoothly out of the garage. The vehicle's weight gave a sense of security as he drove from Denpasar back to the resort. It was evening by the time he reached it. He undressed inside the Range Rover and drew on a custom-designed vest. It was a lightweight armor, very different to the clunky Kevlar and plate armor vests worn by militaries around the world. It had been used by the agency operatives for years, and the twins worked with a little-known defense contractor to keep it updated. He slipped his shirt over it, and then buckled on a shoulder harness and holstered a Glock. He sighed in relief when he felt its comfortable weight. A light jacket, specially designed for the Indonesian climate, part of the Range Rover's cache, completed his outfit. It draped well over his upper body and concealed the holster. He went to dinner and strolled back to his room. It was open. He kicked it and entered fast, drawing his gun without conscious thought, crouching low, kicking the door shut with a foot, a single liquid move that was as fast as a long-drawn breath. Don't turn on the light, a voice said from the sofa next to the coffee table. Karthika. He straightened and holstered his gun. Stood standing in the dark next to the door. That was an impressive move. You haven't lost your Special Forces skills. My Delta days are long behind me. That too is on my website. They say that training doesn't ever leave you. It doesn't. And the cases I've taken on, and my continual training with Zeb's team keep me mission ready. He didn't articulate his thoughts. There's a reason you are here, he asked. I've been asked to focus on more important cases than Maya's death. Which are? I haven't been told what those are. Why? I don't know. You have been ordered by your boss. It won't be hard to find out who that is. You don't need to know who. Why are you telling me this? Why is everyone interested in finding out what Maya knew? You're admitting she was murdered. No. I still think she could have slipped and fell, Karthika said stubbornly. That's a possibility, Pak Grogan. He swore softly. Can't you see? My job, she snapped, is to investigate fairly and make the best possible case for the prosecutor to take on. It is not to go on assumptions. You are a PI. You can act on those. I can't. What about the men in my room? He asked after a beat. She shook her head. Nothing. No guest or employee saw them. The money. Any prints on them? Use notes wiped clean. You know the effort needed to do that. It's a big gang who's behind this. Big, small, I don't know. I don't care. I'm going to find out. What about your orders? She remained silent. So, you'll investigate how Maya was murdered, he persisted. Any luck tracking those men who were in Ibu Aya's house? No. I'll investigate how Maya died. Karthika got up and left the room. He thought about her for a moment. She seems to be tough and determined. She can handle internal politics. Are you awake? He messaged Beth. Yeah, what do you want? She called. The men in my room. Way ahead of you. They wiped their presence, but they don't know about us. We're smarter than them. Way smarter, Megan added. We check timings. Arrivals and departures at the resort. There are cameras in the parking lot and in the lobby. They didn't scrub the entire day's recording. We matched the arriving and departing cars to the time they were in your room. We found one car. He grunted. No, don't get your hopes that high. It had false plates. It had 3 men. All of them in shadows. We tried cleaning the footage, We threw it at Werner. Nada. No faces. But, Beth said triumphantly, we did gait analysis on one man. Indonesian police have a record on him. They think he's an assassin. Any gang affiliation? No record of that. He frequents a bar in Kuta Selatan. If the police know he's a killer, why haven't they arrested him? Maybe because they need more proof? Maybe they know of that through an informer and nothing more. What's this bar's name? Sundara. We'll message you the address. What's his name? Fahar Rahman. 9. Forgot to tell you, Karthika checks out. She's a good cop. Cutter read Beth's message as he drove to Sundara, which was on Jalan Bukit Permai, a narrow winding road that hugged the long Jimbaran beach. It was brightly lit at 11 p.m., with upscale villas, resorts, and fancy restaurants lining it. The night's just starting for bar hoppers and nightclub goers. He watched tourists enter and leave various shops and eateries on the road. About 80% of Bali's economy is dependent on tourism. He remembered a stat he had read on the flight. And visitors seemed to have returned in big numbers after the pandemic. The throb of music from bars and clubs came to him as he drove slowly, honking occasionally for slower-moving tourists to give way. Sundara had a neon banner that glittered and winked against the night sky. It was on his left, with an elaborately dressed guard at the open gate, who bowed and directed him to an empty space in the parking lot. It was simple in design. A concrete wall cut the compound from the buzz on Bukit Permai. A big parking lot in front of a squat building that had large wooden double doors and 2 doormen. They probably are the bouncers. He was sure there would be more security inside. He paid an entrance fee and was hit by the sound of music as soon as he entered. Some kind of techno beat. I'm sure the twins will know which one it is. A smiling hostess in a sarong and a tiara of flowers offered him a welcome drink. Do you have non-alcoholic? He shouted above the music. Ya Pak. She changed the glass from the tray and gave it to him. He sipped the pineapple and lime concoction and checked out the crowd. All age groups and seemingly all nationalities at the dining tables and on the dance floor. A DJ in a corner doing his crowd-pumping moves. Flashing lights above the dance floor, a big throng at the bar. A typical nightclub scene. No chance I'll be able to make out Rahman in this crowd. He had read up the file the sisters had sent. The man was believed to have killed several people, a predator who was thought to sell his services to those who needed it. He finished his drink, placed it on a server's tray, and shouldered through the dancing crowd. A hostess caught his arm and urged him to dance. Not me. He smiled at her and shook his head. The dancers among his friends were the sisters, Roger, Chloe, and Bawana. He shouldered through the crowd and went to the bar. Had to shout to make himself heard. He flashed Rahman's photograph that he had printed out at the resort. Do you know this man? The bartenders were busy, and it was only his continual waving that got their attention. One of them took it, glanced at it, passed it around the other staff, and shook his head. No, Pak. Can we serve you? He hangs out in this bar, Cutter yelled. Here, have a look at this one too. He brought out another photograph from a different angle and handed it over. No, Pak. We get thousands of guests. We don't remember all of them. Keep the photograph. My number is behind it. Call me if anyone knows anything about him. A guest cursed at him for taking up space at the bar. Cutter glowered at the man and withdrew. Went to the doorman and got the same reaction when he showed them the photographs. None of them knew or had seen Rahman. He went out of the bar, breathing the cool air, and lingered as if taking in the night. Then went to his SUV. He had deliberately parked in the farthest spot where the lights were the dimmest. He put on his shades, not his usual ones, but a pair from the Range Rover. Customized Ray-Bans. Nano cameras drilled into their stems, which projected the rear view onto the lower part of the lenses. The feed was automatically stored to a secure cloud location. Werner could analyze the feed in real time and issue warnings or alerts. The mods turned the shades into a counter-surveillance device. Cutter grinned. That social media company that's been advertising such goggles. Beth and Meg had customized the agency's Ray-Bans long before that company got into the act. He was deliberately slow in going to his ride, pretending to be on a phone call, laughing and gesticulating. He saw the two heavies hurry towards him in the Ray-Ban's feed. Noted their gestures to each other, warning one another to be stealthy. One of them brought out a club. Cutter pocketed his phone. The weapon rose in the air. He half-turned, as if he sensed the movement, and started falling a few moments before the blow landed. That cushioned it. It still landed hard on his temple, leaving him dazed. He didn't have to act to collapse on the ground and stay limp. The men grunted, whispered to each other, swiftly tied his hands and legs, lifted him, and carried him to a nearby SUV. The men forced him onto its back seat and drove out. Cutter lost consciousness briefly. A jolt, the vehicle going over a pothole, revived him. He struggled upright. "Hey." He pretended to slur. "That doesn't take much effort," he thought groggily. The hit had been forceful, despite his evasive move. His head felt like 1,000 hammers were working on it. "Who are you? Where are you taking me?" No response. He kicked ineffectively against the seats and the door. "You'll get into trouble. You'd better free me." "Do they understand English?" One of the thugs met his eyes in the rearview mirror and sneered. The front passenger's window lowered, and a stream of cool air rushed in. It helped in clearing his head, even though the pain remained. "Police! Help!" he shouted. The men grinned and high-fived each other. "We're in Pekatu. They're going to the cliffs." He recognized the bumpy track the vehicle was on. "I must have been out for longer than I thought." There were several resorts on the southwestern cliffs, dotting the curving jut of Bali's extremity in the Indian Ocean with lots of untamed land in between. "They're going between my resort and Jaren Hill." It was a long, grassy stretch, several miles long with no habitation nearby. The SUV's headlights bounced on the uneven ground and lit another vehicle that was near the cliff's edge. "Let me go," Cutter shouted. The men laughed. The driver stopped. The passenger got out and opened the rear door. Cutter tried to butt him in the belly and got a blow on his neck. He was dragged out and dumped on the ground. He lay motionless for several moments while the men talked softly, ignoring him. A shout came from the other vehicle. The men turned towards it. Cutter bent his legs behind as far as they could go, his bound hands reaching for his ankle-sheathed Fairbairn-Sykes knife. "Fools should have searched me before bundling me in their SUV." His fingers gripped the blade's hilt, but before he could saw through his bindings, the men returned, with one of them hauling him up and cutting the bindings on his feet. Cutter hid the blade between his palms, hoping the men didn't see it. They didn't. They were confident about their capture, triumphant, smiling and joking with the man who emerged from the second vehicle and leaned against it, lit by the thug's SUV's headlights. "Fahar Rahman." The men shoved him towards Rahman and took positions to his left. "Bingo," Cutter congratulated himself as he stumbled to within a few feet from the killer, who was smirking. Rahman was lean, powerfully built, wearing a half-sleeve shirt over dark jeans. Ink all over his forearms. Inky dark hair flowing around his face. Cutter had known searching for the killer in Sundara was near impossible, and hence had made a show of being vocal about his interest. He had guessed the killer would hear of his search. "I didn't expect them to bring me this far. I also expected them to search me." "You?" he began in English when Rahman strode up rapidly and punched him in the belly. Cutter grunted and doubled over. He nearly lost his grip on the knife. The thugs were to his left, watching, one of them arms crossed while the second was lighting a smoke. Rahman caught his hair, yanked his head up and punched him in his throat. Cutter staggered, wheezing, sucking in air desperately, eyes tearing up. He maneuvered the knife nimbly, holding its hilt between his forefingers to insert the double-edged blade through the bindings, and slid his wrists down. Zeb made us practice these moves in all conditions. It was part of the agency operative's training routine, to figure out ways to escape from captivity with different modes of challenges and keep working on them until each one of them got expert at them. He could swiftly free himself if the blade was in his ankle sheath. Cutter felt the knife slice his flesh, felt the warm trickle of blood, hoped it wasn't a deep cut, and sawed desperately, all the while appearing to be in agony from Raman's punches. It didn't take too much pretending. The killer had hit hard. The man came over and slapped him. Cutter sobbed. "What do you want?" he cried. Raman fired a string of words in Indonesian. "What are you saying?" Cutter moaned. "Who are you? How did you find me?" Raman rasped in passable English. "Resorts, cameras." The killer slapped him. "There was nothing on it. How did you find me?" Cutter took a step back. He could feel the ties loosening. He was outlined by the headlights behind him. Can't let them drop. The thugs will see them fall. He hadn't worked out his moves yet. He needed time. The two men who had captured him were to his 9 o'clock. 15 feet away. Relaxed. Smoker puffing away, contentedly. Raman was less than 5 feet in front of him, face twisted in rage, his hand raised to strike. The ties fell from Cutter's slippery fingers. He cursed beneath his breath, tightened his grip on the knife. Raman stopped. He frowned when he saw the ties fall. His eyes flared. He roared something in Indonesian. Cutter caught the word search. He didn't waste time figuring out the other words. He lunged to his left and buried the knife deep in Crossarm's throat. A brutal, shocking move that froze Smoker and Raman, and then both shouted. Smoker dropped his cigarette as Cutter drew the knife back with a squelch. The Pai swung the blade in an arc to catch the second man's neck, but he stumbled on the uneven ground and his knife swished harmlessly. He tried to evade the thug's outspread arms, but his stagger sent him crashing against the man's chest. He turned desperately to have his back against the man even as Smoker wrapped arms around him and squeezed hard. Cutter's arms were free. "Don't have time to slash down at him," Raman's approaching. He reared up, his knees together, using Smoker's arms around him as support, and pistoned his feet forward to kick Raman hard in his chest and send him staggering back. Smoker grunted from his weight. His grip loosened. Cutter started slipping. He swung down savagely and buried the knife in the man's thigh. Dropped to the ground when the man howled, spun on his heel, and slit his throat. He kept moving, spinning around, taking a long step, and jammed the blade against Raman's throat. The killer froze. "Let me go." Cutter nicked his flesh. A drop of blood appeared. "No." He swung the knife sideways, the flat of the blade catching Raman's temple and knocking him sideways. Another blow felled the assassin to the ground. Cutter moved swiftly to unlace the dead man's boots. Raman stirred. The thug groaned and spasmed when he stamped the man in his groin. Cutter hauled the unresisting heavy up and dragged him to his ride. Flung him against the hood, spread him down, face up, and tied his legs to the grill. Raman came to. He roared, reared up to punch, and went down when the Pai knuckled his thigh savagely. The killer shrieked in the night. Cutter elbowed his face, caught his left arm, and tied it to a side mirror. Another crash of his elbow to knock out the killer's tooth, which subdued the man. The American fastened his right hand to the other mirror and stepped back. His chest heaved from his exertions. The trickle of blood down his forearm was warm. He inspected the cut. It was shallow. "It'll heal." Adrenaline was pumping in him, giving him energy. He searched Raman's pockets as the man reared his head up, cursed, and yanked at his bindings to get free. The laces stayed firm. Cutter got behind the wheel, backed the SUV, put it in drive, and inched forward until the hood jutted over the cliff's edge by a few inches. Raman screamed as he swung in the air. The SUV rocked as he tried to jerk free. "Don't move," Cutter warned him as he got out of the ride. "The earth might be soft. Your jerking about might make the vehicle go over the edge." He didn't know if Raman understood. He didn't care. He slammed the door shut, went to the dead men, dragged them to the cliff's edge and shoved them over. He peered cautiously over the edge and saw Smoker's body twist and tumble and then disappear into the crashing waves. There's a rocky beach down there, but the tide's come in. He bent down to inspect the wheels. They were firm on the ground. He jammed his heel down and got a jarring shock in return. Nope, the soil isn't loose. The SUV will stay in place. He climbed onto the hood carefully and felt the SUV tilt forward. He held his breath. The vehicle stayed in position. If it moves, I will dive away. He could feel the wind against his face. It was moderate in intensity and ruffled his hair and flattened his clothing against his body. The smell and taste of salt in the air. Ramon had stopped cursing and had twisted his neck to look at him curiously. The man's eyes were wide, his lips wet, and he kept straining against his bonds. Cutter jammed the Fairbairn Sykes deep in the fleshy base of his right shoulder. Ramon shrieked and jerked, his eyes going wide. Why did you offer me money to go away? Cutter yelled above his scream and twisted the blade in his flesh. He yanked it out and cut the man's neck. A light, shallow cut that would burn rather than kill. Why? Not me. Ramon howled. I was guard. Cutter considered his words. You were the man with the gun. Why, yeah? Let me go. I will tell everything. You'll tell me everything right here. Cutter cut his cheek. I don't know anything. Booty told me to come. I went. Whose booty? Ramon sneered. It didn't come out the way he wanted. His rage battled with his fear and made the sound weak. Booty Wajaya. He will kill you. He's your boss. I his bodyguard. What does he do? Ramon began to sneer when Cutter punctured his neck with the knife. Another shallow cut. He bulam hitam. He's bulam hitam. Why ya? What is bulam hitam? Gang. Gambling. Bulam hitam is a gang that organizes illegal games in Pekatu. Gambling is banned in the country. All Bali, Ramon managed to say with pride. They run them in the resorts. Resort, hotel, everywhere, Ramon howled when Cutter made another hole in his shoulder. The man's chest was dark with blood, his face wet with sweat, his hair sticking to it. The pie felt no pity. Is that why you killed Maya? She found out about the games. He thrust the blade at the killer's eyes. No. I didn't kill. Who killed her? He's not denying she was murdered, he thought savagely. I not know. Was it those two? He jerked his head at the ocean where he had thrown the hitters' bodies. No. They bulam hitam men. They my friends. Was it the men who were found in Kuta Selatan? In that apartment? He used the Indonesian word. No. They also bulam hitam men. How do you know they didn't kill her? I with them that night. I with many bulam hitam men that night. What were you doing? Taking money. Money from customers? Money from game people. Those who are running the games. Like the dealers, he thought. Yeah. Who killed the men in Kuta Selatan? Booty. Why? I not know. Because I could identify them. Or they harassed Ibu Aya. No, it can't be the latter. Wajaya doesn't seem to be that kind of person. Must be the former. Booty Wajaya runs bulam hitam, he asked. No. He like. The assassin searched for words and jerked his chin downwards. Like me. A killer. Ramon shook his head in frustration. No. Enforcer. Yeah. Ramon nodded rapidly. He, all of Pekatu. He's enforcer for all of Pekatu. He runs all the games here. Yeah. How many thugs does he have? I not know. Let me go, and I will tell everything. I like it here. Cutter punctured his thigh and waited for the man's howl to die down. Wajaya gave me money. No other man. Who is he? Let me go, he gasped and shuddered when Cutter slashed his cheek. Fadil. Iskander Fadil. That's the third man's name. Yeah, Rahman choked out. He's the leader of Bulam Hitam. No. I not know who he is. Where do they live? I not know. I not know. He screamed when Cutter raised the knife. Booty calls me. I meet in street. I not know where he lives. I meet Iskander for first time. I not know who he is. The killer's words spilled out swiftly. You said he's not Bulam Hitam. No. He not in gang. I know that. You drove them to my resort. Yeah. Where did you pick them up? Outside Pekatu village. They in Booty's car. I take them back there. His driver takes them away. Makes sense if Wajaya is high on security. You've been Wajaya's bodyguard for how long? He call when he need me. What do you do when you are not with him? Nothing. Booty pays me like a retainer? Every month, to be there for him. Yeah. Why was Maya killed? I not know. Cutter believed him. Maybe Maya found out about the games and confronted Wajaya. Or Fadil. No, he corrected himself. Rahman says Fadil isn't in the gang. He gave up trying to work it out. He cut Rahman again on the man's thigh and repeated the questions. Got the same answers. He rolled off the vehicle. You untie me. Rahman's voice cracked. Cutter thought of Maya's smiling face as she went about her days in the resort. He recalled Wayan hiding behind Ibu Aya. Yeah, he said, leaned across the vehicle, slashed the laces at the killer's feet, reared up swiftly, cut the tie at his left wrist, and then, before the man could react, leaned over his chest and slicked the binding on his right one. He spun away in the same move, spun away and landed on the ground, and as Rahman was straightening carefully on the vehicle's hood, placed a hand on the man's back and shoved him over the cliff. 10. Cutter Grogan sucked in lungfuls of air and watched Rahman, screaming, disappear into the Indian Ocean. He went to the SUV and wiped his prints clean. Wiped the Fairburn Sykes blade against his jeans. It had been gifted to him by Zeb. A Vietnam War vet had given the blade to his friend. Cutter's fingers ran down the 7-inch double-edged blade. William Fairburn and Eric Sykes had originally designed the blade while serving in the Shanghai Municipal Police. Long before the Second World War. The Wilkinson Sword Company manufactured the knives, which became popular with elite British military units. Not many of these left. He sheathed the blade. His rage had abated to a cold simmer deep within him. He went to the cliff's edge again and checked out the ocean. Will the bodies be discovered? He wiped his hands and brought out his phone. Megan answered his call on the first ring. Talk, she grunted. He heard her fingers fly on her keyboard. I need an alibi. The key click stopped. Why? You don't want to know. Really? You're pulling that one on me. There's nothing we don't know. Hold up, let me see what you've been up to. The key clicks resumed. He heard a soft murmur. Beth's joined her, he guessed. He went to Rahman's SUV and found a bottle of water. He drank deep and wiped down the vehicle again. Going by the violent movements of your phone, it looks like you've been active. Or dancing, Beth interjected. He can't dance, Megan pointed out. Fahar Rahman, Cutter sighed. He decided to see if he could fly without wings. Tell us everything, Beth told him. He caught them up and waited for their reaction. More key clicks. Okay, Megan said. We've placed you at your resort after you picked up the Range Rover. You need to collect it from Sundara. What do you mean by you've placed me? The resort's cameras have captured you entering the resort. How? Beyond your IQ level. No one will be able to know that footage isn't real. We've wiped out your presence at the nightclub. How? He asked again dumbly. A long silence. Got it. I wouldn't understand. You wouldn't, Megan chuckled. We'll check out Booty Wajaya, Bulam Hitam, Iskander Fadil and get back to you. Beth said seriously. You're deep in this. Yeah. Did you expect anything else from me? You could be facing a large, determined, ruthless criminal organization. The coastline at Pekatu is about 6 miles, he said grimly. Long enough to accommodate Maya's killers' bodies and whoever stops me. 11. Beth called him when he was dressing the next day. You saw the news. He stuffed his shirt in his jeans hastily and turned on his room TV. An English-language channel. A news report of 3 bodies found on a beach in Pekatu with 2 abandoned SUVs. The police were treating them as murder, possibly gang-related violence. Looks like the tide brought Rahman and his friends' bodies back. The TV journalist was passionately demanding answers from the police and listed the Kuta Selatin bodies and Maya's death as investigations that the police were still carrying out. Are the Polri up to the job? He finished off. Do you know who's leading this investigation? He turned off the TV. Your friend, Karthika. He made a face. She'll be under a lot of pressure. You're good, she reassured him. There's no way to connect you to the bodies. Karthika doesn't need anything. He grinned. She doesn't like me. She'll swing by to question me. I'm sure you'll deal with it in your making friends and influencing people manner. She smirked. You have something for me. Iskander Fadil. He's a businessman in Kuta Selatin. He runs a tourism company. Fadil Excursions. It's in Nusa Dua, a business neighborhood. They offer high-end packages, private tours, luxury experiences, that sort of thing. Cutter's phone flashed with a photograph and an address that she messaged while she was on the call. Why's a businessman interested in me? Maybe he's losing customers because of you. Funny. He put on his shoulder holster and the lightweight jacket. What about Booty Wajaya? Check your mail. I've sent a file. Bulam Hitam is a real gang. That thug wasn't lying to you. A lot in the police files about them. Gambling, pop-up casinos that are put up only for a night, extortion, the gang's into a lot. But no one's been arrested. There have been many complaints filed by tourists, but the game runners haven't been found. Bali isn't a large island. Large enough for criminals to hide, Megan, joining the call, retorted. Are the police corrupt? Good question. We haven't checked out anyone, except Karthika. Assume many officers are crooked. Good suggestion. He nodded. Do they have a file on Wajaya? Yeah, that's in the package too. He's dangerous. Going by his file, he's more lethal than Rahman. He scrolled through his email, opened her message, skimmed through the details and memorized Wajaya's photograph. Any known location for him? He asked. No. Do you know who's investigating Bulam Hitam and Wajaya? He scrunched his face. Why would I know? It's your BFF, Karthika. 12. Cutter Grogan drove down Jalan Siligita slowly in Kuta Selatin. A busy street packed with cars, tour coaches, scooters, motorbikes, and bicyclists. Auto shops, pharmacies, villas, restaurants, and several other retail outlets on either side of the tree-lined road. It was a world away from his tranquil villa. Fadil Excursions was in a 3-story building. Middle floor. He checked Beth's message. There didn't seem to be any security at the building's entrance, and he drove through the gates. A large parking lot in which were several vehicles. The ground floor of the building was occupied by hair and nail spas, a courier company, a taxi service, and a newspaper vendor. Cutter backed his Range Rover into an empty space from where he could watch the glass doors to the building. Should I go into the lobby? Nope, can't risk it. He saw figures moving in the lobby. There might be security inside. He waited. Life of a pie. Not like it's portrayed in movies and TV, he growled inwardly. In reality, it was long periods of waiting, watching, following up leads, making calls, and tracing identities. A woman came out of the nail spa, talking into her phone. She came to his ride, tried his door, and frowned when it didn't open. Looked up, saw him, and made an apologetic face, and went to another black Range Rover that was parked some distance away. That was the only drama Cutter encountered for several hours. It was late afternoon when two figures approached the glass doors from inside the building. The doors slid back. Iskander Fadil and Budi Wijaya stood in the sunlight, talking briefly. Fadil was taller than the enforcer. He was in a suit, middle-aged, in good shape, a neat goatee and neatly styled graying hair. Wijaya was powerfully built in a loose white shirt, dark hair slicked back, a snake tattoo on his right forearm, visible even in the distance, light beard and thin tash. Cutter didn't move. He was in their line of vision. He didn't know if he could be recognized inside his vehicle, but he wasn't going to draw attention to himself and risk it. The men seemed to be in an animated argument, with a lot of head shakes and pointed fingers, at the end of which Fadil shrugged angrily and went inside the building. Wijaya stared at his back, spun abruptly, and went down the steps to the front yard. He marched past Cutter's vehicle without looking at him. The Pai leaned forward to watch him enter the passenger side of the vehicle. It nosed out of the lot and exited the building's complex. Cutter waited a beat, let another car exit, and followed. Right or left? He scanned Jalan Siligita rapidly when he approached it. He saw the SUV to his left, one car away. He fell behind it. 13. It wasn't hard to tail Wijaya. Jalan Siligita was busy, and there were enough SUVs on the road. Cutter fell back another vehicle and shadowed the enforcer. A police cruiser sped past. He idly wondered what Karthika was up to. Checked his phone. No missed calls from her. Wijaya left Kuta Selaton behind. He's heading west. There's still enough traffic for me to blend in. Tourist buses and many other black SUVs. 20 minutes later, they were in Jimbaran. Upscale villas on tree-lined streets with resorts towards the cliffs. Premium vehicles on the road, with a few tourist coaches. It was the kind of neighborhood that tourists with a lot of money spent their time in. He made a face. I too am staying in a fancy resort, one of the best in Uluwatu. These villas must be either rental properties or owned by the wealthy. Wijaya's ride turned into Jalan Pantai Belangan. Cutter followed it, tense when he saw there wasn't any traffic on it. Luck was on his side, however. There were a bunch of vehicles parked on the street. Coaches, cars, and SUVs. A couple in wedding dresses were standing near a decorated vintage Rolls-Royce. A photographer was snapping away at them while their families and friends stood nearby. Cutter pulled in behind a coach, rolled down his window, and followed Wijaya's ride with his eyes. Saw its taillights flare as it turned into a villa on the left of Pantai Belangan. It's just over 100 yards away, but I can't risk going any closer. How do I check out his residence? Is he alone? Does he have heavies with him? The wedding photographer launched a drone for photography. Of course. He climbed out, smiled at the people near him, and went to the rear of his ride. He was deeply tanned and could pass for being from the Mediterranean region, Central or South American countries, or even parts of Asia. He could blend in and hid his green eyes behind shades. He stood out in Pekatu, but there were enough Western tourists in the region that no one paid him any attention. He brought out a case from the rear and slid behind the vehicle. Assembled the drone within. It was unlike any commercial model. It was coated with the same type of paint that was on stealth bombers. Nano semiconductor tiles lined its body that changed its color to blend with the surrounding environment. Blue against the blue sky, dark in the night. The tiles switched shades instantly and rendered the drone near invisible to the naked eye. The brushless rotors made a barely audible hiss that could be heard only when the UAV was taking off or landing. Thermal imaging, a small cell tower to capture mobile phone signals, an EMP gun, infrared cameras, hooks. The drone had more technology packed into it than conventional military UAVs. The twins oversaw its development in association with a discreet defense contractor. That particular UAV model was custom designed for the agency. The drone had VR headsets too, through which it could be controlled. The headsets inserted the pilot in the feed. Beth and Megan were expert with the headsets. Cutter didn't like them. He waited until his ride was clear of the wedding party attendees, and then launched it casually. It rose in the air and instantly turned green, acquiring the color of the foliage, and then he couldn't see it. He opened an app on his phone, and his screen filled with the drone's feed while a parallel window opened to show its path. He navigated the UAV to Wajaya's villa. Gated entrance, high walls, tall palm trees that hid it from the street. But none of those were challenges to the drone. It had a lush front garden, several small ponds, and a large wooden door. Concrete construction with lots of glass. 7 or 8 rooms, he estimated. A pool at the back shimmered in the sunlight. He counted 2 security men at the front, armed with rifles, and 2 more at the back. He could take the drone to look into every room, but decided to do so when it turned dark. Wajaya's ride was in front of the door. Cutter waited while the UAV hovered high above the villa and identified security cameras and motion sensors. The wedding party drove away in a couple of hours. He waved at the beaming couple. The accompanying vehicles followed them. The tour coach remained on the street. It must be from some resort. That vehicle gave him cover. At 9 p.m., Wajaya appeared through the villa doors, flanked by 2 men who looked like bouncers. One of them got behind the wheel. The other opened the rear passenger door for Wajaya and got in the front. The SUV emerged from the villa's gates and drove past Cutter. He got the drone to follow it. The UAV, packed with extra-range batteries and powerful motors, could beat racing drones for speed. Keeping up with the enforcer's vehicle was easy. Cutter followed from a distance. Wajaya's ride went along the Uluwatu coastline and then entered Jalan Labuan Sate, a road that connected various resorts in Pekatu and gave access to the beaches. The SUV pulled into the parking lot of Bulgari Resort. This place is as exclusive as my hotel. He checked out the Italian and Balinese styles on the building. Wajaya seemed to be known to the doorman, as he and the passenger bouncer made jokes and disappeared inside. They emerged 40 minutes later with Wajaya on his phone. Cutter tailed them to more resort stops on Jalan Pantai Suluban, each one as brief as the Bulgari one. But the stop at Karma Kantara, the last resort Wajaya visited, was the longest. The enforcer was inside for more than an hour. I can't go inside. I'm not in disguise, and he and his bouncer will spot me. Cutter relaxed when the Bulam Hitam men came out and returned to their vehicle. Karma Kantara wasn't as upscale as Bulgari, but nevertheless, an upmarket hotel. Why was he there that long? Cutter followed Wajaya back to his villa on Pantai Balangan. And what's with these resort visits? He's running games there. Is the next game at Karma Kantara? Was he checking out the arrangements? Cutter mulled it over as he watched Wajaya's ride disappear into his villa on his drone feed. Only one way to find out. 14. Cutter was a changed man the next day. A casual business suit that he had bought in Kuta Selatan. A crisp white shirt. Loafers instead of dark shoes. A colorful fabric belt. Blonde streaks in his hair, gray contact lenses and cheek pads to freshen his face. He inspected his look. Will I pass for a Silicon Valley venture capitalist? He thought for a moment and ditched the dark jacket for his linen one. That will make me look more casual. He went to his laptop and riffled through the many fake legends Werner had created for the agency's use. Tony Marsala of Marsala Ventures San Francisco, I'll go with that. The AI software inserted his new look on the company's fake website. He memorized the bio. Born into a wealthy family. Yeah, that's the easiest way to get rich. He grinned. Managing the funds for the family office, investing in startups the world over, made bazillions in some AI chip company. Marsala was single. The website had a contact email and phone number. Cutter knew both were monitored, and a real person would answer the number and take messages. That was how the agency worked. He tick-marked the fake profile, which was the command for Werner to know it was active. Beth and Meg will get alerted as well. He went to Cutter Grogan and got Marsala's business cards printed. Just the name, email address and the number along with a LinkedIn QR code. He had seen enough such business cards from investors to know his looked authentic. The really serious ones don't carry cards. They ask to connect on social media, but that won't do for me in Bali. Cutter went to Karma Kandara at 11 p.m. The resort, like many others in Bali, was perched on the cliffside with its own private beach far below. A private funicular transported guests down to the beach where music played and food was being served. Cutter didn't go down to the beach. He huddled at the bar and pretended to drink heavily. He grew increasingly loud-voiced and slurred his speech. He noticed the bartender make a discreet gesture at a bouncer against the wall of the seating area. The heavy ambled across, ordered a soda, and returned to his station. Checking me out to see if I need to be hustled out. He took a small sip of his cocktail and eyed the dance floor. "Are there any games here?" he shouted at the bartender. "Yes, sir," the man replied as he deftly served another customer. "Down at the beach." "Not those kinds of games. Cards and other games." "No, sir. Gambling is illegal in Indonesia." "I am sure you can arrange a game for me," Cutter insisted. "I won't be the only one who wants some action. What do you say, buddy?" He eyed the Western-looking man next to him. The man took his drink, mumbled something, and hurried away. "I have money, lots of it." He put his card on the counter, leaned over, and spoke loudly to be overheard by several other customers. "I came to Bali thinking I would have a good time, play poker, baccarat. This is Bali." A woman flashed a smile at him. "None of the resorts have those." "I know. But I'm sure they can put up a game for us." He gave her an exaggerated wink. She took her drink and left. Cutter continued whining for several moments until the bartender told him to take his drink and move to a table. He went unsteadily, cursing audibly, and planted himself at a table. Made believe to drink, and then went to the restroom. "Sir, are you staying here?" The bouncer was at the door when he came out. "No. In the Bulgari." He had made a reservation at that resort before he arrived. "They don't have any games there either." He cursed. "What kind of place is this?" "Sir, I think you need some fresh air." The bouncer pointed to the balcony. "I need to play cards," Cutter told him. "Sir, if you'll follow me." The heavy took his elbow and escorted him smoothly to the terrace and guided him to an empty table. The pie huffed, but sat nevertheless, aware that he had attracted attention. "Exactly what I wanted." He returned to the bar moments later, ordered another drink, and saw that his business card had disappeared. "Let me know if any place has anything going on," he yelled at the bartender. He thought he heard a curse, but the man's back was to him. Cutter weaved out of the bar drunkenly and dropped his wallet in front of the bouncer. He saw the heavy's eyes go to the thick wad of US dollars in it. He got the text when he was driving back to his resort. It was from an anonymous number. The message was in English. "Game ongoing at Alila Hotel. Bring your passport. Come alone. Tell the doorman 4583. 15. Alila is in Uluwatu too. He pulled over and looked up the hotel in his map application. Not far from my resort. 5 miles north of it. It was a 4-star resort with good reviews. No mention of any card games. Obviously, he snorted. If Bulam Hittam's running them, they'll be careful. His phone buzzed. Someone called Tony Marsala's office, Beth said. They said they are a tech startup. Crypto exchange space. They are looking for 20 mil. Did the man identify himself? John Weddles. He's a tech lawyer. He said he's representing this firm and helping them fundraise. He gave an address. Yeah, it's fake. He was interested in knowing all about you. He said values needed to align. Did he say leverage and synergy? Yeah, she laughed at the corporate speak. Louise sent him the whole package on you. To the email address Weddles provided. Package was the information download that formed the bio for the alias. More detailed than what's on the website, he recalled. Louise. She runs the answering service for the aliases. You haven't met her. She's smart. When was this? An hour ago. When I was creating a ruckus at the bar. They're checking on me. They. Boulam hit him. I think. Why? I'm going to one of their games. Why? I need to get to Wajaya. I think he's running them. He briefed them on his surveillance. He might not be there. That's a risk I'll take. Why can't you take him down at his villa? His men seem competent. In any case, I need to know more about him and his operation. How much are you planning to lose? Megan asked. Cutter smiled. They know how bad I am at cards. $20–30K. No comments from them. They know my finances better than my bank. Several billionaire clients had rewarded him generously, many multiples over what he had billed them. He was still on extravagant retainers to many of them. I have more money than I need. The slush fund he had built over the years helped him to take on pro bono cases. Boulam Hittam will expect Marsala to spend that kind of money, Beth commented. Yeah. You can't take your Glock with you. I don't intend to. Wear a button camera, Megan advised. I don't have one. Doofus. They're with the weapons, in a box that came with the vehicle. Replace a button on your jacket with one. Werner will automatically sync with it. Battery. They are all charged, she said patiently. That entire compartment is a wireless charging box. Those will not be detected by any security device, Beth chimed. Go spend your money. Try to remain alive. She hung up on that encouraging note. He went to the rear of the vehicle and found the box of fake buttons. It had a sewing kit in it as well. He inspected one button. Just where's the camera? He made a note to ask the twins about it. He snipped a button off on his jacket, sewed on its replacement, and drove to Alila. He parked as far as possible in its lot, removed his phone, and walked to the entrance. The hotel was busy despite the hour. Cars coming to the entrance, dropping off or picking up guests. Most rooms were brightly lit, and the lobby was crowded. Maybe a tour party arrived. The doorman greeted him in Indonesian, and then in English. 4,583, Cutter whispered. Nothing magical happened. The man gestured him inside. Cutter hung around inside. What happens next? A server appeared with a tray, a wine bottle, and 2 glasses. Mr. Marsala. He smiled. Follow me, please. Need operation. The doorman must have alerted the gang about me. They must have checked me out, confirmed I am alone, and this dude approached me. He followed the server down the side of the lobby to a carpeted stairwell. An ornate rope blocked entrance to it. The server unhooked it and gestured at the steps. They are expecting you, sir. Cutter went down, half expecting Wajaya to confront him. No Wajaya. The stairs opened up in a large reception area with several doors, at one of which were 2 men in the hotel's uniform. No smiles. The men searched him thoroughly, even going through his shoes. The wand they had didn't pick up the button camera. One of them compared him to something on his phone. Must be a photograph. Your address? The man asked. I'm staying at the... Your address in America. Cutter gave him the Marsala's San Francisco address. Which school did you go to? He smiled inwardly. That information is available only in the package. Valley High, he said. He answered more questions and surrendered his passport. You'll get it back when you leave. We need a $5,000 security. Why? Cutter put on a surprised expression. He had been expecting such a demand. Those are the rules. It's for your safety. That's probably to cover their operating costs, pay off the hotel staff. He thought of protesting, but decided Tony Marsala wouldn't make a fuss since he had been desperate for the game. He removed a bundle of bills, counted off $5,000 and gave them to the men. The game's inside. He nodded at the door. Games are illegal in Indonesia, sir. One of the men counted the bills. That's a networking event for high net worth people. Cutter entered the room. Yeah, networking event for sure. He smirked at the arrangement in the room. Tables with various card games, each of which had several players of Western, Asian, and Mediterranean origin going by their looks. Security guards discreetly lined at the walls. A small bar serving drinks. A hostess approached him. Mr. Marsala. She smiled. In the event of any trouble, like a fire alarm going off, you should follow me to safety. Fire alarm. Like if the cops arrive. Does it go off often? It hasn't, sir. We run a safe event. Would you like anything to drink? He ordered the same cocktail that he had had at Karma Kandara and went to one of the poker tables. He sat at an empty chair and began playing. He stopped at 2 a.m., pretending to look like he was drunk and a sore loser. During that time, he had learned 2 of the men were from New York, one was Canadian, one was Italian, and the last one was an Argentinian millionaire. All of them were regulars. The dealer hadn't allowed any more small talk. Cutter put down the last of his cards, pushed the last of his money to the winner and stood up. He swayed. Saw the hostess glance at him. He pretended to pick his way carefully among the tables. Did you enjoy yourself, Mr. Marsala? She smiled. I should have won, he slurred and went out. He kept up his drunken act until he neared his Range Rover and was unlocking it when he heard movement behind him. He started turning around when a blow struck him, and he lost consciousness. He came to when he was jolted. He was laid out on the rear seat of his Range Rover. Hands and feet tied. 2 men at the front, none of whom he recognized. "Who are you?" he shouted. The men didn't reply. He struggled to sit up, and saw they were on an unmarked track near the cliffs. There are many of those in Pekatu. No way of knowing where exactly I am. He tried to look at the navigation system, and got the driver's elbow in his face. Why did you do that? Do you know who I am? I am an American citizen, he yelled. Neither of the men responded. Have they seen through my alias? No, they wouldn't have let me inside the game. The vehicle bumped over grass and came to a stop near a cliff drop. Déjà vu, he thought. Here we go again. He let himself be yanked out and charged at the men as soon as he found his balance. The driver punched him in his belly. The second man produced a knife. Who are you? He asked in English. Cutter swallowed his fear. It wasn't panic time yet. I am Tony Marsala, he said forcefully. Why are you doing this to me? I'll have you arrested. Do you know how powerful I am? The blade swung at his face. He ducked and fell to the ground. Slithered back rapidly, and when the man charged, kicked him in his groin. The man howled and dropped his knife. The second man swore and started moving forward. Got to get to the knife before he does. Can't let him. A scream burst through the night. The men spun around. Cutter rolled desperately to the knife, twisting his body until his hands wrapped around its hilt. They didn't tie my hands behind my back. That made it easier for him to maneuver. "Awasi dia?" the driver said to the man he had kicked and went to inspect the scream. "Watch him." Knife Man smiled widely, wickedly, as he watched Cutter desperately saw at the bindings on his feet. The Pai kicked his legs wide as he felt them loosen. The man hesitated. "Help!" Cutter shouted. The man reached behind his waist. Cutter lurched to his feet and lunged at him, tripping, and then righting himself when his feet freed. "Don't lose the knife," he warned himself as his shoulder crashed into the man's chest. He couldn't get the angle right, and the knife slid past the thug's waist. The hitter jumped back. He reached again behind his back. "He's got a gun." Cutter swore and dove away, racing behind his Range Rover as a shot rang out and bounced off the vehicle's roof. He fumbled at the vehicle's door and climbed behind the wheel. Another shot spanged against the hood. The thug ran towards the vehicle. Cutter, chest heaving, jammed his bound fingers against the start button to fire up the Range Rover, changed to drive, spun the wheel, jammed the gas, and sped just as the man punched the window with his gun. The Range Rover responded with a surge that pinned Cutter against the seat, and then he was away, rocking and swaying, navigating with his tied hands until he reached the dirt track and he accelerated. "I got away." He fist-pumped mentally as he checked the rear-view mirror. "I've got to stop somewhere and cut myself free before they get back up." And then he jammed the brake hard. 16. "Fool," he cursed, and gear shifted to park. That scream. It sounded like a woman's. "They'll kill her." He bent unsteadily and picked up the knife which had fallen to the floorboard. He gritted his teeth as he held the hilt in his mouth and rested its tip against the wheel. He sawed rapidly, sweat beading his forehead, his jaws aching. The knife slipped off the wheel. He groaned frustratedly, tilted his head and positioned it again to resume his sawing. The plastic tie fell off. No time to chafe his wrists. He gear shifted hard, yanked the wheel around and jammed the accelerator. The Range Rover leapt forward and raced onto the grass. "Can I find them?" This is a huge expanse of ground, all the way to the cliff's edge. He lowered all windows and strained to listen above the sound of the engine and the rushing air. Was that another scream in the distance? He nudged the wheel to his 2 o'clock, turned the lights to high beam, and clamped his jaws as the vehicle bounced on its shocks as it sped. There. The men were lit by his Range Rover. Their backs to him. One of them holding a man by his neck, the other grabbing the woman. Cutter didn't know if he yelled as rage consumed him. He wasn't aware of stopping the vehicle and jumping out. He was conscious of running to them, gripping the knife in his hand. "I should have taken my Glock," he thought dimly, as he saw the men whirl around, shove the couple away, and prepare to meet him. He went into lethal fight mode instinctively, noting how the men stood with their feet spread, both reaching at their waists for their guns. He was 15 feet away. The driver's gun came up when he was less than 8 feet away. Cutter dove to a skidding slide, wincing at the stones scraping his face. "Get away." "Stay down," he roared in English at the couple. He didn't know if they understood, but they stumbled back, the woman continually moaning. Cutter slashed at the driver's leg, who jumped back but stumbled over a rocky outcrop. The second man shot at him and missed, the round going into the ground. Cutter lunged up at the driver again. He's closer. He's the main threat. The thug's gun was straightening at him when the knife plunged into his groin. Cutter kicked with his legs instantly to spin around on the ground and get the driver between him and the second thug. He jammed down on the earth with his left palm to rise, and when he was halfway up, released his hold on the knife and punched the driver in his chest to send him reeling towards his companion. He had the advantage. He had the momentum. He was ruthless. He caught the driver's gun hand, twisted the man's wrist, broke it, snatched the gun, and fired over the man's shoulder at his partner, who was desperately diving away. The driver howled and punched weakly at his chest. Cutter dropped into a crouch, corrected his aim at the second hitter, who was rolling on the ground, firing desperately at him, hearing the whine of bullets going harmlessly past him. His first round caught the man in the belly, the second in his chest and the third in his face. He smashed the gun's barrel on the driver's face and dropped him to the ground. "Look away," he told the couple. They didn't react, horror and fear on their faces. He gestured with his gun. The man wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and spun her around. Cutter ground the gun in the driver's groin, and he shrieked. "Why did you attack me?" he asked grimly. The man flailed on the ground, sobbing, jerking, trying to break free. "Why did you attack me?" Cutter asked sibilantly. "Marsala only one night. Bulgari," the man wept. "Suspicious. Who sent you?" He raised his gun. "Booty." The man shrank. "Do you know who I am?" No. Cutter wiped sweat from his face and considered the man's answers. He searched him, brought out his phone, forced the driver to unlock it, and checked the man's call and message history. Several missed calls from Booty Wijaya. A terse message from the enforcer from a while ago. He used his own phone to translate the words. Tony Marsala might be fake. Find out who he is. Kill him if he's police. Cutter noted the timestamp and worked it backwards. That was when I was leaving Karma Kantara. Where were you at the hotel? The hitter didn't understand him. Di mana kamu di hotel? He used his phone translation to ask the question in Bahasa Indonesian. Outside. The man shuddered when the Pai raised his gun. In car park. Did you see me going in? Cutter did the translation trick again. Yeah. Did you see my car? No. No, he shouted when the American rested the gun barrel on his thigh, which was soaked in blood. Cutter raised his head to confirm the couple was still looking away. Why were you attacking them? To check if they were with you. Cutter shot him in the head, pocketed his phone, and went to the couple. Don't look at them, he said sharply when the man turned to look at him. The woman sobbed and buried her head in his chest. Please don't, the man began. Cutter swore, stuffed the gun in his waist, and raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture. Do you speak English? Yeah, the woman replied. I am not going to hurt you. You are safe. You are safe, he repeated slowly. Understand? The man tried to look over his shoulder. Cutter moved to block his view. Don't look at them. What were they asking you? If we knew who you were, the woman's voice shook. She was clutching the man's shoulder tightly, but she met the Pai's eyes. What were you doing here this late? She licked her lips. We are engaged. It was only then he noticed they were young. Must be in their 20s. I was that young once and was engaged too. Yes, I understand. He smiled briefly and hoped she could see his expression. His back was to the Range Rover's headlights, his face in shadow. How did you come here? We took a taxi. We were here for many hours. How will you get back? We have a friend. I will drop you off. If you trust me. She whispered to her fiancé, who nodded instantly at Cutter. Kami percaya padamu, saudara. We trust you, brother, the woman translated. Where are you from? Kuta, Selatan. You are far from home. There are good beaches there, too. We wanted to go someplace less crowded. I understand. I too was engaged and married once. Please don't look back. I will bring my car here. You can climb in. He went to the Range Rover at her nod and drove it over to them. They climbed into the back and sat shivering. He turned up the heating and drove away from the bodies. Are they dead? She asked when they were on a dirt track heading towards Firm Road. Yeah. Who are you? Her voice shook. A friend. You came back for us. He flicked his eyes to the rearview mirror and met their gazes. You got into trouble because of me. They would have killed you. I can drop you off at the police station in Kuta Selatan. Tell them what happened. Don't lie. Don't cover for me. It will be better for you. You won't get into trouble then. They whispered to each other, with the man shaking his head doubtfully. He says, "Won't you get in trouble?" she relayed. "Don't worry about me." He smiled briefly. She looked searchingly at her fiancé, and then nodded finally. "Okay. Your English is good." "I run the Happy Duck Cafe in Jimbaran," she said proudly. "Many foreigners come to my restaurant. I learned English to serve them. She nudged her fiancé, is also learning. But his is not as good as mine." Cutter nodded approvingly and drove in silence. He didn't speak when shock hit them, and their teeth started chattering audibly. He turned up the heating even more, didn't look at them when she sobbed quietly, her fiancé whispering to her gently. Cutter Grogan drove quietly in the night until he approached the Polsek station in Kuta Selaton. He pulled over on Jalan Uluwatu and felt them stir behind him. He twisted to face them. "That's the police station. Go there and tell your story. If you get in any trouble, I will find out about it. I will help you get free." The woman raised a shaking hand at him. He clasped it in both of his. "How can we thank you?" she asked. "Be happy. Stay happy. I will come to your restaurant one day," he told her. "Though you won't recognize me." He nodded encouragingly when they climbed out and stood uncertainly, and then reversed and drove away when they started towards the Polsek station. "I need another alibi," he called Beth when he was out of Kuta Selaton. She listened in silence while he broke it down for her. "Did you work it out, how they got onto you?" "Yeah," he said bitterly. "I booked Marsala's room for only one night at the Bulgari. That must have red flagged them." "Correct. You should have booked for longer." "I didn't know." "Yeah," Megan joined in with a drawl. "In future, leave all that to us." "Yes, ma'am." "Your alibi's done. You were at the resort all along. We will make the camera feed show you never left. But you need another ride. Your Range Rover has bullet marks on it." "Yeah. Go to Denpasar and get a replacement from Putu Surya. Now. It's late. We'll alert him. He's worked with us for years. He's used to late hours." Her voice lightened. "I looked up the Happy Duck. They have great reviews. We'll have to check it out when we are next in Bali." 17. It was close to 3 a.m. when Cutter returned from Denpasar with another Range Rover. It too was dark and had the same number plates as his previous one. Surya was awake, alert, and hadn't commented when he saw the bullet marks. Cutter pulled into his resort's parking lot confidently, went to his room unseen by any staff and showered. He sat on his bed and checked the recording on his phone that Werner had received from the button camera. How did that small device relay the recording? I didn't have my phone with me at the game. Did it store locally and then send when it acquired the connection? Yeah, that must be it. Nevertheless, he made a mental note to ask the twins how the button camera worked. The video footage was clear, each player, thug, the hostess, and the servers identifiable. He then checked the drone footage of him following Wajaya. Enough in there to show him going to the various resorts. He eyed the pile of dirty clothes he had discarded. Those hitters' blood and DNA will be on them. He had the driver's gun as well. He inspected his wrists. They were red. The forearm cut from the previous time was healing. His head was sore, his body ached, but he had no serious injuries. Those hitters should have tied my hands behind my back. They were as overconfident as the ones with Rahman. He rose with a groan, bundled his dirty clothes and went out. He drove to Pantai Nyang, a remote beach near Uluwatu's cliff edge. He found the remains of an old cooking fire, relit the remaining wood, and burned the clothes until only ash remained, which he scattered wide and stubbed out the smoldering wood. He drove back, went to another cliff edge, and flung the driver's gun into the Indian Ocean. A light rain started when he was returning to the resort. The downpour was heavy by the time he parked and ran into the resort. That will wash away any of my DNA at the fight scene. He dried himself and fired a text to Beth. Cameras need to be scrubbed again. Way ahead of you. It's done, she replied with a fist pump emoji. Don't you two sleep. We will, if you let us. He grinned, tossed his phone on the bed, threw himself on it and slept. The smell of rain was heavy in the air when he went for breakfast later in the day. The resort was buzzing. Guests talking excitedly to one another, many of them hanging around in the lobby. What's up? He asked Arif when the manager hustled past him in the dining room. The police found 2 bodies on a cliff not far from here. Arif poured juice into a glass for him. Cutter thanked him with a head bob. 2 bodies? How did they die? They were killed. The Pi put on a shocked expression. What is happening on this island, Arif? Ever since Maya was killed, bodies are turning up everywhere. The manager shot him a sharp look. Penida Karthika is here. I'm sure she'll want to talk to you. The killer's here. No. She's questioning guests at all the nearby resorts. Here she is. Karthika spoke to him briefly as he hurried away and regarded the PI. Cutter Grogan. It's good to see you too, ma'am. I heard your island has more crime than my hometown these days. She took a spare glass and poured herself juice. Sipped it while she stood over him. A power move. He hid his smile. Where were you last night? He drew back. You think I murdered those men? Maya, 2 bodies in Kuta Selaton. I didn't kill them. You know that. Did you identify them? They are Bulam Hitam men. Bulam Hitam. He frowned. What's that? They are a criminal gang, Cutter Grogan. They run betting and gambling games in Bali. They are a dangerous gang. You haven't arrested any of their men. Her gaze flattened. I am investigating them. You are leading it. You find it surprising that a woman leads a gang investigation, Cutter Grogan? No. You are a good detective. How do you know that? I have my sources, Penida Karthika. She watched him the way a hawk watched its prey as she drank her juice. 3 bodies on a cliff 2 nights ago, she continued, and then 2 today early morning. Have you identified them? I don't report to you, Cutter Grogan. If Bulam Hitam's involved, they must have killed Maya. She must have found out something. Maybe the gang was running games here. I am investigating, Cutter Grogan. She put her glass down. You didn't answer my question. Where were you last night? He smiled. Penida Karthika, you are a good detective. I am sure the first thing you did was look up the security footage here. You would have seen I didn't leave the resort. She turned to leave without an answer. Please come to me when you are free. Why? I am requesting Penida Karthika. She nodded briefly and left. He read the English newspaper, skipped the headlines about politics back home, and checked out the sports pages. Kadak arrived. Spoke to him for a while, and then a shadow fell across him. Karthika. Please come with me, he said and set off to the parking lot before she could reply. We are not going on a date, Cutter Grogan. She stood outside the resort's entrance. A light breeze freed a wisp of dark hair from her ponytail. Her face was devoid of makeup. Her neat features expressionless, her eyes dark deep, watching him. She was in her usual attire. Dark pants, a police jacket, comfortable boots. Short fingernails, no varnish on them. She'll be wary of men's advances. It isn't. I want to show you something. You can do that here. Not with your people in the resort. She came down the steps grudgingly and sat in the Range Rover. She checked it out quickly, her eyes flicking to his, but said nothing. He drove quickly to Tegalwangi Beach and parked under a palm tree. Her face twisted in rage when she took in the secluded spot. Cutter Grogan, I warned you. He played the game's recording on his phone and showed it to her. Her hand dropped from the door's handle. She settled back, took the phone from his hand and watched intently. How did you get this? She asked when the video finished. From a friend. Where was this? Karma Kantara. Yesterday. Were you there? No. He met her eyes. If you are lying, Cutter Grogan. I am not. Who is this friend? I can't tell you. You are withholding information from me. I showed you proof of an illegal game in a well-known resort in Bali. What more do you want? There is no way to identify this. You can see Karma Kantara's billboard on the building as the camera enters the hotel. Here, there's more. He took the phone back, flicked through the recordings, and showed her Wijaya's hotel visits. Do you know who that is? Her face tightened. You said you didn't know who Booty Wijaya was. I don't, he lied. Is that his name? She pinched her forehead and breathed audibly. Cutter Grogan, you are interfering in my investigation. Maybe you don't want to find out who killed Maya. Karthika whirled on him. My case has to be perfect, she raged. If it gets thrown out, everyone will say I am sloppy. That it is because I am a woman. If I take your videos, I will be asked how I got them. All I can hear is excuses from you. She froze. For a moment, he thought she would strike him. Then she snatched the door handle, jumped out and walked away rapidly onto the beach. Penida Karthika, he bellowed. Ma'am. But she didn't respond. 18. Karthika had calmed down by the time she returned to Mangapura. She had called a friend who had driven to the beach and had taken her to the Polres station on Jalan Kibo Iwa. She sat at her desk in the bullpen, staring at her screen. She had returned to an email from a random email address. The message had two attachments. One was the game's video, the other was Wijaya's movements. She knew Cutter Grogan had sent them, but there was no way she could trace the email back to the American. I'll have to lie that I don't know who sent those, she thought bitterly. His words had cut deeply. What does he know? He's a rich American tourist. I am one of the very few women detectives in Bali. He does not know anything about my life. Powerful male officers had made her life miserable after she had accused her senior of harassment. She had requested the transfer to Kuta Selaton, to be based in Mangapura, finally. But she knew every officer was aware of her backstory. Male officers tended to be very careful with her. None of them accompanied her alone. Even her women colleagues gave her a wide berth. She blinked furiously. I will not cry. I will not let that American affect me. She stood up abruptly and marched down the hallway, took several still images of the videos, and knocked on Chief Inspector Bambang Sujono's office. Her boss. Yeah, he said from inside. She opened the door and stood, waiting for him to look up. He was in his late 40s, his gray-flecked hair styled short, clean-shaven, lines around his eyes and mouth. His uniform was crisp and wrinkle-free. She swallowed. The Bulam Hidam case was the first big one she had gotten after her transfer. Because no one wants it, a small inner voice told her snidely. She suspected many officers in Bali were corrupted by the gang, but she had no proof of that. Maya's death and the subsequent killings had been given to her since she had successfully argued there could be a connection between them and the gang. Ya Karthika, apa yang bisa saya lakukan untukmu? He looked up from the file he was studying. Yes, Karthika, how can I help you? She placed the printouts on his desk. I got this from an anonymous informer, Pak. Those are printouts of videos I got. One is of an illegal game at Karma Kantara, and the other, you know who that is, Pak. Do you have the videos? Karthika nodded briefly, went to her desk, and returned with her laptop. She played the videos for him. Who sent them? She opened the email and showed it to him. That's from a free email service. I looked up the proxy address, but it is somewhere in Estonia. Whoever sent it knew what they were doing. How do you know these videos are genuine, Karthika? She looked at him quickly. I don't have any reason to believe they are fake, Pak. Please get our Inafi team to investigate them and also the email. With AI these days, anything is possible. Yes, Pak. She took the photographs and her laptop and left. Karthika. He stopped her. I don't mean to discourage you, but we have to be careful. Yes, Pak. I understand. Any developments on those murders last night? No, Pak. Didn't you have 2 witnesses, a couple who walked into the Cutter-Grogan station? They didn't witness the actual killing, Pak. They said the men were assaulting them when a man came in and saved them. There was a fight, he warned them to look away, and they heard shots. They didn't see anything. I call them witnesses, Sujono said dryly. Karthika flushed. Yes, Pak. Did they describe this man? They said he was tall, looked Indonesian, but they couldn't be sure. What language did he speak? Bahasa, Pak. Have you put an alert out based on their description? No, Pak. I have asked them to come in again, after they have rested. I will make them sit with our artist, who will draw the man based on their description. Good. Nothing at all on the rest of the killings. No, Pak. We are sure Maya was thrown off the cliff, but I have decided to keep that knowledge to ourselves. You want the killers to feel overconfident? Yes, Pak. She returned to her desk and slumped in her chair. Saw a missed call from the American, and swore quietly. Pak Rogan could wait. 19. Sujono put down his pen and closed his file. He reached into his desk and brought out a phone. He fingered it for a moment, and then reluctantly dialed a number. We have 2 videos, he told the man who answered the phone. One is of a game at Karma Kantara, and the other of Wijaya visiting several resorts. Is Wijaya in the first video? The man asked. No. Who is leading the investigation? Penyidik Indah Karthika. She's a good detective. What have you told her? To check if the videos are genuine. Who sent them? She doesn't know. Do you believe her? Yes. I saw the sender's email. It is an anonymous informant. Stal Karthika. Sujono gripped the phone so hard that his fingers hurt. He erased the call from the phone's history and threw it back in his desk. He knew the speaker would change his number and inform him of the new one. It was SOP, standard operating protocol for the man. He felt bitter, humiliated, but couldn't do anything. I am the chief inspector in this Polres. But only I know what I am. Budi Wijaya strolled into Fadil's office on Jalan Singgita like he owned it. Shut the door, Fadil told him coldly. Wijaya closed the door and dropped in a chair opposite the businessman. What was so important that you called me? Were you followed? You insult me, Iskander. I'm not an amateur. Fadil didn't relax. The police are interested in you. They have videos. A game at Karma Kantara, and you visiting various resorts. Wijaya stilled. When? How? An anonymous informer sent them to Mangapura Polres today. I thought you had the police under control, Wijaya snarled. I have. Wijaya thought for a moment, and then smirked. There's nothing to connect me to any game. Those hotel visits. I am a free man. I go to many hotels. Your people can be trusted. Yeah. Are those dead men on TV your men? Wijaya's sneer vanished. Someone is killing them. Could that man be the informer? It could be. It could be a rival gang. I am investigating. You are becoming hot. The police have always been investigating me and my gang. Did anything come of it? You have to thank me for that. You are only responsible for what happens here, in Pekatu and Kuta Selatan. My gang is all over Indonesia. Don't take credit for everything, Wijaya hissed. You should lie low. Don't tell me what to do, and I won't tell you how to run your business. What are you planning, anyway? You never told me. And I never will, Fadil said coldly. We came together for mutual interests. You approached me. You needed my help with the police. And we pay you well for that. It is not a one-way street, Wijaya snapped. Fadil nodded placatingly. All I am saying is be careful. All this is happening too close to. Too close to what? You'll find out soon enough. If it will impact my business, I need to know. It won't. Wijaya settled back. He and Fadil weren't friends. They were business partners. Uneasy ones at that, but there was an element of trust. Without that, we can't work together. He snorted. I will divert the police's attention. How? Fadil's eyes sharpened. There's this American, Cutter Grogan. What kind of name is that? He's staying in the same resort Maya was working in. He thinks she was murdered. How does he know that? Fadil jerked forward. He's just making noise. I'll take care of him. He'll be the distraction. He's American, Fadil warned. Be careful. I'm not going to kill him. Wijaya smiled wickedly. I'll do something worse. What is that? Do you want to know? Fadil leaned back. No. Be careful. None of this should come back to us. I am not stupid, Iskander. I am not new either. Iskander Fadil drank water from his glass, checked his phone and went to the window. It overlooked the front of the building, with a view of the parking lot and the street. His eyes lingered on the flags fluttering on lamp poles, advertising that evening's Kesik dance at Uluwatu Temple. His gaze alighted on a poster, announcing the forthcoming visit of the U.S. ambassador to Pekatu. He smiled. Not long now. Movement in the parking lot caught his attention. Wijaya going to his ride. His hands tightened on the windowsill. Fadil had been planning for a long time. No one other than his innermost circle knew what would go down in a few days. Wijaya is reckless. He has become arrogant. He hasn't been arrested even once, and that makes him think he's untouchable. Never let anyone else's recklessness jeopardize your position. Fadil had learned that over the years, as he carefully put in place the various pieces that would complete the jigsaw in a few days. Who's this man, Cutter Grogan? He went to his computer and searched the name. He sucked in his breath sharply when several results came up. New York private investigator. He had received a lot of coverage in that city for shutting down several criminal gangs. Not just the city, all of America, Fadil read. He had an army background. Some kind of special forces. Fadil reached for his phone. Does Wijaya know of this man? He stopped himself. Wijaya wasn't a fool, despite his arrogance and recklessness. He had an animal cunning and was ruthless. If this Grogan keeps digging into Maya's death, who knows what he'll find? Did he kill Wijaya's men? It was possible, he thought. He has the skills and experience. But it was unlikely. There was no way the American, acting alone, could have identified Wijaya's men. He can't have sent those videos either. No, it was most likely a rival gang. Which doesn't bother me. Let Fadil deal with Grogan, he decided. Now that he knew who the American was, it was a good idea. Wijaya looked up at Fadil's office as he slid into the driver's seat. He thought he saw a shadow at the businessman's window, but he could be mistaken. He's too cautious, he sneered. He does not take calculated risks. He didn't know what Fadil's game was, and he didn't care. His immediate focus was Cutter Grogan. From his contacts at the resort, he knew the man was asking questions whenever the police went there. I know how to deal with him. I'll set him up, and the police will have their suspect. 20. Cutter was having his evening Balinese kopi, watching the sun reflected in the ocean. A picture of tranquility, and for a moment he forgot about Maya and all that had transpired. Until Katak's beaming face came into his vision. He finished his beverage and let her take away his cup. Pak Grogan, she said, balancing her tray in one hand. There's someone here to see you. I am a popular man. He grinned. Who is it? Inspector Adi. Adi. He frowned. Not Penidak, Karthika. She's not responding to my calls and messages. No, Pak. It's the inspector. He's waiting for you in the lobby. Cutter straightened and followed her. Saw the uniformed inspector, who was alone. What's up, Inspector? Penidak, Karthika wants to see you. Let's go. Cutter frowned. Go where? Why isn't she here? Why did she send you? To Mangapura. I don't know why. She ordered me to escort you. Escort me? Are you arresting me? No, Pak Grogan, Adi forced a laugh. I too don't know the reason. She said it was urgent and I was close by. Arif passed by, speaking in his phone. He hesitated when he took them in, sensing something. Cutter shook his head and nodded at Adi when the manager departed. Let's go. He got into Adi's Toyota and belted himself in. Mangapura is an hour away, isn't it? Yeah, Pak. Karthika comes all the way from there. Yeah, Pak. She's looking into all the recent criminal activity in the peninsula. Do you know what's happening to Maya's case? I am not in the loop, Pak. The Penidak is handling it too. They drove out of the resort and hit the road to the north and reached the outskirts of Kuta. Are you married, Adi? Cutter made small talk. Yes, Pak. We have a small daughter. She starts school next year. The Pai nodded. The traffic thickened when they got onto Jalan Sunset Road. We have to take a right from somewhere ahead. He pictured the map in his mind. Traffic lights came up. They turned red. Adi slowed. The Toyota was the first vehicle at the junction. Two motorbikes drew up by Adi's side. Cutter glanced at them casually. Both helmeted, attired on dark leather on what looked like powerful Yamahas, the throb of their engines coming through the Toyota's raised window. One rider drew close to the police vehicle. What the? Cutter began. The rider tapped Adi's window. The inspector frowned and lowered it. Don't. Cutter yelled, his inner radar warning him of danger. The rider shot Adi in the head, tossed his gun in Cutter's lap and sped away. The second rider, coming up from behind, glanced inside the window, revved his machine and followed his partner. They went through the red light, took the right onto Jalan Imam Bonjol and went out of sight. Cutter was in shock. He had caught the gun reflexively. It was in his palms. Adi's body was slumped sideways on his right shoulder. Blood and brain matter from the man staining his shirt. Honks from behind as the light changed. A car drove up. The driver yelled through his lowered window, saw the inspector, opened his mouth and raced away. Move. The inner voice roused Cutter. He dropped the gun to the floorboard, flung open his door and jumped out. Someone shouted. He didn't stop. Traffic swirled around him, horns sounding angrily as he raced across the road onto Jalan Raya Kuta, the street on the left side of the lights. They killed Adi. He reached for his phone and then discarded the thought. I've been set up. Even if I call Karthika, she'll have to take me in for questioning. She might have to hand over the case to someone else. Can't risk that. They knew what they were doing. They killed an inspector in plain daylight. They'll have figured out how to get me arrested. He sprinted, arms and legs pumping, chest heaving, going into operator mode. He knew what to look for. A motorbike. He saw one, someone who looked like a delivery driver returning from a shop, going to his ride, raising his helmet to his head. Cutter lunged at him, punched him in the face. Sorry, he shouted. I'll explain later. If I'm still alive and free. He snatched the bike's keys, took the helmet from the falling man and swung over the vehicle. It purred to life and jerked forward when he throttled it wide. He knew the area. He had traveled all over Bali. He went down Jalan Raya Kuta, swung abruptly into a small alley, took several more turns, twisting through small streets, checking frequently behind him, until he joined Nusa Dua Road and opened up. He bent low, feeling the bike respond to his body and his commands on the throttle and brakes. He would have enjoyed the ride any other day and time. Not then. 20 minutes later, he was nearing the resort. He scanned the track for police vehicles. No sign of them. He stopped 300 yards away from the hotel's entrance, dumped the bike to the side of the track, and sprinted towards the resort. He circled its wall and went to the door Arif had taken him out when they had gone to view Maya's body. He vaulted over the wall and landed on the lawn. There weren't any guests nearby. He straightened his shirt, slicked back his hair, and walked casually, ready to break away to the wall if any cops arrived. No one paid him any attention. No Kadak or Arif in sight when he skirted the pool and entered the building. He hurried to his room and went to the safe where he withdrew his passport, several bundles of cash, and dumped them in a backpack. He went out of the room. My Range Rover's in the parking lot. I've to go past the lobby. Cops might be arriving any moment. It was a risk he had to take. He went out to the lobby, making himself stroll, eyes scanning the large open space, his body taut, his left hand holding the backpack, right hand ready to zip it open and draw out the Glock. I'm not going to shoot anyone, but no way am I going to let myself be arrested, he thought grimly. There were no cops. He sprinted to his Range Rover once he was out, fired it up and sped away. He stopped in a clearing, confirmed there was no traffic either side, hurried to the rear where he extracted false number plates and swapped them with the ones on his ride. Back again, behind the vehicle. Shades and cap to cover his face. No time for a disguise. He punched an address on the navigation system and accelerated. 15 minutes later, he made a call. I need help. Why else would you call? Beth sighed. I killed Inspector Adi. What? Megan echoed her sister. I didn't, he clarified, but that's what the news will look like. I think. He caught them up swiftly. Yeah, lot of internet chatter, Beth said. Picture is unclear at the moment, but people are saying a police officer has been killed in Kuta. That's Adi. You need to surrender. Not going to happen. I am being set up. Your escaping makes it worse for you. I know that. Cutter, Megan said calmly as if he was discussing the weather, what do you need from us? Does Surya have less recognizable vehicles? He does. They will have smaller caches, but you should be able to manage. You can fight battles but not wage wars with what's in them, Beth chuckled. You believe me? Why are you even asking that? You're irritating. You're smug. You think you are funny. Newsflash, you aren't. You think too much of your looks. You barely know how to operate your phone, let alone Werner. But you aren't an assassin. His shoulders relaxed. He blinked rapidly and he breathed deeply. He's having an emotional moment, she said. Yeah, Megan agreed. I think he's going to cry. Please, Cutter. Don't cry. Spare us. He shook his head. I can't thank you, he began thickly. Save it. Get to Surya's safely. We'll warn him. Cutter reached Denpasar 40 minutes later. Uneventfully. He passed several cruisers speeding with their lights and sirens on, but none slowed. Putu Surya was outside his garage on Jalan Pulau Kawe. He motioned to the side of the street. Cutter parked and approached him. Are you all right? The garage owner checked him out. Yeah. I heard what went down. The police are looking for you. You will be questioned. Tell them everything. I won't. Take that Toyota. He pointed to a gray Corolla. Tank is full. The trunk has whatever Zeb's team have in their vehicles. Cutter caught the key he tossed. Thanks. Go. Cutter got behind the wheel and fired up the car. It roared to life. He looked up when Surya approached. You might want to disguise yourself, the garage owner told him. 21. Karthika was in Cutter, at the apartment where the bodies had been found, when she got the call from her police station. "What?" she shouted. Her officers turned to look at her. She gestured at them and hurried out. "We have to go to Cutter," she snapped. "Check your radios. An inspector has been killed." She drove fast, teeth gritted as reports poured in over the radio. Initial descriptions were confusing. She wasn't surprised at that. Early witnesses weren't the most reliable, and in a busy traffic scene they could conflict one another's statements. She parked at the lights, approving that the local officers had directed traffic around the scene. Her belly lurched when she approached Addie's Toyota. "Has anyone called Anafi?" she yelled as she went closer. "Yeah, MBAK," an officer yelled. "Yes, ma'am. They're on the way." "Bayu, Diwa, interview the witnesses. Get proper statements," she ordered. "But MBAK, the local officers," Diwa protested. "Do it," she roared. "Make sure they are coherent." She snapped gloves on, took shallow breaths, ignored the churning in her belly, and went to Addie's window. "Shot from the right side," she noted. She peered inside the car, went around the passenger side, and saw the gun on the floorboard. Traffic was backing up, with drivers craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the killing. "You." She gestured to two local officers. "Get these people moving. Find another way for them to get past." Diwa came to her. "It was that American, MBAK. The one in the resort. The man you spoke to several times. Cutter Grogan." She froze. "He killed Adi." "It is not clear. There were two motorbike riders at the car. No one saw the actual shooting, but they saw Cutter Grogan run away from the Toyota." Karthika worked out the timelines in her mind. "Did anyone see where he went?" "Yeah, on Imam Banjol. Send some of the local officers to search that street. You and Bayu come with me." She ran to her Toyota and buckled in. "Where are we going, MBAK?" Bayu panted as he sat in the rear seat. "To the resort." Karthika jammed the siren, clenched her teeth as she navigated through the traffic buildup and once clear hit the gas. "No, MBAK." Arif met her with a worried expression. "I got your call. He isn't in the resort. Some staff saw him at the pool about an hour ago, but he isn't there." "Did you search the hotel?" "Yes, MBAK. He is not here." "His room?" "It's locked. We didn't open it like you ordered, but I have an employee at the door. There's no sound from inside." "Did you see him today?" "Yes, MBAK. He was with Inspector Adi." She stopped abruptly. "When? What time?" "About 90 minutes ago." "That fits my timeline." "Was Adi alone?" "Yeah, MBAK. I thought of talking to them, but Cutter Grogan shook his head." "Did you see anything suspicious?" "Suspicious? No, MBAK. I was busy with hotel work. Can we take this to my office?" Karthika noticed the hotel guests' attention on them. "Take us to his room." Arif smiled at passing guests and led them to the American's room. "What's this about, MBAK?" "He killed Inspector Adi." Bayu burst out. The manager stopped so abruptly that Karthika nearly crashed into him. "The inspector is dead. Cutter Grogan killed him." "We don't have enough information." Karthika shot a furious glance at her officer. "But yeah, someone killed Adi. Grogan was with him. We need to question him." "Arif. Arif." The manager came out of his shock. He nodded dazedly and continued. "No, MBAK. There must be some mistake. Cutter Grogan would not do that." "Are you his friend?" Bayu sneered. "Do you know him very well?" "Bripta Bayu," Karthika addressed him curtly by his rank of sergeant. "Let me do the talking. What is happening on our island?" Arif whispered to himself. Karthika agreed, but didn't articulate it. She knocked on Grogan's door when they reached his room. No response. She nodded at Arif, who produced a key, and motioned at him to step aside as soon as he opened the door. Karthika removed her service firearm from its holster, a Glock, and held it down. She pushed the door open with her left hand, and crabbed in the way she had been trained. The room was empty. She straightened and holstered her gun. "It's the first time I have seen you with that." Arif wet his lips, his eyes on her gun. She didn't reply. She had started wearing it since the killings had increased in Pekatu. She, Bayu and Diwa searched the room with practiced efficiency. "He's gone," she said bitterly, pointing at the open safe. "Bayu, check if his Range Rover is here." She strode to the lobby with the manager and Diwa keeping up. "No, Mbak," Bayu panted when he returned. Karthika nodded. "You will inform me if he returns." She stabbed her finger at Arif. He nodded. "Send me the CCTV footage for the whole day." He nodded again. "Put out an alert for his vehicle," Karthika told her men when they were back in her Toyota. She drove silently fast, her mind whirling. Grogan didn't kill Audie, did he? Why would he? But if he didn't, who shot the inspector? Mangapura Polres station was tense when she returned. Several officers asked her for an update, which she gave. "We don't have anything other than Grogan is missing," she thought grimly. "Bayu, Diwa, send me the witness statements." She sat at her desk and went through all the reports. Those two motorbike riders, who were they? Why did they slow down at Addie's car? Hanafi had not yet completed its investigation. She drummed her fingers impatiently, shot up instantly when Sujono came out of his office and looked her way. "Nothing, Pak." She updated him in his office. "Other than Cutter, Grogan is missing." "He killed Inspector Adi," the chief inspector barked. "I don't see how, sir." The gunshot was on Addie's right temple. The American would have been sitting to his left. "What about those motorcycle riders?" "We don't have enough on them." "Could they have shot Adi?" "It is possible, Pak." Addie's window was lowered, which means he did that for something or someone. "Could they have been the Americans' accomplices?" She licked her lips. "I think Grogan was a spectator," her inner voice told her. "Don't tell him that," the same voice warned her. "It is possible, Pak." "Treat him like a suspect," Sujono ordered. "Ya, Pak. I have already put out an alert for his vehicle. I will circulate his photograph to the TV stations and newspapers." "Should I get an arrest warrant?" "No, he is a person of interest at this point of time." "Ya, Pak." She agreed with her boss on that. She returned to her desk and played with her pen. If Grogan didn't kill Audie, why did he run? The chief inspector's words echoed in her mind. Were those bike riders his helpers? What motive did they or Grogan have? She swore softly. There was only one way to get answers. She looked up Grogan's number and sent a terse message. "Contact me ASAP." She saw an email from the resort, opened it and clicked on the attachment. Went through the security camera feed. Grogan approaching Audie. Arif walking past, hesitating, and then proceeding. Grogan entering the hotel through the pool entrance. She noted the time. Compared it to the timeline she had written in her notebook. They matched. He must have come from the crime scene somehow. Then, Grogan going out of the lobby. She checked the parking lot feed. Yeah, he took his Range Rover, but how did he arrive? She couldn't find any signs of that. She searched all the police reports and stopped at a motorbike theft. That was near the traffic lights where Audie was killed. The rider said the thief looked like a foreigner. Diwa. She pointed at the report when the officer hustled over to her. Question this man. Get a proper description from him. See if his bike has been found. Move. She checked her phone when her officer left. No reply from Grogan. She gritted her teeth and captured several still photographs of the American from the security footage. She composed an email, attached them, and sent it to their media liaison, who would forward them to all TV stations and newspapers. She too could play hardball. 22. Cutter stopped at a service station's parking lot after driving away from Surya's garage. He pulled his cap low and went to the vehicle's trunk. Palm pressed the compartment beneath the floorboards, inspected the weapons and drones, and nodded. They'll do. He loaded a Glock with a full magazine and inserted it in his shoulder holster. I'm going to carry that everywhere. He took out the soft jacket from the compartment and wore it. It was a size bigger, but that was fine. It has to be loose to cover the holster. He took the disguise kit and went to the rear seat. The usual blonde streaks to his hair, to which he added silver as well. Black contacts, a misshapen nose, false ears, and cheek pads. He inspected himself in his phone. I'll pass. He stowed away the gear in the back and set off towards the south of the island. He reached Pekatu at 4 p.m. after stopping for food, deliberately showing himself in public. No one recognized him. The shock of the murder had long since passed, but he still felt unsettled. He had witnessed several killings, had put down criminals, but the brutality and casualness of Addie's killing stayed with him. Because this is Bali. Nothing but fun and positivity happens here. The radio in his Toyota was tuned to an English station. The news reports were filled with Addie's killing. His fingers tightened on the wheel when he recalled the inspector's pride as he spoke of his daughter. She'll have no father now. Just like Wayan has no mother. Cutter lowered the window and yelled into the void. The outburst helped a little. He drove around for a while, noting the increased police presence on the road, and then decided to go to Kuta Selaton. That'll have more traffic. I won't stand out. At 5 p.m., his phone buzzed with a message. Contact me ASAP. He didn't recognize the number, but knew it was from Penyida Karthika. At 6 p.m., the first news flash came on the radio. Police are looking for an American tourist, Cutter Grogan, the announcer said somberly. His lips twisted grimly. So late. I thought Karthika would have released my details to the media much earlier. He parked in another service station and searched for the largest superstore in the town. He found Bali Collection instead, a shopping mall in Nusa Dua. He drove there and parked in its large lot, leaned back in his seat, and unpacked his laptop. The sisters had said Karthika was clean, but he wanted to verify for himself. He got Werner to look her up. It brought up her police file, several photographs, her home address in Mangapura, and her bank account. How does Werner have access to her bank? No point in thinking of it. Beth and Meg must have either hacked into the Indonesian banking system or got legal access. He asked the software to scan the transactions for any nonconformities. Nothing. He asked the AI to look at her travel records. Werner said Karthika traveled all over Asia, and her visits coincided with her vacation records in the police system. There was a visit to America the previous year. He pursed his lips. Her transactions showed she was in Quantico's vicinity. That's where the FBI Academy is. He dug back into her police file, and then saw that she was the only woman Indonesian officer to have been selected for advanced training and joint exercise with the FBI. Huh. Do Peyton and Gina know her? Not likely. The FBI is huge. He gave more commands and then gave up. She's clean. He checked out Arif. Clean. That reassured him. He had grown to like the manager, and was hoping he wasn't involved in the gambling rackets. Doesn't mean that no games are held in my resort, he cautioned himself. He shut down his laptop. Wajaya set me up. Why? His inner voice reasoned. Those men could have been out for Audie. I don't think Audie had enemies who wanted to kill him. You don't know that. He shrugged. Bali, and particularly Pekatu and Uluwatu, were small places. Crime was low. An inspector having enemies who would kill him was unlikely. No, those men wanted to frame me. How did they get Audie to come to the resort? Was he in Wajaya's pay? He thought of reaching for his laptop and checking out the inspector, but gave up. He's dead. The how does not matter. If those men were after him, they would have shot me as well to leave no witnesses. No, they wanted to frame me. Wajaya is the only man who wants me dead. I haven't rocked Fadil's boat yet. He went to a cafe in the mall and ordered a takeout nasi goreng. While eating, he worked out how he would hit back at Wajaya. 23. He went to the mall's bathroom the next day to freshen up and drove to Jalan Taman Gria. He stopped in front of an auto shop and changed his Corolla's plates in plain sight. No one will think I am swapping plates here. He grinned. Back in the car, he replaced the nose with another one and changed his contacts to gray. He dialed Beth. Got Megan. Do you share phones? He asked her. You're alive, she said dryly. No, we don't share phones, but take each other's calls if we know who it is. What's on your mind, other than evading the police? And Boulam hit him, he reminded her. You know they're behind the killing. Not for sure, but they have the most to benefit by framing me. The police want you for questioning. They haven't issued an arrest warrant. Boulam Hittam has been operating in Bali for a long time. They might have many officers in their pay. I'm not going to risk surrendering. Life on the run suits you. Beth came on the call. Yeah, he laughed. I've had a lot of practice at that. Is there a way to find where Boulam Hittam is arranging their next game? In the Pekatu, Uluwatu region. Kuta Selaton is fine too. We could try the dark web, Megan said. The underbelly of the internet, accessible to only those who had specific addresses and credentials, was where gangs, terrorists, assassins, pedophiles, and various criminals hung out. It was the information highway for illegal activity. Can you access it? Can we? Beth scoffed. We maintain a continual presence there, under various aliases. We listen to chatter. Give us a few. He hung up. Watched life pass by on the road. Cars coming in and going out of various auto shops. People going about their lives. Batu Karang Resort. Her message came an hour later. 11 p.m. tonight. How did you find out? He responded. Please, an eye roll emoji. Keywords, activity history, geotagging, you wouldn't understand. That's organized by Boulam Hittam. Yeah. Cutter looked up the resort. It's right here, in Kuta Selaton in Nusa Dua. His phone buzzed. Megan. Are you thinking of going in, as a player? No, he replied. I'm going to bomb it. 24. Cutter checked out the resort. It was like many other resorts. A cream-colored concrete building, large front garden, big parking lot, most rooms overlooking the ocean with a few facing the front garden. He parked and went inside. Most of these have the same interior layout. Big lobby, reception desk, couches and sofas, hallways to the restaurants, pool at the back, gym in the basement. Karma Kantara had the games in the basement. He searched for the stairwell and found it discreetly labeled as fire exit. He went down. The gym was to the left of the central conversation pit. To the right was a short hallway with several meeting rooms. Another fire exit right across him. That must be the escape route. He checked out the cameras in the ceiling. Let them try to identify me. He heard pounding in the last room and opened it carefully. Several maintenance workers inside, relaying the floor. He noted their coveralls. Maroon-colored with a logo embroidered on the front. He apologized swiftly and shut the door. Saw that their equipment was stowed at the far end. He went to it, searched through the tools and paint cans and found a pad with a work order clipped to it. He took it with him, looking like a supervisor going through his team's work, and went to the lobby. He searched for industrial outfitters and found a store on Jalan Taman Gria. That's the same street where the garages are. He drove to the store and found a coverall which looked like what the men were wearing. No embroidery on it. Can't help that. He bought a toolbox and a pair of gloves as well. Do you know where exactly the game will be held? He messaged Megan. No mention of that, she replied. There's a registration process. Do you want me to put you through it? Yeah, use an alias. The reply came half an hour later. The meeting room will be told when you enter the resort with the code. Just like how it was at Karma Kantara, he mused. Does the Batu Karang have any large venue rooms on the upper floor? He asked. No. We've got the floor plans. This isn't a premium resort. Weddings are held in the back garden. There are a few meeting rooms in the basement. Bingo. He fist-pumped. His plan had just become easier to execute. He changed his disguise. A black wig with short spiky hair that fit over his head neatly. Black contact lenses, fake crooked teeth, and a different nose. He changed into the coveralls in the rear seat of his car, filled his backpack with the gear he wanted, and went to Batu Karang's parking lot. He timed his entry just as the sun was setting. He hurried down the stairs, the toolbox clanking loudly. A resort employee, a uniformed man, was checking out the meeting rooms. Air conditioning. Cutter smiled through his crooked teeth. He waved the work order in the air. Perbaikan sebelum Akara Besar. Repair before big event. Ini berfungsi dengan baik. The man frowned. It is working fine. Cutter had translated several anticipated replies and had memorized them. No. It gets hot after some time. My boss said it had to be fixed urgently. Where is the event? The man hesitated. Cutter shrugged and prepared to leave. Don't blame me if you get fired for not getting it fixed. That one, the man said curtly and pointed to the middle room. Be quick. Cutter nodded and went inside, thanking himself for remembering enough Indonesian to carry off the conversation. He waited. The door didn't open. He cracked it an inch and peered out. The man wasn't in sight. The room was bare, just as he had expected. No tables, no chairs, no signs of the games that would be taking place in the night. They arrange it before the games, Cutter thought. He pulled out blocks of custom-designed explosives from his backpack and cut them into small strips. He hid them in the rear corners of the room, well away from the main seating areas, tucking them beneath the carpets, behind cable trays, and inside various fittings. He inserted miniature detonators, hooked them to an app on his phone. He confirmed to check all lights were green. He inserted small cameras on the walls and connected those to his phone as well, and then stepped back to check if anything looked out of place. Satisfied, he left the room and met the employee who was coming down the stairs. Done. He grinned. There was a dead rat in the duct, blocking the flow. Want to see it? He raised his toolbox. Go away. The man shrank. Cutter laughed sneeringly and went out of the resort. He circled the building and went to its side, where the concrete pathway dipped. He saw the glass windows to the gym and could dimly make out the figures inside working out. There's the fire exit. He noticed the metal doors. A palm tree was planted nearby, in a large barrel-like contraption. He jammed a small camera on its trunk, adjusted it until it had a view of the exit, and then returned to his car. He spent the next few hours driving around, and found himself in Pekatu. He navigated towards Ibu Aya's house, went past Maya's residence, and noted that it was locked. He lowered the window and smelled cooking as he drove through the narrow street. He braked hard when he saw the older woman walking up towards him, holding Wayan's hand. The girl was looking down, jerking her shoulder to adjust her satchel. School was out a long time ago. Where had they been? Do you remember the dance steps, Wayan? He heard Ibu Aya. She talks to her in English. That must have been Maya's request. He couldn't hear Wayan's reply. They must have gone to a dance class nearby. He watched them in his rear-view mirror until they went into the older woman's house. He drove back to the resort slowly. I can't get Maya back, but I can destroy Wijaya if he killed her. And if he didn't, I will keep going at him until he tells me who did. Cutter stopped where the road had dense thickets around it and went into the green. He changed into his shirt and jeans, and wearing his jacket returned to his Corolla. He went to the bar in Batu Kerong and watched guests splash and play in the pool as he sipped his pineapple juice. At 11 p.m., he saw a tall man enter the hotel and speak to the doorman. A hostess approached him and led him down to the stairwell. Same setup as Karma Kantara. Wijaya's people must have identified resorts which have basement rooms and then bribed the staff to let the gang use them. He ordered another drink, saw more people go down the stairs. His face tightened when he saw a woman accompanied by a man much younger than her. Karma Kantara had no women players. He checked out the feed from the room cameras. The games had been laid out on tables, and dealers were in position. The woman came into view. She and her companion took seats at the first table and were served drinks. He watched until all the tables were full, and then brought up the detonator app and pressed the button. The cameras didn't have audio. He didn't hear the explosions, but the players' and dealers' shock and then panic were apparent. They stood up and whirled towards the back of the room, where smoke was coming up from the floor. Cutter smiled, pocketed the phone, and left the bar. The explosives caused little damage and were more for show. They made a large sound and emanated smoke when triggered, which had been his intention. He went to the side of the building and watched players streaming out of the basement, panic on their faces. The dealers reassured them and pointed to the parking lot, probably asking them to leave immediately. He heard fire alarms go off in the resort as the smoke spread. Time for me to leave as well. He went to another shopping mall and parked in its lot next to several delivery vans. He confirmed they were empty and leaned back in his seat. He watched the feeds from the cameras. The games room was filled with smoke. A hotel employee came with a fire extinguisher, but departed soon, driven back by its denseness. He checked the external camera. The gym had emptied too, and the fire exit doors were open to let the smoke out. He uploaded the videos to his cloud drive and composed an email. You should ask Batu Kerong's manager what was going on in that room. He attached the videos to the email and sent it to Karthika. 25. Karthika was still in the police station, even though it was past midnight. She wasn't alone. Addie's brutal assassination had brought together all the officers, and many of them had stayed back offering to help. She had thanked them and taken some of them up on helping her interview the witnesses. The civilians hadn't had much to offer, however. They confirmed the presence of the bike riders and the foreigner, who they identified as Cutter Grogan. The stolen bike had been found near Grogan's resort, in a thicket. Grogan's Range Rover had been identified on a few toll roads heading north and then in Denpasar, and there she had lost track of him. Denpasar Polres were searching for him. All of Bali is, she sighed. She removed the band from her ponytail, finger-combed her hair and bound it again. She made a face at the smell of pizza, nasi goreng, and stale food that Sujono had ordered for everyone. The chief inspector had left for the night, after addressing the officers and reiterating that Addie's murder took precedence over all investigations. Karthika stifled a yawn. She decided to go home. Bayu Diwa, pack up, she ordered her closest aides. A new email appeared just as she was rising. She sat down. It was from a sender she didn't know. From a free-to-use email service provider. You should ask Batu Kerong's manager what was going on in that room. She reread the single line, frowning heavily, and then saw the attachments. She sucked in her breath sharply at the videos. She rose instantly, and then a thought struck her. She bent down and typed, "Surrender. I guarantee you will be investigated fairly." She sent it, knowing there would be no reply. She didn't bother to trace the email's IP address. It will be from somewhere in Europe. Grogan is not stupid. She was sure he had sent the email. Batu Karang, she told Diwa, who slipped behind the wheel. Not home, he asked, confused. No. She smiled unpleasantly. It looks like the resort is hosting illegal games. Let's check it out. There was a crowd of people outside the resort, shivering in the cool air, talking loudly. Hotel staff served kopi cups. Several fire trucks were at the entrance, their lights flashing. Where's the manager? She snapped at an employee. He's inside, MBAK. What happened here? There was a fire in the basement. Grogan. Was anyone hurt? No, MBAK. You can't go inside. She flashed her badge at him and shouldered her way through the crowd. Went into the lobby and was directed to the basement by another employee. The smoke had dissipated when she reached the central room below, but she could still smell it. She coughed and tied her scarf around her mouth. Bayu and Diwa took her cue and used their handkerchiefs for protection. Are you the manager? She asked a suit with a name tag. Agus Sentoso. Yeah, MBAK. You shouldn't be here. The manager trailed off when she showed her badge. I should have worn my Polres jacket, she thought. What happened here? A fire in a meeting room, MBAK. Luckily, it was put out very fast, and no one was hurt and there wasn't much damage. When did it break out? About 11:30. What was happening in that room? A business meeting. He shifted. A networking event. Should I show him the videos? No, she decided. Let him sweat. Let him wonder how much I know. Where are the attendees? They left, MBAK, before the police or fire department arrived. Aren't they staying in the resort? No. I need their details. He shifted some more. I don't know who they are, MBAK. The organizers of these business meetings don't tell us who is attending. My staff direct them to their rooms and then stay away. Who is the organizer? He brought out his phone and showed a company name. I'm sure that's fake. She photographed it with her phone. Where are the organizers? They left too. Convenient. She sneered. What about those cameras? She pointed to the ceiling. They aren't working, MBAK. We are working on fixing them. She stared at him. I'm sure he's getting a cut. Pak Sentoso, she said slowly. Why am I getting the feeling that something illegal was going on in that room? Like gambling? Sweat broke out on his forehead. No, MBAK. We don't allow anything like that here. Our security is very strict. I want all the security footage that shows the arrivals to the basement, she ordered. Is Bulam hidden behind this game? He nodded jerkily. She was about to rap out another order when a uniformed officer approached her. Lieutenant Pranata. He stuck his hand out. I'm from Damkar Jimbaran. The fire department of Jimbaran. Penyidak Inda Karthika. She shook it. How did the fire start? Come with me. No, he told Sentoso. You stay here. Only the Penyidak. Karthika went with him to the meeting room. Lots of circular tables, chairs upturned and a counter at the front that suspiciously looked like a bar. Pranata took her to the rear of the room, where the carpet was charred in the corners and several light fittings and cable trays were damaged. He knelt, used a pair of tweezers, straightened and dropped something soft in her palm. It was warm to the touch but not hot. She prodded it with a nail. What is it? Some kind of explosive. It was triggered to start the fire. But the intensity was low grade, or else this entire room would have gone up and many people would have been hurt. Those, he pointed to the fittings, were where they were placed too. I was in the army, Penyidak. Call me Karthika. I was in the army, Karthika. I served with explosives experts. I have trained with other experts on arson. Whoever placed this explosive knew what they were doing. Grogan was in America's Delta Forces. He would know explosives. He would know where to get them in Bali. She kept a neutral expression and followed him to the front wall. He used the tweezers to pull something small out from beneath the coat hanger fitting. That's a camera. My people found 2 more on this wall. Hidden well. I don't know what the motive was, but it doesn't look like it was killing people. More like starting a panic. Getting proof of the games, she thought. Not panic. She didn't correct the officer, however. Let me know when you are done, and then my team will seal this place and take over the investigation, she told him. Yeah, Karthika. She went out and hid a smile at Santoso's nervousness. Go home. Come in early tomorrow to answer questions, and make sure you have the correct answers. She went out of the resort and circled the building until she got to the fire exit. She played one of the videos again and held her phone high to match the camera's angle. Bayu and Diwa watched her curiously. She searched the surroundings, her gaze alighting on the palm tree. She stood on its barrel, turned on her camera's flashlight and inspected its trunk. She made a triumphant sound when she found the camera. She wore her gloves again and extracted it. It was smaller than a marble. I'm sure it's wireless. She dropped it in a baggie and handed it to Diwa. See if you can trace it. The make, where it could have been bought. Find out everything about it. Even as she issued the orders, she knew they were futile. Pak Rogan is smart. There will be nothing to connect him to this scene. 26. Wijaya stormed into Fadil's office in the morning and slammed his palm on the desk. Did you see what happened? Fadil looked up neutrally. A lot has happened. What specifically are you asking me about? Did you read about the fire at Batu Karang? Yeah, I heard about it. He started it, Wijaya paced angrily. That American. Why would he start a fire in a resort? Because that's where my next game was, the enforcer screamed. Fadil went to the door, confirmed that there was no one within listening distance, and shut it again. My office is swept every day and is soundproof, but still, you shouldn't be yelling like that. He sat behind his desk, deliberately making it look like he was unconcerned, knowing his appearance would enrage his visitor further. Are you sure? Yeah. Who else would place bombs? Bombs? Fadil straightened. Nothing like that was reported. What else will cause explosions? What is the damage? My people got away. The resort manager was interviewed in the morning, along with several staff. All of them claimed they know nothing. There is nothing to connect me to the game. What about the players? They are missing. Even if the police find them, there is nothing much they can say. Fadil crossed his hands behind his head. Grogan is wanted by the police. He trailed off when it came to him. You killed that inspector and framed him. Wijaya spun around triumphantly to face him. Yeah. And what did that get you? Fadil said coldly. The American has shown he can hit back. The police won't rest until they find out the inspector's killers. They will find Grogan. Don't be so sure of that. Is the American your friend? Why are you taking his side? Wijaya spat. I am not. But I am careful. I don't want whatever you do to affect my plans. What are they? We discussed that. It's not your business. I have told you about my gang and the games. By choice and necessity. You take my money. In exchange for protection from the police, Fadil reminded him. He saw Wijaya's face darken and decided to change the topic. How did Grogan know about the game? The enforcer slammed his palm on the desk again. I don't know, he said tightly. Maybe your gang has an informer. We don't have informers. Wijaya yelled. Bulam Hitam has been operating for years. I will find the American and kill him myself. Fadil watched him storm out, went to the window, and waited till the man had driven out of the building. He spoke into his burner phone, and 3 men entered the room. How are the arrangements going? The explosives should be here any day, Rizwan replied. Fadil nodded. How many people are expected at the event? More than 5,000, Ayman answered. It will be bigger than the usual ones. Good, Fadil said appreciatively. What about the team? They are ready, Hendra, the third man, spoke. Mentally as well. Yes, Pak. Fadil dismissed them with a wave. Everything was falling into place. And soon the world would know about them. 27. Cutter Grogan sat hunched on the ground opposite Wajaya's villa. He was on Jalan Pantai Balangan, the residence's street. It had no pavement. Just a narrow stretch of palm tree-lined ground on either side, which led to villas and hotels. He was beneath a tree, on a dirty blanket that stank. His backpack, similarly sullied, bulged next to him. He had a shawl around him, his features almost hidden by his scraggly hair and unkempt beard. He sat cross-legged, rocked and moaned softly. A card was in front of him, on the blanket. Scrawled, almost illegible writing, in Bahasa Indonesian that proclaimed he was a veteran, was homeless, and that any help would be gratefully received. The street wasn't known for pedestrians. It didn't matter. Anyone looking at me will think I am targeting the tourists who are coming off their coaches on this street. He had scattered several rupiah notes, the Indonesian currency, on the blanket. A tourist coach slowed and stopped 100 yards away. It must be a common parking spot for these buses. Travelers came out, yawned and stretched. Their guide hustled them together and began a lengthy narration. A small boy looked in Cutter's direction, tugged at his mom's arm, who followed his gaze, sighed, removed some bills and gave them to the boy. Cutter moaned audibly, as if he was in pain. Are there Oscars for PIs? He imagined Beth rolling her eyes at his thought. The boy ran up and tossed the bills onto the blanket. Terima kasih, he mumbled. Thank you. My first earning of the day. He thrust out a tattooed, shaking hand out from beneath the shawl, and placed a dirty coffee cup over the notes to prevent them from scattering in the light breeze. The guide led the group away. The coach and its driver remained. Cutter checked out Wajaya's villa casually. The front gates were shut. He could see the top of the residence over the wall, but didn't spot any movement. There's a terrace that overlooks the front garden. Can't see it from where I am. Need to know if Wajaya is inside. He had arrived early and had seen Wajaya's SUV leave and return after a few hours. It hadn't emerged since. It was close to noon. He got up after a while and staggered to the coach. The driver was asleep. He pretended to urinate against the vehicle, and under the cover of the vehicle, swiftly launched the drone he had underneath his shawl. He went back to his blanket and assumed his position. His phone was in his lap. He navigated the UAV and commanded it to circle the villa. Wajaya. The enforcer was in his bathrobe on the terrace, lounging in a chair, drinking what looked like kopi, reading a newspaper. His phone was in his lap. A guard appeared and refilled the cup. Kita akan berangkat dalam beberapa jam, Wajaya told him. We'll leave in a few hours. Werner automatically translated the audio to English and added it as a subtitle. Yes, Pak. The guard went inside the villa. 2 guards at the gate, 2 more in the rear garden, Wajaya's SUV at the front door. Same setup as last time I surveilled. Cutter made a mental checklist. His Corolla was parked way down the street, in front of a villa that looked empty. This street goes through many resorts and villas in Jimbaran, like a connecting road. Not many other streets branching off. Pantai Balangan was narrow. His SUV will have to slow down as it comes out. He picked up his phone and typed a command in it. The drone responded by firing EMP waves over the villa. That should put out the security cameras. I'm out of range, those won't affect my devices. The drone was shielded from its own EMP gun. Cutter removed his shawl, shouldered the backpack, and strapped it tight, and then wrapped the shawl around himself. He got to his feet and tottered opposite the villa's gates. He removed 3 flashbangs from his jeans pockets and lobbed them across the wall one by one. He watched on his phone. They detonated rapidly. Wijaya spilled his kopi and stood up, yelling in fear and anger. 2 guards rushed in and hustled him inside the building. They think the villa is being attacked. He lobbed the last flashbang he had and sat down instantly and rocked when a guard appeared in the terrace. Cutter covered his ears and pretended to moan, looking down at his phone. "I can't see from here," the guard yelled. "There's a bus. Maybe they're in it." The coach driver fired up his vehicle and raced away before the guard finished. He went inside. Movement at the door. Wijaya rushed out. 3 men with him. One of them got behind the wheel. Another heavy got in the shotgun seat, while Wijaya and the last hitter went into the rear seats. Wijaya was on the left passenger side, at the back. That's good or bad for me, depending on which direction his ride goes. Cutter got to his feet and clutched his shawl tight. He would keep his cover as long as he could. That guard didn't see me as a threat, or else he would have fired at me. The tall iron gates started sliding back. The black SUV appeared in the gap. It shot out the moment there was sufficient clearance. The driver yanked the wheel hard, grimacing. Its tires squealed. "It's going left." Which meant Wijaya would be on his side. Which was good. In the fraction that it took for the SUV to slow down to gain control, Cutter flung his shawl away, drew his Glock, and opened on the shotgun hitter and driver. The front window shattered. The windshield starred. The SUV wobbled. He lunged at the vehicle and shot into the rear window at almost point-blank range. It too shattered. He saw blood. He heard a shriek. He saw a head beneath the sill. That must be Wijaya. He survived. He got his left arm through the broken window. His jacket was light, but he was wearing clothing layers on his forearms which protected him from the jagged glass. The driver was yelling as he struggled to control the SUV. Shotgun man was slumped. The heavy next to Wijaya was raising his rifle. Cutter shot in his direction, even as the vehicle picked up speed and he was dragged along with it. His feet skidded on the road. He tried to reach for the door's handle. Something smashed his fingers. Around. No. Wijaya is punching them. A bullet flicked his jacket. That came from outside. His flicked his eyes behind. A second SUV had swung out of the villa, with a gunman firing out of its window. Cutter let go, dropped to the ground, rolled away from the road. He hit a tree trunk and scrambled behind it, emptying his magazine at the second vehicle. He fast-loaded a new magazine automatically and reached behind him for a pocket in his backpack. "I'll lob grenades against it if it stops." Both it and Wijaya's ride sped away. "Stay inside," he yelled at an old man who came out of a neighboring house. He waved his Glock, which made the man scamper back. Cutter unzipped his backpack and removed 4 grenades from within. He tossed them over the villa's wall and sprinted to his Toyota. The ground shook when they went off, and when he got behind the wheel, he could see smoke from the building. He glanced at his phone and saw the green dot moving rapidly on an app. He smiled. That's the tracker I planted on Wijaya's ride. 28. The tracker stopped in Jalan Pantai Bingan. Cutter, in a street-side cafe on Pantai Balangan, sipped his kopi and brought up a satellite map. His Corolla was in front, alongside several other vehicles. He was a mile away from the remains of Wijaya's villa, barely half an hour later. His getaway had been uneventful, and once in the Toyota, he had removed the beard and wig and replaced them with a small goatee and dark hair. The tattoos on his wrists remained. Police cruisers, fire trucks, and ambulances had raced past a while ago, and the other customers in the cafe were excitedly discussing what had gone down. Wijaya's new hideout was set back from Pantai Bingan, which too was a narrow street in the Pekatu region. The new safe house had thick vegetation around it. Palm trees, Australian pine, bamboo clumps, and waist-high growth. He must have bought the surrounding land. A narrow track led from Pantai Bingan to the villa. He might have motion sensors and cameras in those woods. Cutter took his time. Let Wijaya start to feel safe. He ordered nasi campur, a rice dish, and ate it slowly. Check the news. Initial reports of the villa's destruction were streaming in. Gas explosion, one internet commentator posted. No, neighbors say they sounded like an armed attack, another poster responded. No one mentioned the homeless veteran. Cutter waited till 4 p.m. and then drove to Pantai Bingan. He found another cafe on the road and parked his Corolla there. He bought a beverage and hiked 2 miles to Wijaya's location. I don't know if he's still there. He entered the outer fringe of the greenery. The villa is half a mile on my 3 o'clock. The woods were too dense for him to use his drone. A motorbike roared on Pantai Bingan, its sound dulled by the thick vegetation. He turned on another app on his phone, which scanned for electronic waves. It could detect motion sensors, listening devices, and cameras, but had limited range. The drone is better. He shrugged. There wasn't anything he could do about it. The half-a-mile hike took 90 minutes, as he approached every tree trunk, hollow, and thicket cautiously, his Glock held down, ready for instant use. He stopped 200 yards from the villa, when the woods cleared to an expanse of brown ground towards the villa. A 10-foot-high concrete wall, behind which was a line of palm trees through which he could see the villa's outline. Nope, he decided, it's too risky to go closer. Wijaya is sure to have the cameras monitored, and if I burn them out with another EMP blast, he might order every guard to fire indiscriminately. What he had in mind didn't require him to go closer, however. He bellied down with a smirk and squeezed beneath a hibiscus bush. Its branches scraped his back and restricted his backpack, but he had enough room to maneuver. He removed it off his back and unzipped it. He extracted an M320 grenade launcher. It was compact, and in its standalone configuration was a portable lethal device. He loaded it with a 40mm grenade. He could fit a laser scope on it, but at this range he didn't need one. I don't need to be accurate. I want to bring down the villa. He settled down in firing position, and using the iron sight, took aim. The shot sounded like a heavy sandbag falling to the ground. A deep thump. The grenade penetrated the outer wall easily and exploded. Cutter loaded another grenade and fired at another part of the villa. Another explosion. He heard a fire alarm go off, audible from where he was. Distant shouts. Rifles went off, spraying the ground randomly. He grinned and fired another grenade. The gates swung open, and an SUV shot out. He aimed at it and then eased his finger. Another vehicle sped out, its windshield scarred. That's the one I attacked. A third vehicle emerged and followed the first two. Cutter fired a grenade behind the last vehicle, packed the launcher, and slithered out. He took a longer route through the woods, cutting behind homes and villas, to emerge onto Pantai Bingan beyond the cafe. He stowed his backpack in the trunk and went in for a kopi. A bigger crowd, discussing the recent attack. The police and fire trucks rushed by. What happened? Cutter asked in English of another man who seemed to be a Westerner. It feels like war has broken out. The man shook his head. 29. Wijaya was screaming in rage. He directed his driver to go to Batu Karang. He wasn't going to stay in any more villas. Book rooms, he yelled. No. Book an entire floor. Have our people everywhere. Tell Santoso we want to see all their cameras. Ura, the bodyguard who had been next to him in the rear seat, nodded rapidly as he made calls. Wijaya looked back to check the SUV he had arrived in, the one he had used to escape from the villa on Pantai Balangan. He saw its scarred windshield and controlled his shutter. Did you find out who that man was? He screamed. Which man? Ura began. Wijaya drew his gun and jammed it against the man's forehead. His forefinger curled around the trigger. The heavy at the front sucked in his breath. The driver swerved and then controlled the ride. No one said anything, and then the enforcer put the gun down on the seat and slapped the hitter. Grogan, Grogan. That American. He attacked me. He fired grenades at both villas. Who else can it be? And why didn't you shoot him? There are a lot of confused reports, Pak, the heavy at the front said softly. I spoke to Batu Karang. We have the floor. I have got our people coming there for security. No one will attack us in the resort. We are safe there. Drink some water, Pak. Wura offered him a bottle with shaking hands. He seemed to realize how close he had been to dying. You were in the way. I couldn't take a shot. Wajaya cursed long and hard, and then wiped his face on his sleeve and drank noisily. He swallowed, wiped his lips and threw the now empty bottle to the floorboards. Find out what the police are doing, he said. His voice was calmer. Shall we make a report, Pak? The heavy at the front asked. And tell them what? The enforcer snapped. That I own those 2 villas. No. Let them investigate. Maybe they will arrest the American. Are you sure it was him, Pak? Wura had regained his composure. Who else would it be? He killed Agung. Agung was with us for so many years. He nearly shot you. He looked like someone else, Wura started and flinched when Wijaya slapped and punched his face. The enforcer was breathing harshly when his bout of rage subsided. He threw the box of tissues at Wura to wipe the blood from his split lips. I do not want to hear any arguments about this, Wijaya hissed. That man who was outside the villa was the American. He somehow destroyed the cameras. He threw those flashbangs and when we escaped, he shot at us. How did he find the second villa? No one replied. Wajaya glowered at his 2 hitters and then at the driver. He looked back at the 2 vehicles following them. How? He demanded. Again, everyone kept silent. Pak, the driver offered, perhaps more confident that he wouldn't be shot by the enforcer. If he has a grenade launcher, why didn't he shoot at our SUVs? Wajaya snapped his teeth. The thought hadn't struck him. Maybe he ran out of grenades. He could have shot at us at the first villa when we were getting away, Pak. Wajaya looked back again, as if expecting to see Grogan with a grenade launcher. Take us to Batu Karang. Fast, he growled. Once at the resort, he went up the elevator surrounded by his men, inspected his suite and flopped on the couch. He thumbed the remote and watched the news for a while. The grenade attacks had attracted the national media's attention. There were choppers in the air circling both villas, live streaming to the studios. The presenters announced that both residences were owned by corporations and there was no contact with their directors. Wajaya dug his nails in the sofa's arms when he saw the ruins of his villas. Yeah, he barked at Wura when the hitter shuffled forward. I know how he tracked us to the second villa, Pak. Wura held out his palm, on which was a device. I found this in the SUV he shot at. It's a tracker. I crushed it immediately. Tighten the security, Wajaya bellowed. Only our people should get onto this floor. It is done, Pak. I have given the orders. Wura licked his lips. What else did you find? The enforcer read his hesitation. The hitter brought out a phone. This was on the floorboard. He must have dropped it when he put his hand through your window. Wajaya stared at it, and then picked it up cautiously. It was a cheap smartphone. He pressed a button. The screen came to life. A single message on it. Call me when you are ready to talk. Wajaya read it twice and then roared at the ceiling. He pointed the phone at Wura. Trace this message. Change the SIM in it. Change the battery in it. His man took the phone and hurried out. The enforcer made several calls to confirm that the rest of the games weren't affected. No Bulam Hitam member had been arrested. He interrogated Santoso in his suite and was satisfied that the manager hadn't snitched on him to the police. He hadn't needed to threaten the man. The manager's fear was evident. He contacted his police informers, who had reassured him that he was safe. Fadil has better contacts. He decided to visit the businessman and was making to leave when Wara returned. It can't be traced, Pak, not with the technology we have. His man handed the phone over. Wajaya hid his smirk when his hitter braced himself for slaps and blows. The enforcer pocketed the phone and kept his face expressionless. He was expecting that kind of response. Maybe the police will be able to trace it, but I can't ask them. Go make sure the security is tight. Check that the American is nowhere in the hotel. Find out which car he is driving and give its number plate to our people. I want him hunted down. But he caught Wira's collar and dragged him close. I want him alive. I will kill him myself. Fadil looked up and suppressed a sigh when Wajaya burst in. He crossed his hands behind his neck and listened quietly to the enforcer's tirade. Have the police questioned you? Have you been followed? He asked when his visitor ran out of breath. No. Why will they follow me? They don't know I own the villas. Fadil frowned and then nodded. They are registered to companies. Yeah. They will never find the directors. Why do you think it is the American? He winced. I shouldn't have asked that question. He waited for Wajaya's outburst to finish. The American is increasing the stakes. The enforcer stood up so abruptly that his chair toppled. He didn't straighten it. He went to the window and peered out cautiously. He's out there somewhere. He poked a beehive, and now he's going to find out how hard I sting. How will you find him? Wajaya tossed a phone on his desk. Read the message on it. Fadil read it and threw the device back. Have you lost your mind? You LED him here. He'll trace this. I know you think I am stupid, Iskander. Wajaya sneered. You don't give me enough credit. I have changed the SIM and the battery on that phone. I forwarded the American's message to this number. He won't trace it here. But is there a way for you to find out where the phone was when he sent it? No. Fadil picked up the phone again grudgingly. My people don't have that kind of technology. Can you ask your police contacts? No. They will not do that kind of work for me. Can you find out if they know where Grogan is? Fadil thought for a moment, removed a burner phone and sent a text. He'll reply soon. Who's he? You don't need to know that. Are you still going ahead with your games? Why wouldn't I? Wajaya asked, surprised. You nearly got killed. I survived. The American is going to find out I have 9 lives. Fadil's phone buzzed. He read the message and shook his head. The police have no idea where Grogan is. They too are hunting him. Do they know he's behind the grenade attacks? If I ask them that, they might wonder who owns those villas. I thought you controlled your police contact. I do. But I don't want to give too much away. You won't help me. I did. Fadil pointed to his own phone. I asked for information and gave it to you. You are asking me to do more. That's dangerous for both you and me. Wajaya snarled, snatched the American's phone, and went out of Fadil's office. He brooded on the way back to Batu Karang. He fingered the phone in his suite. Maybe I will call Grogan. He smiled when a plan began to form. And then I will kill him. 30. Karthika surveyed the remains of the second villa. Inafi, explosive experts, the Damkar officers, investigators reporting to her, she felt the onset of a migraine and rubbed her forehead. Looks like he used grenades. Bayu came to her, holding a fragment in an evidence bag. She questioned. It has to be a man, Mbak. It must be the same man who witnesses saw at the other villa. Cutter Grogan, she thought bitterly. It has to be him. The descriptions did not fit the American, but she knew deep inside it was the New Yorker. He's using disguises. Bhima, she yelled frustratedly at an investigator. Who owns these villas? Companies, MBAK. He looked up from his phone. We are trying to trace their directors, but it looks like they are fake names. Karthika surveyed the villa one last time and went to her Toyota. Bayu and Diwa got inside. The second officer shook his head as the villa receded behind them. Are you thinking what I am, MBAK? I don't know what you are thinking, she responded more sharply than she wanted to, and raised a hand in apology. She hadn't slept well. She was tired. She was aware of the gossip in the station about her, and some psychos throwing grenades at houses and shooting at vehicles. Not just any psycho. She ground her teeth. It's Grogan. Can it be that American, MBAK? Grogan. Don't jump to conclusions. Don't offer them either, she reminded herself. We want to interview him as a person of interest in Inspector Addy's murder. What makes you think he's responsible for these attacks? It's too coincidental, MBAK. Diwa shook his head. Addy was murdered, and now this. There has to be a connection. That's why you are in the Penyidik department, she said sarcastically. To find connections. Let's work on them. She groaned inwardly when Sujono beckoned at her as soon as she walked in the Polres station. What do you have for me, Karthika? Eyewitnesses at the first. I know about those. Did you identify the man? No, Pak. We have broadcast his details, but no one has come forward. It is likely he fired at the second house too. That's an easy guess, Karthika. She flushed. Investigations take time, Pak. Yeah, I know. Maya, all those men killed Addy, and now these attacks. I've been going through all your reports. You haven't made any progress on any of those cases. Because all those have happened so quickly. She tried to keep the anger out of her voice. I gave these cases to you because I thought you deserved a chance. I thought you were badly treated by the department in Denpasar. You have a good record, but you need to crack these fast. What about that American, Grogan? We're still looking for him, MBAK, she said bitterly. Do you think he's behind these attacks? Too early to say. His phone rang. Putra Vishnu, he whispered. That's the Minister for Tourism. She nodded and left his office. She marched to the bathroom, confirmed it was empty and locked it. Went to the sink and stared at her reflection in the mirror. She had her game face on. It's so hard to maintain that. She closed her eyes and tried to fight the angry, bitter tears that welled inside. Sujono's words hurt. No, it was his tone and voice. She sniffed angrily and wiped her eyes. As if he's lost his confidence in me and is regretting giving me the cases. I won't fail. She curled her fingers tightly. I am the best Penyidik in Bali. She took deep, calming breaths, put on her professional face and walked out. We should meet, she messaged a number when she was at her desk. About time, the reply came with a smiling emoji. The single fin was in Uluwatu, in a prime tourist area. The cliffs and beaches were nearby, and a string of shops for tourists. Bright colors inside the cafe, Hollywood movie posters on the walls, soft popular music playing on the speakers, cheerful staff going about serving drinks. Karthika wore her shades and looked through the darkened windows onto the street. Saw the two women enter. Both of them tall, dark-haired, tanned but clearly Westerners. Both attracted looks and moved with an easy grace. They were in cotton jackets over tees and jeans, and as they entered, they pushed up their shades to their hair. Her bitterness faded instantly. Her smile was wide, warm, and natural as she rose and hugged them hard. She gestured at the seats opposite them and waited until Copas had been served. Long time. She raised her cup in a toast. FBI special agents in charge, Peyton Quindica and Gina DiFiore, grinned and clinked their cups with her. How long have you been in Bali? Karthika relaxed, her stress momentarily forgotten. I was amazed to get your message a couple of weeks ago. You should have let me know earlier you would be visiting. I would have rearranged my schedule. We've been here only that long. DeFiore smiled at her burst of words. Holiday. Not exactly. Secret. Can't share. You know how it is. DeFiore shrugged. Karthika was curious but didn't probe. She and the American women had hit it off instantly when they met in Quantico. I was the only woman in that Southeast Asian law enforcement training program organized by the FBI. The American women had conducted some of the classes, and the three of them had become fast friends. Each of them had faced the same challenges, being women in male-dominated organizations. They had similar personalities, interests, and senses of humor. The Americans identified with her and made her feel at home, like she was one of them. They had stayed in touch since her return to Indonesia, with promises to visit one another. DeFiore produced a newspaper when they caught her up on their leisure time in Bali. She folded it up to display a photograph. Tell us about him. Cutter Grogan. Her bitterness returned. Why are you asking about him? There's a lot happening in this part of Bali, Quindika answered. Why's he wanted by you? Karthika glanced at them. Both the Americans were expressionless. You know something about him. What's happening here, Karthika? This level of violence is unusual in Bali. That triggered the Penyidik. A lot. She fingered her hair angrily and spilled everything, knowing that she could confide in them. Cutter Grogan is a lot of things, DeFiore said slowly when the FBI agents had finished digesting her narration. But he isn't a cold-blooded murderer. You say that as if you know him. We do. Quindika smiled briefly. He's a friend. One of our closest. His cases have often intersected with ours. I wouldn't say he's close, DeFiore growled. Admit it. Quindika nudged her shoulder with a laugh. You like him. You love him. You just don't want to tell him that. DeFiore glanced at the newspaper. Shrugged. Cutter goes all in. He doesn't hold back. He doesn't mind dying. It scares me. That's why she pretends she doesn't like him, Quindika added. He's your friend, you're here. Karthika waved. Bring me up to speed. We've known him for years. One of our first cases, DeFiore caught Quindika's hand and raised it briefly, was to take down a white supremacy gang in New York. Cutter was working another case that led him to this gang. That's how we came across him. He was a pain. DeFiore smiled. He still is. Tell me about it. Karthika said. The Americans laughed at her vehemence. Cutter can rub people the wrong way, Quindika said. But when you need one person to save your life, he's it. And he has saved us many times, DeFiore added. Do you think he killed that inspector? No. Karthika looked around and lowered her voice. He was sitting in the wrong place for the GSW. There's a possibility that two bikers might have shot Audie. But I do need to interview Grogan, learn what he knows, and cross him off the person of interest list. All that's happening here, it's so Cutter. He won't stop until he's found who killed that server. Maya. I have a hunch that he fired those grenades on those villas. Why? Quindika frowned. Grogan believes Maya was murdered by Bulam Hitam, the gambling gang. Budi Wijaya is that gang's enforcer in Bali. Several Bulam Hitam hitters have died in recent days. Yeah, we read about those bodies. Cutter killed all of them. DeFiore asked doubtfully. He didn't kill the first two men in the Kuta Selaton apartment. The others? I don't know. If he did, I don't know why. A couple was an eyewitness to one of those incidents. The description they gave didn't match Grogan's. I called them for a second interview, and they still stuck to their story. Karthika took a deep breath. Could he have paid them to lie for him? No, both the agents said simultaneously. Cutter might break rules himself, but he'll never ask anyone to do that either for him or anyone else, Quindika said. If that couple lied, it could be out of gratitude. Yeah, that's possible. Karthika waved her hand at a server and ordered another round of kopis. They would have been killed. What I don't get is how does he do it? If he's the one who bombed those villas, it must be because he found a connection to the gang or Wajaya and might be flushing them out. But where does he get the equipment? How's he able to evade the police? He was special forces. Highly trained. He knows how to disappear. And he has connections, DeFiore added. Connections? Karthika echoed. Gangsters? No. DeFiore snorted. He's friends with a covert U.S. agency. They have gear all over the world. I can't tell you more than that. Can't or won't? Karthika challenged. Won't, DeFiore admitted. We know who they are. Heck, they've helped us more than once. But telling you who they are won't help your investigations. They have no involvement in what's gone down. They aren't active in Indonesia. When you mean gear, would it be like grenade launchers? Yeah, DeFiore drawled. Among other weapons. What about erasing his presence in security camera recordings? That would be child's play for that agency. Karthika shook her head in disbelief. A lethal killer is loose in Bali. That's one way of putting it, DeFiore said. What's the other way? He's on your side, even if you don't see it that way. He's wanted by us. Every Bulam Hitam member is hunting him. DeFiore settled back comfortably. It won't be the first time Cutter Grogan is in that situation. It won't be the last. 31. Cutter spent the night in the woods in Pekatu. He slept in the Toyota, wrapped in a thermal blanket, and woke to a stray cow scratching her neck against the car's hood. The animal didn't budge when he stepped out and yawned. She eyed him placidly and continued her rub. Yeah, I get it. I'm in your country. The cow urinated on his front tire and ambled away with soft moo. He drove out, went to Kuta Selaton, and rented a motel room by the hour. He freshened up and inspected himself in the mirror. His bruises were healing. He had full mobility of his limbs. Until the next time someone decides to use me as a punching bag. He drove to a gas station on Jalan Uluwatu, close to the Polsek station. It was small. 3 pumps and a small convenience store whose windows overlooked the forecourt. At just past 10, the gas station was deserted. He drove up to the pump closest to the street and reached for the nozzle. Another car drew up to the next pump, parallel to his and closer to the store. It was a black Honda. The make and color registering unconsciously. 3 men got out. Short, powerfully built, their arms covered in ink. All of them laughing at some joke. One man stepped to the pump. Buzz cut. Chewing something. He glanced casually at Cutter. The American was aware of his gaze, but he was looking at the numerals speeding up on his pump. Nothing unusual about the scene, but Cutter felt an invisible ripple from the man. The Pi looked down at his pump, cursed beneath his breath and held it firmly. Through the corners of his eyes, he saw the men bang the pump as if it wasn't working, jam the nozzle back into the machine and go to his friend. They spoke briefly. One of them looked his way. The third man laughed. That sounds forced. Did they make me? No, that couldn't be possible. He was disguised. No one knew of the Toyota. He glanced at himself in his Corolla's window and froze. He wasn't disguised. I didn't apply it in the morning. He could see the men whispering in the window's reflection, gesturing urgently since he had his back to them. Pumpman whistled exaggeratedly, got behind the wheel and drove the car a short distance to the exit. He came out, frowned, kicked a tire and shot a string of Indonesian at his friends. Cutter looked at them the way one would look at a randomly curious event, and instantly got what they were planning. Pumpman's blocked my exit. They'll try to take me here. He sized them up discreetly, increasingly confident that they were Bulam Hitam hitters. Cutter stopped fueling. He returned the nozzle to its slot, capped his car and got behind the wheel. Pump Man hurried to his car, making it look like he wasn't hustling. The two men approached the pump, as if pretending to investigate it. "They'll jump me before I accelerate." He floored the gas. His Toyota shot out. It T-boned Pump Man's car with a sickening impact. Cutter lunged out of the car, engine running, took in Pump Man, who was screaming, his door buckled, trapped inside. His friends were coming around the pump, spreading themselves out. A gas station attendant was looking through the store's window, in shock. Cutter exploded in motion. He grabbed his pump's nozzle, swung it at the approaching men, and sprayed them with fuel. They stopped abruptly, shouting in alarm and anger. He threw the nozzle at the nearest man, jumped back at his vehicle, backed the Toyota, and raced away. He saw the fuel-soaked men try to regroup in his rearview mirror, and then he was on the street and speeding away. "Fool," he told himself in the rearview mirror. "They now know what you're driving." Which meant he had to change his ride. "But I can't go to Denpasar and get another vehicle from Putu Surya." 32. Cutter smelled gasoline on himself. He turned abruptly, tearing down a small street, and then took several twists and turns until he was on Jalan Siligita. No one was following him. Will they inform Fadil? His office is on this street. No, he decided. Fadil isn't in Bulam Hitam. Cutter didn't know what role the man played, but he was confident the businessman wasn't part of the gang. He parked near a temple, scanned the surroundings, and opened the trunk. He extracted his disguise kit, went to the rear seat, and changed his appearance. Got behind the wheel again, checked out an auto paint shop on maps, looked up its reviews, and drove to the one on the bypass Nurul Rai Road. Bali Auto Paint was next to a ceramic shop. A dusty track led from the street to the paint shop's premises. A uniformed man beckoned him and inspected the Corolla. He inspected the front of the car, which was lightly dented from the T-bone. Cutter shook his head when he fired off in Indonesian. "I want it repainted. Urgently," Cutter told him in English. Yeah. Accident. Yeah. My boss won't be happy." The smell of paint was strong in the air. A police cruiser roared down the street, its lights flashing. "What color?" "Matte black." Cutter offered a bundle of rupiahs. The man counted the money, clicked his tongue, and returned several to the PI. "Urgent." "Yeah. Right now." The Indonesian shouted at a mechanic, who looked up from the car he was spraying. "Okay," he said after a verbal back and forth with his employee. 2 hours and a sandwich later, Cutter drove his still-drying car away. If dust sticks to it, all the better. He changed the number plates outside a closed shop, searched up a motel, and drove to it, where he paid in cash for a few hours. He stripped his gas-smelling clothes in the room. "I'll burn them." He showered in lukewarm water, dressed in new clothes, changed his disguise again, and drove away. He drove to a small cafe, tucked into a side street near Jalan Labuanse. Tables arranged in the small eating area. Wooden benches on either side of them. A darkened glass-fronted door. Air conditioning and soft music. The kind of place where people could drink or talk, undisturbed from the tourist traffic outside. Cutter parked the Toyota nearby and slid onto a bench facing the door. The tables either side of him were empty. He ordered kopi and a klapan cake, a traditional dessert, and was enjoying them when two men entered the cafe and sat on either side of him. They were lean, fit, short-haired, dressed casually in jeans and shirts. He checked their forearms. No ink. He looked at them. Neither of them faced him. The men looked at the door, impassive. They boxed me in. I can't reach for my Glock without giving myself away. He gripped the kopi cup and saw one man tense. He knows I can throw the beverage in his face. "Do you mind?" he asked in English, his right hand curling around the steel knife on the table. "There are many empty tables. I want to be alone." They didn't reply. Flight wasn't an option. It would either have to be fight or leave gracefully. He prepared to rise, gripping the knife with this right hand. "I'll stab the man on my right, elbow the one on the left, and then draw my Glock." That was assuming they didn't force him to sit down. He counted down slowly in his mind, dug into his cake and bit a portion and prepared to shoot up. Peyton Quindica and Gina Di Fiore entered the cafe. 33. Cutter blinked. The women sat across from him gracefully, a smirk on Di Fiore's lips. They too were casually dressed in stylish jackets and oversized bags. No, it can't be them. He dipped a finger in his kopi and winced at the burn. They were still there. You look like a goldfish, Quindica chuckled. Close your mouth, Cutter. He snapped his teeth shut and looked at the men on either side of him. They were still expressionless. These must be your goons, Cutter said. Jerry, Paul, you can leave. Quindica gestured at them. The men stood silently and exited the cafe without a word. We had to take precautions. Di Fiore's smirk deepened. You might reach for a grenade. You've become handy with them lately. They know. How? They know how I work, he answered himself. If they located me here, it wouldn't have been hard for them to figure out I was involved in those attacks. He searched beyond them and didn't see any police through the doors. It's just them. Grenades? He put on a puzzled tone. Di Fiore scoffed, but didn't say anything. I'll bite, he said when neither of them spoke. I am in disguise. How did you find me? Some disguise. Di Fiore rolled her eyes. Your expression gave you away when we arrived. Finding you wasn't hard in any case. Cutter shook his head emphatically. Not even your resources could find me. He had worked with Beth and Megan long enough to know that. Werner wipes my real trail, creates alibis for me. Their wigs are embedded with anti-facial recognition tech. No, there's no way the FBI could have placed me here. It's not the first time I've used the agency's tech to go untraceable. How? And then it struck him. Beth and Meg told you where I was. Werner had his real-time location through his phone. Yeah. Quindica sipped the coffee he had ordered for both of them. Why would they tell you? Because they are our friends. The smirk hadn't left Di Fiore's face. Cutter stared at her. Since when? I know they've met the sisters several times. I didn't know they were this close, however. We need to tell you about our social lives. He finished his drink, cake, and wiped his hands on a paper towel. Peyton and Gina are the kind of people Beth and Meg like. I should have known they would become good friends. But why didn't the sisters warn me? You're stalking me. You were in Cape Town, he referred to a previous case, and now you're here. It might be hard for you to believe this, Di Fiore sneered, but the world doesn't revolve around you. You're here on vacation or a case. Wait. It must be a case. You don't go around with heavies. He jerked his shoulder at the men outside the cafe. If you are on holiday. Come with us. Quindica finished her drink and got to her feet. Why? I like it here. We can do this the hard way. Di Fiore got up too. Paul and Jerry can escort you out. Don't underestimate them. You might resist, but then the cafe might call the cops. And you don't want that, do you? Nope, he didn't want that. He got up as well. Besides, he smiled inwardly. I'm curious. Grogan. Di Fiore tugged his sleeve as they were leaving. Yeah. That. She pointed at his face. Is a big improvement over your original looks. Cutter Grogan, hotshot pie, had no retort and followed them speechlessly. He entered a black SUV, the three of them in the large bench seat in the rear, with Paul and Jerry at the front. They headed toward the outskirts of Uluwatu. Di Fiore, between him and Quindica. Remove your disguise, the NYPD detective ordered. He removed it, stuffed the accessories into his pockets, and wiped his face on his sleeve. She brought out her phone. He could see her screen and read the "We found him." You should have seen his expression, message she sent. Bad manners, she told him without looking up. You wanted me to see that, he protested. She sent that to either Beth or Meg. The SUV slowed down on Jalan Raya Uluwatu and pulled in front of a low-rise, glass-fronted building in an office and warehouse neighborhood. He got out and noted the many cars and SUVs in the parking lot. Security cameras at the entrance that panned the front. 2 casually dressed men inside the sparsely furnished lobby. Bulges at their waist. They were alert, fit, and looked Indonesian. He checked out the brass board on the wall behind the reception desk. No list of company names on it. "Is this where you aggressively interrogate me?" he asked as he followed them into the elevator. "Don't give us ideas," De Fiore said flatly. Paul and Jerry smiled and turned neutral when he stared at them. The elevator doors opened to a long hallway with 2 more security men. One man made to search him. "No need," Quindica told him. She spoke to him in English, and he obeyed. Cutter was intrigued. Quindica opened the glass door to a bullpen staffed by men and women on screens. All of them casually dressed. The murmur of conversation dropped as all eyes turned on them. "Hi." He waved at them. No one waved back. "You could have picked a friendly lot," he murmured to De Fiore, and got an elbow dig in return. He went down the carpet behind her and through another set of doors into a conference room. More people in it. About 20, he guessed. Most of them like the hard-faced, fit security guards. Some of them wore jackets with English lettering on it. FBI. Is this their team? Hold up. Not all of them are feds. He read the 3-letter acronym on other jackets. BIN. That's Badan Intelijen Negara, the country's intelligence agency. No one spoke to him or helped him as he poured himself coffee from a jug in a side table. He filled 2 more cups and offered them to the FBI SACs. They took it with head nods. Both women went to the front of the room, where a projector was displaying a blank screen on a white curtain. The 20 assembled people looked at De Fiore and Quindica expectantly. Cutter took position to their left. The door opened. Heads turned at the arrival. Penyidik Indah Karthika walked in. 34. Grogan. Karthika yelled and came to a stop. "Gina Payton, what's this? Why's he here? Have you arrested him?" Cutter leaned against the wall comfortably and crossed his legs. "I don't know what's going down, but it looks like it will be interesting." He checked out the assembled people again. No one else from Indonesian police but for Karthika. And then the names the detective had uttered registered. "She knows Gina and Payton? How? Was it when she was at Quantico?" "No, we didn't arrest him." Quindica smiled. "Sit. Have some coffee. Everything will be clear soon enough." Cutter was close enough to the coffee table. He poured one for the detective and gave it to her. She snatched the cup from him with a glower and sat on an empty seat at the front. "You should have warned me he'd be here," she snapped at the American women. "I'll take him with me once this." She waved her cup at the room, and only then took in the bin personnel. "Is over," she finished in a lower tone. "I didn't kill Adi," Cutter told her softly. "Save it," she said harshly. "I'll take your statement at the station." "I won't make any introductions," Quindica began. "Cutter Grogan," she watched expressionlessly as he waved and then resumed, "is a civilian. He doesn't need to know your names." The assembled men and women murmured. "You've read his file," De Fiore added. "What's not in there is he's a pain in the bottom." Should I bow? Cutter thought and decided not to. Gina might shoot me if I did. Yeah. Karthika nodded vigorously. The audience laughed. "You all have heard of Penyidik Indah Karthika," De Fiore continued. The detective half stood, smiled and sat down again. "Indah Cutter," the FBI SAC said. "You might have guessed what this is, a joint FBI BIN task force. Formed recently. Kept out of the news for obvious reasons. A year ago, De Fiore took over, Bulam Hitam came to the FBI's attention. We knew of it, as an illegal gambling outfit active in the country, but didn't pay any attention to it. The gang was local. The crimes they committed were local and didn't impact America's national security. We passed on whatever we knew to the Indonesian Polri and left it to them. But then, she sipped, one of the gangs made a payment last year to an account on our radar. We had been monitoring this second account for a while. It is associated with ISIL. Cutter straightened. Karthika stopped drinking. We didn't find any connection between the terrorist group and Bulam Hitam. We monitored chatter, conducted surveillance, all the usual, zip. Those payments stopped for a while, Quindika said. What was interesting is all those payments were one way. Nothing from the ISIL account to Bulam Hitam. And then the payments resumed. Very recently. All of them have been in 6 figures. We monitored internet forums. Picked up chatter. We used AI algorithms. All of you know how intel gathering works. I am not telling you anything new. Something big is going down, De Fiore said simply. We don't know what, when, or how, but all the intel points to it. Bulam Hitam isn't a terrorist outfit, Karthika protested after a while. Yeah, and that stumps us. They aren't into other activities either. Human trafficking, drugs, weapons, none of that. But then, why is it sending money to a terrorist outfit? You're sure that other account is an ISIL one? Cutter drawled. Yeah. You know who operates it? Yeah. She didn't elaborate, despite his questioning look. Gina and Peyton don't want the account operators, he worked out. They want the shot callers. Otherwise, they would have leaned on the bank to freeze that account. Karthika frowned. Why didn't you tell me all this when we met? You must know I lead the Bulam Hitam investigation. Because we don't know how many Polri officers are owned by Bulam Hitam, Quindika said bluntly. We trust you and only you, which is why we invited you here today. The detective digested the words. You knew what Grogan was up to when we met. We figured out from what was in the news, but wanted to hear from you. About his suspected involvement. Why is he here? Karthika waved her cup at the PI. He should be with me, answering a lot of questions. Cutter has a particular way of working, Quindika smiled. Several bin members laughed. He applies force. Persuasion, the PI corrected her. More laughs. He ratchets the pressure up until something gives, until someone talks. That's his style. Having him in the loop might make him restrain himself, now that he knows there's something bigger going on. Why didn't you arrest Bulam Hitam's leaders? Karthika probed. We didn't move on them till now, because we wanted the terrorists. Not a low-level gambling outfit that you could deal with. Why can't you find out who's operating that account, lift that person and sweat him? It's one of those digital bank accounts. It's owned by a company, and the directors are fake, Karthika guessed. Yeah. And they use proxies and VPNs and burner phones to hide their locations whenever they operate the account. We knew you would arrest the gang's leaders, De Fiore told the detective after a while, encouragingly, even if many in the police were corrupt. But this chatter changed the equation. We had to know what the terrorists were planning. We put together the team. She nodded at the men and women in the room and in the bullpen. And then Grogan went into vengeance mode, she said sarcastically. Excuse me for investigating Maya's murder, Cutter retorted. Karthika was to his right, in his line of sight, her face in profile. She stiffened at his words. I have not forgotten her death, she said furiously. I can't go about firing grenades at people. I didn't. Enough. Quindika didn't shout. Her warning tone was enough to quieten the room. Cutter, you will stand down. Karthika, from now on you're part of the task force. Not an active member, but we'll loop you into anything we find out about Bulam Hitam. The other stuff. You aren't security cleared, MBAK, an older man with a bin jacket told the detective apologetically. Karthika nodded. I understand, Pak. No need for that. He smiled. I would have introduced myself and my team, but… Security, I know. Karthika isn't going to snitch about this task force to anyone, Cutter told the man. Cutter Grogan, you are a civilian. You have the least standing in this case. The man smiled. In other words, back off, Cutter interpreted his message. He saw Karthika hide a smile and shrugged mentally. How the task force operates is not my business. I can help. He raised his hand. You're not in school, Cutter, Quintica pointed out. The task force team laughed. You can help, DeFiore said, by standing down. By enjoying the rest of your vacation. Or by returning to America, Karthika shot. He grinned. I am not going back, but maybe I can find out who runs that Bulam Hitam account. 35. No. Karthika yelled and stood up after a stunned silence. Grogan is a person of interest. He cannot? The bin members drowned her voice out in their chorus of agreement. There could be a terrorist attack on your country. Cutter went to the front of the room. Do you even know where the Bulam Hitam members are? Do you realize how long it will take you to find out where they are, arrest them, and then sweat out the details from them? We know where Booty Wajaya is, DeFiore said tightly. Holed up in a resort. I know. How do you know that? Not important. Thing is, he's got an army of hitters protecting him. You're going to start a shootout at the OK Corral here in Bali. I forgot, she snarked. That's more your style. Touché. He grinned. Whatever. Cutter, Quintica interjected. Get to the point. Give me a day or two. If I can't find out who the account operator is and what they know, you move in. Quintica and DeFiore traded glances. They lose nothing, he figured. You can't be seriously considering his offer. Karthika protested. Cutter Grogan is a nobody. Inda, what do you suggest we do? DeFiore asked her. He wants to run around Indonesia, blowing up houses, killing people. I didn't kill Adi, Cutter told her. And I sure as heck didn't kill Maya. The police are still hunting me, aren't they? That's not going to change, no matter what we agree in this room. I'm not asking you to back down from the search. Karthika's fists clenched at her sides. She whirled on the FBI sacks. What if something happens before he gets answers? MBAK, the bin officer told her, something could happen today. Right now. We don't have enough intel. What Cutter Grogan is offering is unusual. We've read his file. He gets results, however. And in any case, we aren't going to stand down and wait for him to return. Our team, he pointed at the bullpen, is working on intelligence gathering. Karthika broke away from him and faced the American women. I'll have to run this past. No one, Quintica told her. You are here on our invite. You have heard confidential information which you aren't cleared for. You cannot act on that. Karthika flushed. You don't trust me. DeFiore went to her and squeezed her shoulder. You are the only one we trust. You are our friend. I don't believe I am agreeing to this, the investigator mumbled. You aren't, Cutter grinned. You want to slap handcuffs on me. He stopped when she shook a finger at him. Quit when you are ahead, DeFiore snarked at him. He tossed his empty cup in a bin. Do I get a badge and compensation for helping out your task force? Just go, DeFiore said wearily. Karthika looked at him leave. This goes against my training, my experience. Everything. Welcome to our world. Quintica snorted. Do you trust him? With our lives? The rest of the task force dispersed and left the room, leaving her alone with the FBI sacks. He didn't seem worried when he made that offer and when he left the room. DeFiore picked up her bag and shouldered it. Bulam Hitam and Wajaya should be worried. They have no idea what's going to hit them. 36. Is there a bathroom here? Cutter reached the lobby. A guard directed him around the corner of the reception desk. Neither of the guards made to stop him. Or shoot me. He hurried to the bathroom. Maybe Gina or Peyton ordered them to let me go. He washed his face in the sink and dried it with a fluffy towel on a rack. He removed the prosthetic accessories from his pockets and reapplied them slowly. He was patting his cheeks when the door swung open, and DeFiore burst in, followed by Quindeca. "Is this where you have second thoughts, and hand me over to Karthika?" He swung around to greet them. Neither of them replied, as they sized him up. "Will your goon outside keep quiet about my disguise? Those men are elite bin operators. As good as your friends on Columbus Avenue in New York," Quindeca reproached him. He held his hand up in apology. DeFiore opened her bag, rummaged in it, and brought out her eyeliner. "Hold still." Cutter held still as she stood on her toes and lightly applied it to his face. He looked in the mirror when she had finished, and saw she had made it look he had shadows beneath his eyes. "Makes me look older." "Do you know what you are getting into?" she asked him. "It's no more dangerous than crossing the street in New York." Her gray eyes burned through him, as if she could read his mind. "I'm missing the old Gina." "What about her?" "She would have punched me for the smallest backtalk." "You'll have to find someone else for your kinks." He laughed. Quindeca smiled and squeezed her shoulder affectionately. He washed his hands and dried them in the towel. His fingers slowed. "You wanted me to make that offer?" "No," Quindeca said vehemently. "Much as we would love to take credit for playing you so expertly," DeFiore drawled, "nope, that didn't cross our mind. We wanted you to back down. Nothing more. Dude, they're your closest friends. How can you even think they would manipulate you?" "I'm not thinking well these days." Both took his words for the apology it was. "How much sleep have you had?" Quindeca came to him and adjusted the lapels of his jacket. "Enough. I won't have much in the next few days." Gina surprised him by hugging him hard. "Go." She punched his forearm lightly, her words muffled against his shoulder. "Before the old Gina returns." He went. Gina DeFiore breathed audibly when the door shut behind him. "I'm worried for him. Cutter Grogan has 9 lives. Her girlfriend took her in her arms. I'm worried he's used up most of them." "Yeah, that's on my mind too." "But?" DeFiore twisted to look up at her. "But? If anything happens to Cutter." DeFiore understood. "Beth, Meg, Zeb and that entire crew will descend on Bali." "Yeah. To wage war." 37. Cutter decided to go after the nearest target, Booty Wajaya. "I know where he is. I can find a way to flush him or his closest aides out of the resort." He paid the cab he had ordered at the task force's building and walked half a mile to retrieve his Toyota, which was near the cafe. The sun had set by the time he drove into Batu Karang's parking lot. He backed into an empty space near the exit and went to the trunk. He looked around and quickly removed his jacket and tee, slipped into the body armor and then redressed. He took out a walking cane from the trunk, a real one, and pretended to hobble towards the resort. He veered off at the last minute and looped around the parking lot. Would Wajaya's men be driving the same rides they escaped in from the villa? The one he had shot at wasn't present. But there was an SUV that looked similar. And it's got 2 men inside. Why would they be here when they can enjoy the resort's offerings? They've got to be Bulam Hitam goons. He had his Glock, his Fairbairn Sykes, and he had the cane. "I can handle 2 thugs with these." He coughed loudly and bent down as if in pain. He knocked on the driver's window. "Punya air. Have water?" he asked hoarsely when the window slid down. He saw both men had their phones in their laps. Ink on their forearms. He couldn't see any guns, but it was dark inside the vehicle. A radio station played a tune on its music system. Per G. The driver waved his hand irritatedly. "Go away. That's not polite." I could genuinely use water. Kamu sama Budi Wajaya. Cutter rasped. Are you with Budi Wajaya? The driver's hand reached for his legs and came up with a gun. The passenger was cursing and fumbling with his seatbelt. Cutter jabbed his cane in the driver's throat savagely, and in the same motion thrust it in the passenger's groin. That bought him time. The driver's eyes bulged as he dropped his gun, clawed at his neck, trying to suck air while his partner gasped and fumbled for an out-of-sight weapon. Cutter dropped the cane, brought out his Glock, and whipped its barrel on the driver's head until he slumped on the wheel, and then shot the second thug in his face even as he was diving out of the SUV. He ducked low and raced behind the SUV and peered around it. Did anyone hear the shot? There's a lot of ambient noise. Horns, music from within the resort, and other cars. He crouched low and then rose slowly in relief when no one came to the SUV. It took him 15 minutes to secure the driver, gag him, and drag him and his dead companion, and roll them beneath a pickup truck in the parking lot. He checked the phones he had taken from their bodies. They've got a lot of orders from someone called Wura. He sent a message from the driver's phone, after getting Werner to translate it into Indonesian. Kita mau makan malam. Kuncha SUV ada di kursi soper. We're going for dinner. SUV's keys are on the driver's seat. He grinned when the phone lit up. An incoming call from Wura. He ignored it, placed the key on the driver's seat, and searched the parking lot. He saw a helmeted man getting off a bike. Sorry, brother. He waited for the man to remove his helmet and knocked him out with his Glock. He gagged and secured the rider and propped him against a jeep. He stuffed several dollars in the man's pocket, wore the helmet, fired up the bike, and drove it behind the Bulam Hitam SUV. I might not need it. Wura might not drive anywhere. But being prepared never hurt. Cutter cut the ringtone on both the phones and put them in his pocket. A heavy-set man approached the SUV after a while. He looked inside and swore loudly. He brought out his phone. Birin? He spoke in it and rattled off a string of curses, looking around. He ended the call and, shaking his head, reached inside to pick up the key. He's returning to the resort. Can't let him go. Wura! Cutter yelled, making his voice sound deep. Birin! The man spun around. Cutter fired up the bike, lit him with its headlight, and accelerated towards the thug. Wura shouted and jumped back, a hand coming up to block the light, his free hand darting to his waist. The bike caught him full on, its wheel going through his legs, making him slump over the handlebar, his face against Cutter's helmet. The pie crashed into a car, pinning the heavy against it and removing his helmet, swung it at the thug's face several times until the man passed out. His takedown had been swift, brutal, and efficient, giving no time for Wura to react or call for help. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and checked out the unconscious man and fist-pumped mentally when he recognized the hitter. He was with Wajaya, in the SUV I attacked. Where do I interrogate him? The answer came to him instantly. His lips curved in a savage smile. Cutter drove the Toyota over the grass and stopped near the cliff. He got out and inhaled the salty air, hearing the crash of waves far below. This was where I was attacked and rescued the happy duck couple. He wore his custom Ray-Bans and switched to night vision mode. Nope, this time the expanse was empty. He tossed the shades on the front seat, opened the rear door, and dragged out a kicking and shouting Wura, who had come to by then. He dumped the hitter on the ground and brought out a nylon rope from the trunk. He laid it on the ground from the Toyota to the cliff's edge, made mental calculations, and drove the vehicle closer to the steep fall. He fastened one end of it to the fender and went to Wura, who had been watching curiously, and after reading his intent, reared up with both legs. Cutter swiped his Fairbairn Sykes along his leg, cutting through his thick jeans. The man's howl was lost in the wind. He tied the struggling man's ankles with difficulty and searched his pockets. He found a cigarette packet and a box of lights. Those will do. He removed the man's gag, evaded his bite, and pulled him to the cliff's edge. Wura shouted and cursed, dug his feet into the ground to slow him down, but couldn't stop Cutter from shoving the hitter over the cliff. The Toyota jerked from the weight, its hood riding low on the shock. It didn't move, however. Its beams illuminated the cliff and disappeared into the inky darkness over the ocean. Cutter settled next to the rope, letting his feet dangle over the edge. His hair ruffled from the wind. He could taste salt and knew his back was illuminated by his ride. Anyone coming up from behind will think I am watching the ocean in the night. They won't see the nylon or hear whirra unless they are close. The hitter hung over the rocky outcrop, a foot below the edge, shrieking and spinning in the air, jerking spasmodically as he tried to rear up. Gravity, his bound hands and legs, and his lack of belly muscle prevented him from doubling up to grab the rope. Cutter lit a cigarette, blew on it to a red glow, and touched it to Wyra's ankle. The man screamed and jerked. "Do you speak English?" Cutter asked him. "No. No." The Pi sighed. "Looks like my run of finding English-speaking thugs has ended." He brought out his phone and loaded Werner. "Did you kill Maya?" He read out in Indonesian, pronouncing slowly. No response from the heavy. Cutter touched the smoke to his leg. The man jerked and howled. "No. Let me go." Werner translated his response. "Who killed her?" "I don't know." "Do you know who I am?" "Booty will kill you." Werner shrieked when the Pi applied the lit end to his other ankle. "I have the whole night ahead. You, on the other hand, blood has rushed to your head. You'll pass out soon. You can make it easier on yourself. Answer my questions. Who killed Maya?" "I don't know," Werner roared. "Did Wajaya kill her?" "I don't know." Cutter blew on the cigarette. He might be lying, but he could have given me a name if he wanted to end the questioning. No, he really doesn't know. "Why is Wajaya working with ISIL?" he tried. Werner stopped struggling and cocked his head up to look at him. "ISIL. The terrorist group. Booty doesn't know them. Let me go. Do you want money? I can give it to you. Bulamhitam will kill you if they find you." The heavy swung in the air at a hard gust of wind. His face crashed against a rocky outcrop. "Why is Bulamhitam involved with that group?" "They are not. Let me go." He's losing it already. The blood in his head is making him incoherent. I've got to finish questioning him soon, or else he'll pass out. He brought up the bank account on his screen, sprawled on the ground, and thrust his arm over the cliff to show it to Werner. "Is this the gang's account?" The man peered up with difficulty. He swallowed. "I don't know." He screamed and jerked when Cutter used the smoke. "I don't know. Maybe. Only Booty operates the accounts. We give cash to him. He was to go to Jakarta tomorrow to report." "Huh. Why's he telling me that?" "Probably to end the torture." Cutter caught his belt, hauled him up with difficulty, and laid him on the ground. He panted and waited to recover his breath. "What are you talking about?" Werner was wheezing. He was shaking his head. He moaned when the Pi made to roll him off the cliff. "No, no." He swallowed. "Tomorrow. Jakarta. Bulamhitam leaders. Meeting. Wajaya go usually. He not go now." "Why?" Cutter asked when the man broke off to spit blood and saliva. He touched the cigarette to Wyra's cheek. The hitter howled and flinched, and would have fallen off the cliff if the Pi hadn't grabbed his shirt. "Leader told no," he cried. "Who is the leader?" "I not met." "How do you know about Jakarta?" "I go with Booty every time. I his guard. I stay outside." "Outside where?" "Outside hotel." "This leader told Wajaya not to come." Yeah. "Where was this meeting to happen?" "Jakarta Paradise." "How often did Wajaya go?" "Every month." "Is the meeting cancelled?" "No. Only Wajaya not go." "Why do they meet?" Boolam hit him business. What time is the meeting? 11 a.m. Yeah. Look at this account. Cutter showed him the screen again. Whose is it? He brought the cigarette close to Wyra's left eye. The man screamed and struggled to get away. He was blabbering. I not know. Cutter went to the Toyota and grabbed the man's phone. It was a smartphone, a common brand in the country. He rummaged in the vehicle's trunk and found a collection of phone batteries. He replaced the phone's battery with an identical-looking one. That's a real one, but also comes with a GPS tracker and surveillance technology. He paired the battery with his phone, turned on Wyra's device, and returned to the hitter with more accessories in his hands. The man was on the verge of losing consciousness, his eyes dull and glazed. Cutter roused him with the cigarette tip to his neck. Wyra's eyes flared open. He shuddered. Cutter raised the hitter's shirt and fastened a strip of plastic explosive to his waist with a Velcro belt. He inserted a smart detonator, powered it on, and completed the setup on his phone. I need you to listen carefully. He slapped Wyra to alertness. That's a bomb. This, he held his own phone up, is a dead man's switch. Anything happens to me, the bomb goes off. Anyone tries to remove that belt, you burst into small pieces. Only I can remove it, if I am alive. If I am captured, this switch, he waved the screen at the hitter, will read my voice and know I am captured. It will trigger the explosive. Understood. He didn't know if Wyra did, but the man nodded dazedly. Cutter untied the nylon rope. It's your lucky day. He coiled it and got to his feet. You get to live. I wonder if Wajaya will kill you once he finds out what you told me. Maybe you shouldn't confess everything to him. With that encouraging note, he went to the Toyota and discreetly dropped Wyra's phone on the ground. Let him think I lost it accidentally. The Toyota's beams lit the hitter as he backed up. The man lay shivering, face down near the cliff's edge. Every thug thinks they are a hard case until they are overpowered, Cutter thought pitilessly, and spun the wheel around and drove away. Jakarta would be his next stop. 38. Cutter decided to risk driving to his resort, which was lit. The sentry at the gate waved him inside, bored, without bothering to check if he had a reservation. Cutter drove into the lot, didn't spot any police vehicles, and backed into a space between two other cars. He turned off his lights and pulled out his laptop. Jakarta Paradise was a 5-star hotel in Kuningan in Jakarta. Wyra wasn't lying about that. It was close to midnight. He got Warner to check the hotel out. The AI told him it was owned by a private company and put up a list of directors on the screen. Cutter went through their bios briefly. All of them were men, business people, and he couldn't find any connection to Boolam Hidam. It's not as if they'll advertise it, he thought sarcastically. And the hotel might be owned by genuine people, and the gang might be renting a meeting room there. In any case, he thought bleakly, I can't make it. Jakarta is on the island of Java. I am in Bali, 750 miles away. No way I can reach that meeting in time. He mulled over it for a moment as he lowered the window, letting the fresh air drive away his weariness. He called for help. Why were you at a Pekatu cliff this time of the night? Beth barked when the call connected. I was with Wyra. Who's he? Wajaya's bodyguard. It wasn't a social meeting. He grinned despite his tiredness. He wouldn't call it that. He laid out the hitter's confession to her, heard background voices and guessed her twin had joined Beth. His guess was right. There's no way you can go to Jakarta in time for that meeting, Megan said. I know. Why are you interested in the gang's leadership? Isn't Wajaya your target? Wajaya might not know who's managing that account, in which case that meeting becomes critical. He heard them murmuring. He stifled a yawn, but knew it was audible. When did you sleep last? I've been running on fumes for a while now, he admitted. Have you heard of Bali Heaven? He frowned and racked his memory. That's a resort a few miles away from Uluwatu Temple. Very high-end. Correct. It has a private airstrip and helipad. In about 2 hours from now, there will be a Learjet for you. Cutter sat straight, his weariness forgotten. What? Pick a name, Beth said. What? Don't do that. Don't sound like a stuck record, she said irritably. Pick a name from among the passports in the Toyota. Tom Dooley, he recollected the first name that came to mind. Is that the best you could come up with? Cut him some slack, Megan remonstrated her sister. He's been busy. Tom Dooley it is. Disguise yourself however you want. Send us a photograph. The resort staff and the pilot will be expecting Tom Dooley. There won't be any trouble. It will land at the VIP terminal in CGK, Soekarno-Hatta International Airport. Dooley will be expected there. You will have no trouble. Wait. Once in Jakarta, Beth added, take a cab to Menteng. Go to Jazzy Autos. Yusuf runs it. He's our man. A vet. You know how it works. He'll give you a Range Rover. Use it while you are in Jakarta. We'll dig into the hotel and find a way for you to gate-crash the meeting. He was stunned. He's dozed off, Megan told her sister. You used big sentences. He can't comprehend those. I ate him here, Cutter said forcefully. Learjet. VIP terminal. Yusuf, how? I mean. Cutter, Beth said patiently. Do you want to go to Jakarta? Yeah, I do. Then get your ass on that plane. You can sleep in it until daylight. The crew won't disturb you. Whose is it? A friend's. Friend. All you need to know is you can trust the crew. Cutter swallowed. You can pull this off so quickly? We can arrange an aircraft carrier to rendezvous with you in the ocean if you need. He glanced at his phone. Is she joking? No. They probably can do that. Thanks. Here we go again, Beth sighed. Get your butt on that flight. Thank us when you're back home. He was hanging up when he remembered. You told Gina and Peyton where to find me. Yeah, Megan replied. Why? They're our friends. They asked. We told them. Friends. I didn't know. We have to tell you who our friends are and who we date. Discretion was the better part of valor. He ended the call. Cutter wore a trim goatee, spectacles, a brown wig, and black contacts to match the bland photograph in Tom Dooley's passport. He took a selfie and sent it to Beth. Got a thumbs-up emoji in reply, along with a short message. Everything's in place. Tom Dooley was admitted into Bali heaven after a cursory check of his passport and directed to the airstrip, which was half a mile behind the accommodation. The white Learjet gleamed in the lights of the runway, visible from some distance away. 2 resort officials greeted him and checked his passport again. One of them offered to carry his backpack, while another presented him with a cup of steaming kopi. Cutter declined the first offer and gratefully took the cup. He drank it, thanked them, and went to the aircraft. He boarded it and was greeted by the pilots. Both of them were American, had the look of former USAF crew to them. They shook his hand, didn't introduce themselves or ask any details of him, and directed him to the seating area. There were only 6 leather seats in it, each of which could be reclined and turned to full flat beds. Cutter had been inside the agency's Gulfstream several times and was accustomed to private air travel. This Lear's not as luxurious as their ride, he thought, as he stowed his backpack in an overhead compartment. Would you mind if I slept in the jet, even after we reached Jakarta? Sure, the co-pilot drawled. Midwestern twang, Cutter detected. He dropped into his seat, a part of him still stunned at the speed at which his friends had organized the aircraft. And then sleep overtook him. Cutter woke to the smell of coffee. He stretched, yawned, and peered out of the window. Normal airport activity. Vehicles bustling about down below, the hum of jet engines, an airliner taking off, visible above the building, and then disappearing out of sight. Coffee, strong and black, the co-pilot greeted him with a cup on a tray. I need that. Cutter took it. Yeah, we guessed that. You were out like a light the moment you settled down. Cutter went to the bathroom, freshened up, and returned to his seat. 7 a.m. He was in Jakarta to gatecrash the Bulam-Hitam meeting. Mission awareness returned to him. He checked his phone as he sipped. A lengthy email and dossier from Beth. Jakarta Paradise could be a gang hotel, she wrote. Its owners are fake. There is a record of Yaka Suryati visiting the hotel. We don't have camera footage, but from security cameras near the hotel, we can place his arrivals and departures. Each month. Suryati, Cutter recalled from the Indonesian police file, is supposed to be Bulam-Hitam's leader. He studied the man's image briefly. In his 60s, white hair, sturdily built, lined face, clean-shaven. Prominent construction company owner in Indonesia. He returned to Beth's email. It looks like Bulam-Hitam hires a conference room on the 5th floor for their meetings. From Suryati's visits and the room bookings, we are able to infer that. That room can seat 20 people, and when it is booked, all other meeting rooms on that floor are empty. There are 3 elevators and 1 service elevator to that floor. Refreshments and meals are served every time that conference room is booked. There's not enough time to insert you as a hotel employee. The service elevator is your best access route. It is old style. A removable panel at the top for maintenance. That would be the way we would infill if it was our mission. We can control the elevators and also the fire alarms. Our suggestion is to create diversions. Yusuf will give you the details. Cutter left the aircraft at 8 a.m. He went through the VIP terminal, barely taking it in, and flagged a cab once he was outside the concourse. He went through the email again on the way to the garage, while Jakarta went past his windows. Beth's right. I don't have time for an elaborate infiltration. I'll have to rely on surprise and shock. He memorized the hotel's layout. Bulam-Hitam will have guards. But they won't have that many if they own the hotel. They've been meeting there regularly. They haven't been arrested. They will be alert, but complacent. He put away his phone and relaxed. Capital of Indonesia. On the island of Java, the world's most populated island. About 12 million people in the city. The country was a former Dutch colony and had gained independence after the Second World War. Facts sped through his mind as the cab snaked through the traffic and then made its way to Menteng, an upscale neighborhood for hotels, embassies, private residences, and villas. The cab dropped him off on Jalan Sakini Raya, in front of Jazzy Autos. Yusuf, a balding man in his 50s, in a stained coverall, greeted him in his office. Tom Dooley isn't your real name, is it? He asked as he went through a phone verification process. No, Cutter replied. He was puzzled when the man laid out a map of the city. Here's Jakarta Paradise. The garage owner pointed to a red dot on Jalan Rasuna said. My men have parked 10 cars on either side of the hotel and in the surrounding streets and alleys. Why? Cutter frowned. Do Beth and Megan tell you why? Never, he said feelingly. Yusuf laughed. Now I know you're their friend. Ask them. Here's the Range Rover's keys. He pushed a fob towards the PI. It's parked at the back. Best of luck with whatever you're planning. What's with the 10 cars? Cutter called Beth once he had loaded the hotel's address into the GPS and had set out. They are packed with low-intensity explosives. They won't damage any surrounding property or kill anyone. They'll go off once you greenlight us. That's the distraction I need. It feels like you're running my mission, he said. Yeah, she drawled. It feels like that to us too. 39. Tom Dooley entered Jakarta Paradise at 9:30 a.m. Cutter, in his disguise, took a leather-upholstered chair in the lobby and observed the comings and goings. It was like any other luxury property with uniformed men and women dealing with guests. Chandelier high on the ceiling, paintings on the walls, a low hum of conversation from visitors from all parts of the world. English, Hindi, German, Indonesian. He caught snatches of several languages. He pretended to read a newspaper, while occasionally glancing at his watch, as if waiting for a guest. He sighed audibly in exasperation, after a while, and strode to the restrooms. "Turn off cameras," he messaged Beth. Got a thumbs up in reply. He checked that the stalls were empty, entered one, and swiftly changed into a pair of coveralls from the Range Rover that he had stuffed in his backpack. He removed the glasses and the brown wig. Wore a black wig, kept the goatee and added cheek pads. He went out as Tony Rocca, maintenance technician. A laminated card hung around his neck. The Range Rover had several such cards. "I don't have a toolbox. Can't be helped." He shrugged. "Turn on cameras," he messaged Beth. Now, the hotel will have no record of Tom Dooley going into the restroom or Tony Rocca emerging. He studied the hotel's layout on his phone and went through a fancy restaurant and through its kitchen, striding confidently like he belonged. 99% of carrying a disguise was projecting the part that had been drummed into him during his special ops training. The hustle of the kitchen. Chefs and servers shouting, the smells of cooking, large vats of boiling water, the hiss of frying, steam, and the breeze of circulation fans in the air. He went to the service elevator. "This goes to all the floors?" he asked a server. "I hope he doesn't realize I asked in English." "Yeah," the man replied, distracted by the heavy plates in his hands. "This is the only one?" Yeah, the man said irritatedly. "Doofus." Cutter imagined Beth rolling her eyes at him. "We told you there's only one service elevator." He entered it and jabbed the button for the highest floor, and when it was in motion, messaged Beth. "Turn off service elevator." It stopped in between the 13th and 14th floor. He looked up at its ceiling. That's the maintenance panel. It was set to the left of the light, large enough for a man to squeeze through, held in place by 6 screws. He unscrewed the panel with a screwdriver from his backpack and ducked out of the way for debris to fall down. He wore gloves, strapped his backpack tight, and jumped high to catch the edges of the opening. The ceiling held. He pulled himself up in the crawl space, which was high enough for him to crouch down. Electrical cables and motor on the top of the car. The slide rails on either side of him. There was a metal frame that protected technicians when the car reached the highest floor. "Turn it on," he messaged, and slid the panel back in place. He left it unscrewed, and peering down could see through one of the holes inside the car. That visibility is good enough. The car started. It went up and down, from the kitchen to various floors. Servers entered it with trolleys, laundry staff and other hotel employees used it. Cutter's knees hurt from kneeling on the hard surface. The car was almost noiseless in operation as it rose and fell in the air. He created mental checklists to pass the time. At 11:30, a server entered with a large trolley. Cutter watched him push the button for the 5th floor. Game time. "Stop elevator," he sent the text to Beth. It rose past the 2nd floor and stopped in between. The server swore. He jabbed the button and pounded the doors, and then looked up in astonishment when Cutter slid the panel and jumped down. "Sorry, friend." Cutter punched him in the belly, gagged him instantly, and then hog-tied him. He made the server sit in the corner. The man was terrified. He moaned. Cutter crouched next to him and removed his knife. "I don't want to kill you," he said, "but I will if you don't keep quiet. Do you understand?" The man nodded rapidly as tears leaked from his eyes. Cutter removed the man's shirt with difficulty. Maroon shirt over white pants was the hotel uniform. "He's shorter than me by more than a foot. The pants won't fit." He shrugged into the shirt. It was a tight fit over the coveralls. He looked at the trolley. It had wheels, came up to his chest and was draped in a white sheet. The top of the trolley had trays of biscuits, coffee and tea jugs, cups and saucers and cutlery. He parted the sheet and saw there were more shelves with crockery. It will hide my coveralls. He removed several grenades from his backpack and pocketed them. Kept his phone on top of the trolley along with his Glock. Start the elevator, he informed Beth. Detonate the cars and block all elevators to the 5th floor. A thumbs-up emoji in reply. The car started. It stopped at the 5th floor. No sound, Cutter warned the server, who nodded frantically. The car's doors opened. He shoved the trolley in front of him, hunched low, using it as cover. A carpeted hallway. No sound. Several doors, all of which were closed. 3 men in front of one room. All of them in short-sleeve shirts over jeans. Talking softly to one another. Hard face with bulges at their waists beneath their shirts. They glanced at him casually. Didn't seem to detect a threat since they returned to their gossip. He got 5 feet closer. The trolley's wheels making a small squeaking sound. One man straightened. He brought out a wand. I'm going to be searched. Which he should have expected, since the men inside the room led a successful criminal gang. The man raised his hand to stop Cutter. The pie stopped. One of the men made a comment. All 3 of them looked at him. They're expecting a response. One man's eyes narrowed. His voice rose as his free hand moved to his belt. Cutter responded by drawing his Glock and shooting them. 1 shot each in their foreheads. He couldn't miss at that range, and was helped by their crowding close to one another. His gun had a suppressor screwed on it, but those didn't eliminate sound totally. The shots were as loud as books falling to the floor. He caught the bodies as they fell, feeling dread within him. Did I kill innocents? He squelched the thought. He had been one of the best Delta operators. Emotion was for later on, after the mission. For now, speed and efficiency mattered. He dragged the bodies to the service elevator and dumped them. No sound, he whispered harshly at the server. The man wet his pants. Can't blame him. I would be terrified if I was him. Cutter, still robotic, still not letting himself consider whether the guards were hotel security or Bulam Hitam gunmen, returned to the trolley, knocked on the conference room, pushed the door open and wheeled it in. 5 men at the table. At its head was an elder man, with the rest flanking him on either side, 2 each. Yaka Suryati. Cutter recognized the older man, his breath whooshing in relief. I didn't kill innocents. He brought the trolley inside, kicked the door shut and locked it from inside. Suryati said something to him. Cutter ignored the man, aware of the puzzled looks, removed a grenade and rolled it on the smooth, polished surface of the table. 40. There was a shocked silence, and then chaos erupted. Suryati started to shout. A man to his right stood up. Another man backed up his chair. Cutter drew his Glock and fired at the rising man. The round struck him in his left shoulder, sending him collapsing in the chair. Sit down, Cutter ordered. The shot man clutched his wound, moaning. Blood soaked his white shirt. The men around Suryati looked shocked, but the older man looked on expressionlessly. Does anyone speak English? Cutter asked. Yeah, Suryati said after a while. Cutter pocketed the grenade and placed a C4 block on the table. He had set it up with a detonator and paired it with his phone. I will blow that up if anyone makes a wrong move. You will also die, Suryati grated. I am aware of that. He checked the 4 men around the leader and compared them to the photographs in Beth's dossier. That's them, the Bulam Hitam leadership. He placed his Glock down and removed his disguise. Waited for them to absorb his face. The shot man was the first to react. He pointed at Cutter and rattled off in Indonesian, his wound momentarily forgotten. The other men burst out too. Suryati slapped the table with his palm, silencing them. Cutter Grogan, he said in a gravelly voice. The whole country is looking for you. The police will be here soon. How do they know I'm here? Did I miss some security element in the hotel? We have men outside. They are dead. Suryati stilled. His men exploded in anger. He tapped the table again until they quietened. You killed them? Yeah. How did you get inside the hotel? I am good at disguises. You are going to kill us. I am going to kill whoever murdered Maya. Was it you? Shotman whispered at the leader. Cutter trained his Glock on the wounded man. Was it him? No, the man screamed and fell off his chair. Cutter took cover behind the trolley instantly. Tell him to sit in his chair. Shotman occupied his seat without waiting for Suryati to translate. He whimpered and rocked in his chair. Did he kill Maya? Cutter asked the gang's shot caller. No one in this room killed her, Cutter Grogan. We don't know who did. Booty Wajaya is your man. Yeah. I don't know if he killed her. You didn't ask. I don't ask my men how they run their operations. Cutter's finger twitched at the insolent reply. He controlled himself, drew his phone out and slid it across the table. Whose account is that? Suryati looked at it and showed it to the men around him. One of them, a gray-haired man, whispered softly. Why do you want to know? Suryati demanded. Cutter shot above his head. Shotman screamed and ducked. I ask questions, you answer, the Pai said harshly. Whose account is that? You don't expect us to know every bank account in our group. Suryati sneered. Group? Is that what you call your gang? Do you know the FBI has a file on you? There's a task force that's investigating each one of you. Suryati remained expressionless. He probably knows of it. He might have not just police officers, but also politicians in his pocket. Why is that account important to you, Cutter Grogan? The shot caller asked. It is funneling money to ISIL. Suryati's impassive expression broke. His jaw dropped. He recovered quickly and whispered to his men. They shook their heads vehemently, darting glances at the PI. That can't be true, Suryati began. It is. FBI have been watching that account for a while. You are lucky you haven't been arrested under terrorism charges. And he grinned. Don't even think of leaving the country. Suryati whispered with his men. That isn't a Bulam Hittam account. We have no business with ISIL or any terrorist organization. Cutter Grogan, you have learned enough of our business for now. You know what we do. Run illegal games and kill innocent women. Suryati's face darkened. His hands clenched the table. We do not know who killed her. That account is not our account. Whose is it? Cutter asked sharply. It is managed by Iskander Fadil. 41. I wasn't expecting that. Cutter fought to maintain his neutral expression. Who's he? I'm sure Wajaya hasn't told Suryati he visited my room, along with Fadil. The shot caller didn't respond. Cutter reached for the C4, at which the man said sharply, he's a businessman in Cutter. He's in your gang. No. Cutter fired above Shotman's head, who shrieked and rolled his chair back. You want your people to die, the Pai rasped at Suryati. The gang leader clasped his hands, as if to gain control of the situation. Iskander Fadil has a lot of political connections. He and Booty have an arrangement. Wajaya gives him a cut of our business, and Fadil arranges for police protection. Fadil's contacts are that powerful? Yeah. Does Wajaya know of Fadil's ISIL connection? I don't know. Suryati conferred with his men, who shook their heads. We don't know, he clarified. You don't seem to know a lot. Cutter sneered. Booty has been a loyal gang member for years. He started off as an enforcer, yes, I know. And now he manages all our operations in Pekatu, Uluwatu, Cutter in the whole of Bali. We make good money there. We have had no trouble there until you arrived, Suryati said hostilely. Until he killed an innocent woman. We don't know if he killed her. Yeah, that's right. You don't get involved in the operations, do you? You don't get your hands dirty. You don't audit your operations? Bali has been so successful, we didn't need to check on him. Why did you stop him from coming to this meeting? Suryati paused. Yeah, I know you ordered him to stay away. Cutter played with his Glock, the eyes of the gang's leaders watching it almost hypnotically. We thought it was best he stayed there until the heat died down. Heat. Cutter smiled mirthlessly. You'll have to deal with heat of a different kind now. We didn't think we needed to audit him. He saw Suryati react. He knows what I mean. The Indonesian government will come down hard on any outfit that has terrorist links, far harder than a random criminal gang. He fired on the table, sending wood chips and splinters firing in the seated men's direction. They yelled and cowered. How do I know you're telling the truth? The door burst open before Suryati could reply. Cutter spun, saw two heavies charge into the room, their guns raised, sweeping the room, correcting their aim. The Pai flung a coffee jug at them and kicked the trolley in their direction. The thugs were still bunched close together from their entry. They hadn't had time to spread out, but that didn't diminish their threat. One heavy shot, the report loud in the room. Cutter dove to the floor and rolled desperately toward Suryati. The leaders were yelling, jumping out of their chairs, and when he lobbed a grenade in their direction, they screamed and crowded away. Which bought him time. He was on the carpet, the new arrival still near the door, diving away from the rolling trolley, searching for him. Cutter fired a short burst, caught one thug in the chest. The second heavy roared, caught hold of a chair and swept it in the Pai's direction. The American didn't have space to escape the furniture. The table's legs were in front of him, blocking his way. The chair crashed into his legs. He kicked out at it and felt rounds tear into the carpet next to his head. He fired back, knowing his aim was wide, sensing the thug was moving, and then the table shook as the hitter jumped on it. Kill him, someone shouted in English. That's Suryati. The heavy shot into the table. Holes tore into the wood, making a neat line towards him. Cutter estimated the distance to the door, worked out his chances even as he slithered back. He drew a fresh grenade, and this time pulled the pin and lobbed it over the table. He rolled instantly onto his belly, got to his feet and sprinted at the door. Heard screams. A round whizzed past his head. Another plucked his sleeve, and then he was diving out, rolling on his shoulder, coming to his feet, sweeping his Glock instantly to cover the hallway. Just as the grenade exploded inside. That, too, is a low-intensity one. It won't do much damage. He ducked his head inside the conference room and saw that the heavy had fallen off the table. He couldn't see the man through the smoke. A curtain had caught fire, and the fire alarm had set off. He saw Suryati's men crouching in the far corner and fired high over their heads. He threw a burner phone in the room. Suryati. Use that to call me when you have more information. He raced towards the stairwell, removing the maroon shirt as he ran and stuffing the Glock in his pocket. He sprinted a floor down, went into the hallway, and joined a bunch of guests who were crowding near the elevator. What happened? He asked, panicked. Is there a fire? Looks like it, a woman replied in English. Is there a terrorist attack in the hotel? An old man quavered. What terrorist attack? Cutter asked sharply as the elevator arrived and they hustled inside. Didn't you hear of the car bombs that went off in the city? 42. Suryati got to his feet quickly and kicked at a chair. Let's go, he ordered his men in Indonesian. The police can't find us here. He checked them out quickly. Geed, we have to get you to a doctor, he told Shotman. He went to the heavies, who had burst into the room. Both were dead, one from the American's round, the second from the grenade. The water sprinklers in the ceiling turned on, spraying them. Suryati cursed and led his men out of the room. Where are the rest of our men? He barked. Why did only 2 men come to help us? Don't know, Pak. A gun. The gray-haired man ran to the elevators and jabbed a button. They aren't working. We have to take the stairs. The men surrounded Suryati and they hurried down the stairs. The shot caller tried his phone. "Don't let anyone come up the stairs," he snapped at the manager when the man answered. "Are the police here?" He listened grimly and hung up. "There has been a terrorist attack in the city. Many car bombs have exploded. The police are busy with that," he told his men as they panted down the steps. "It has to be the American," Guide groaned. "He must have triggered those somehow." "He's very smart," Risky agreed. "He brought something out of his pocket." "Drop it," Suryati yelled when he recognized the C4. "Fool. Why did you bring it?" "Pak, it is rubber. I know C4. I have trained with it during my police days." Risky had been fired from the police for corruption before joining Unmissable as an enforcer and rising up the ranks. "He played us. He didn't intend to kill us. Even that grenade, it should have caused more damage. We should have all died." Suryati's lips tightened. He cautioned them to stay quiet when they reached ground floor and emerged into the lobby. It was crowded and chaotic. People hurrying out of the hotel, staff shouting instructions, the fire alarms ringing incessantly. Suryati returned to the stairwell and led his men to the basement car park. "At least the police are occupied," he gasped from the furious pace he had set for them. He reached his Mercedes. His driver sprung the door open for him. "Did anyone pick up that phone?" Grogan threw. "I did." Agung held the phone out. "Remove the SIM card and the battery," Suryati ordered, "so that he can't trace us." He waited till the phone had been dismantled. "Wajaya has become a liability." His men nodded. "But he won't give up his position. He'll fight. We'll be looking at a gang war if we act against him." He threaded his fingers through his hair and thought rapidly. "We can't draw attention to ourselves. If the FBI is looking into us, that Wajaya and Fadil." He cursed. "Alexei," he decided. "He will do the job. He will take out Wajaya." His men murmured in agreement. "But first," Suryati snarled as he got into his Mercedes, "he should take out Grogan. No one attacks Unmissable and gets away with it." 43. Cutter Grogan reached the Range Rover that he had parked on, Jalan Rasuna said with a line of sight to the hotel. There was a crowd in front of it, the only gathering of people since the rest of the street was deserted. From the explosions, he tuned to an English station and listened to the presenter's breathless commentary that 10 car bombs had gone off, but there was no damage to property or people. That the police suspected it was a terrorist attack, but no group had come forward to claim responsibility. "Is Yusuf safe?" he messaged Beth. "Yeah. No blowback to him." "Did you get out?" "Yes." "In one piece?" "Yes." "Indonesian real estate has dropped in value ever since you entered the country. The car's idea wasn't mine. It got you out, didn't it?" He glanced at himself in the mirror as a police cruiser passed. He saw a chopper hovering in the air. He crawled carefully to the rear seat. "Don't want any officers to investigate me." He changed his disguise yet again by applying gray streaks to his hair, changing the shape of his nose and removing one cheek pad. He got behind the wheel and fired up the Range Rover. He drove out slowly, following the signs that the police had erected. He held his breath at the checkpost when the officers ran a bomb detection wand underneath his vehicle. He got an all clear and accelerated. Beth and Meg would have anticipated such searches and lined their rides suitably. He decided to drive back to Pekatu. That's more than a 20-hour drive, but it will be easier than taking a flight. It took him an hour to get out of Jakarta, after passing more checkpoints. He took the Trans-Java toll road and once past it, stopped at a warung. He sipped coffee and checked his messages. Listened to Suryati's voice and grinned. They removed the SIM card and the battery, but the bug was in the phone's case. "Who's Alexei?" He frowned when the recording ended. He entered the name in Werner and got it to search. He was an hour in his ride when the AI told him there were many assassins with that name. Narrow them down to those in Indonesia, he growled in a voice command. Can't find any, it responded in a human-sounding voice. You need to be more specific. Do you need a lesson on how to prompt me? He glanced suspiciously at his phone. Have Beth or Megan trained you to reply to me that way? They have ordered me not to answer such questions from you. He laughed and continued driving. He wasn't worried. Not the first time killers have come after me. He drove onwards through Java, taking in the beauty of the country. He stopped more than once to admire the rolling hills and the terraced rice paddies. He stopped at a warung when it fell dark and slept, and when he woke up, continued driving until he reached Ketapang by midday. He nosed the Range Rover onto the ferry that crossed the Bali Strait. He got a few looks, but he wasn't the only one doing a long drive, going by the luggage mounted on a few other SUVs. He drove out on Gilimanuk. A few more hours to go, he thought when he stopped for lunch. He felt good. The drive had been long, but it had helped him recover from the numerous blows and punches he had received ever since he had entered the country. His phone buzzed with an incoming message when he was nearing Cutter Grogan. 6 p.m. It was an orange sky. He admired it as he glanced at his device. It was a message from Gina, showing how much she cared. Are you dead yet? Peyton's was simpler. You've been off comms for a while. Check in ASAP. He ignored them and went to the Happy Duck. Saw the couple he had rescued. They didn't recognize him. He placed his order when his phone buzzed again. This time, a recording from Wyra's phone. He played it. Wijaya's harsh voice. Penida Karthika is working with 2 FBI women. Take out all 3. Tonight. Wura responded with a yaw. 44. Cutter Grogan shot out of his chair instantly. He threw several bills on the table. I've got to go. Something urgent, he told the woman. He felt her staring at him. I spoke in English. Did she recognize me? How could she? I'm in a different disguise. He put the Happy Duck out of his mind and ran to his Range Rover. Got inside and tried Gina. Her phone was offline. He tried Peyton. Same status. He called Karthika. She didn't pick up. He yelled in frustration. A couple, going into the cafe, glanced at him. I'm attracting attention. He drove out to the Cutter Grogan police station on Jalan Uluwatu, and as he neared it, he remembered Karthika wasn't based there. She's in Mangapura. He messaged all 3 of them. Call me. Watch your 6. The orange in the sky deepened to a shade of red, but nature's free display didn't register on him. Wura must have worked out the explosives I planted on him were fake. He replayed all the recordings from the hitter's phone and nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, someone pointed out that it looked like rubber. They went to some remote area and removed the Velcro belt. The rest of the messages were routine gang business, taking orders from Wijaya, giving orders to others, taking collections from games which still seemed to be running. Looks like Wijaya's still in Batu Karang. He tossed the phone aside. It was not helping him locate where his friends and the detective were. And then he lunged across the seat and picked it up again and got Werner to place their phones. He remembered Megan explaining how tracing phones worked, even when they were turned off. Baseband exploits and other terminology that he hadn't paid attention to at the time. She said not all phones can be located. But Gina and Peyton are in the FBI. Their phones can be tracked even if they are turned off. It comes with their jobs, and Karthika's phone wasn't off. She just wasn't answering. Werner responded instantly. 2 green dots appeared on a map, and then a third one, all of them in close proximity in Garuda Visnu Kenkana Park. That's in Cutter Grogan. Why are they there? And why are they moving like that? The dots were progressing rapidly on a track. He frowned. Have they been captured? Are they being hustled away? No, dummy. They're jogging. He tried their numbers again, and didn't get a reply. The dots didn't break a stride either. He tossed his phone down, and swung out onto the road. Aura might not be able to locate Gina and Peyton, but he can find Karthika easily through Bhulam Hittam's police niches. He floored the pedal, and went through a red light. Karthika ran alongside the Americans. The burn in her legs felt good. Gina had called her at the Mangapura police station and had suggested the run, followed by dinner. The detective had jumped at the idea. She needed a break from the investigation, and spending time outdoors appealed. "How often do you do this in New York?" she panted as she kept pace with the women. There were other joggers and cyclists on the track, along with families and visitors. The park wasn't busy, however. People were packing up and making for the exits. High up above the foliage, she could see the statue from which the park got its name. The Hindu god Vishnu mounted on Garuda, a mythical bird. The statue was designed to be the tallest in the country and drew visitors to the park for its grandeur. At least a couple of days a week. Gina sipped water from a bottle and returned it to a pouch on her belt. All three of them were in tracksuits with their backpacks and bags in their rides on Uluwatu Street, at the entrance to the park. "We run in Central Park when we are home," Peyton added. "We used to work out by ourselves, but we made friends recently. Sisters. Twins. We go with them now." "They're in the FBI too?" Karthika made way for a cyclist. "No. They're in a security consulting firm." The American made a face. "Their workouts, we get exhausted just by watching them." "Fitness freaks?" "Not exactly." Gina sucked air. "They're not gym addicts. It's just that they and their friends go about working out in a different way. A run and some gym time is all I get to do." The detective laughed. "My caseload isn't heavy, but Bhulam Hittam and these recent incidents have left me with no time." "Did anything come about from your harassment case?" "I got transferred," she said bitterly and then exhaled. "I've put it behind me, and the move worked for me. I've got more space, but you know what it's like. Men talk. There are times I feel the entire force is waiting for me to fail." "We've been there." Gina hugged her with one hand. "Do you want to try some good food?" Karthika smiled. "There's this cafe I want to try. Happy Duck. I met the owners. They were witnesses. It's a coincidence." She told them the circumstances. "I can't help thinking that man was Cutter Grogan. But the descriptions they gave don't fit him. I thought he could be in a disguise, but both of them swore he was Indonesian. How likely do you think it was him?" The American women traded a glance. "Cutter turns up where you least expect him to," Peyton responded. "Yeah, I'm finding that," Karthika laughed. "You like him a lot, don't you? I wish I had friends like that." "You have us." Gina hugged her again. "Now, about that dinner, race to the gate. Loser pays." Karthika sprinted instantly and beat her friends easily. She went to her Toyota and drank water from a bottle, and then wiped her face as she waited for them to catch up. "I know they lost deliberately." Peyton was the last, and when the sack had finished toweling herself, Karthika went to her and hugged her hard. "Thank you." "What's that for?" The sack smiled, returning the embrace. "For accepting me. If we women in law enforcement can't be there for one another, all hope is lost." Gina chuckled and fist-bumped her. There was little traffic at the entrance. A motorbike roared down the street. A family bundled into a car and drove away. Karthika lingered with the Americans, wanting the moment to last, and then sighed. "I've got to get back to Mangapura after dinner." "Follow me," she told her friends and went to her Toyota. A pair of headlights on her right, coming fast down the street. She paid it no attention as she fumbled at her belt to remove her key fob. The vehicle was a black SUV. It dimly registered on her. She brought out the key and unlocked her car. The vehicle skidded to a harsh stop. A man emerged from the passenger side, partly covered by the door. Inda! Gina roared. Karthika's head snapped up. She saw the gun in his hand. Fear flooded her, made her freeze. She felt movement, and then a body slammed into her just as a round blew past her head. Gina wrapped an arm around her belly as they both fell. "I am police." Karthika found her voice as she landed on her left shoulder, the American woman behind her. The shooter's face was shadowed. He turned his gun to correct his aim. Karthika kicked on the ground to roll. Felt Gina heave her backwards with the same intention. "We don't have time. We're in the open. None of us took our guns for the run. We're going to die here." A black vehicle hurtled down the street and crashed into the killer's SUV. The shooter's second shot spat in the ground somewhere behind them. Karthika was rolling away, along with Gina. She snatched a glance at Peyton and saw she had dived to the ground too. The motion restricted her view. She saw the unfolding scene in snatches. The killer's vehicle swerved from the impact and stalled. The shooter fell to the ground and jumped free from his ride. A man got out of the second vehicle. He crouched low as he ran with liquid ease. He fired at the first SUV's driver, and then dove over the hood, landed on the ground in front of Karthika and Gina, blocking their view, and shot twice. Silence fell momentarily. Someone screamed. "A visitor, coming out of the park." Karthika swallowed. Her limbs felt like jelly as she got shakily to her feet. "Cutter Grogan," her voice was thin, sounding to her as if it came from a distance. He got up lithely, didn't turn to look at her or the American women. He went to the shooter, bent over the man, went to the driver, and only then came to them. His face was tight, his eyes assessing as he took them in. "I called you several times." Karthika swayed and felt Gina's arm go around her. "Breathe slowly," the American told her. "In. Out. In. Out." The detective mimicked her, and then the planet resumed spinning and revolving and light and sound returned. "I am sorry. It's the first time I've been shot at." Karthika didn't realize she was crying until Peyton came to her and offered her a paper towel. "The first time I was shot at." Grogan stood where he was, a light breeze tugging at his jacket, exposing his shoulder holster. "I wet my pants and couldn't sleep for months. The second time, my nightmares returned." "You don't have anything to be sorry for," Penyedak into Karthika. A passing car slowed. Peyton motioned at it, and it sped away. The visitor who had screamed also hustled away in his ride. Who are they?" Karthika began. "His name is Wura. He's Wajaya's bodyguard." Grogan nodded at the shooter. "He was ordered by Wajaya to kill the three of you. Tonight. I don't know who the driver is. I heard about it. I called you." "Our phones were turned off," Peyton interrupted him. "Mine was on mute." Karthika found strength returning. "How did you find us?" Gina asked him. He smiled. Karthika absent-mindedly noticed how it lightened his face and made him look younger. "I have my ways," the PI said. "We can go after Wajaya now." "You can." She turned to Karthika. "Cutter's got proof he ordered this killing." "Yeah." The detective held her hand out. "Show me the messages." "How did you get them?" "I can't tell you that either," Grogan replied. "You should call in this shooting. Get your teams here. Tell them what went down. Don't hide anything. Describe me. I removed my disguise while coming." "Why? What are you saying?" "Booty Wajaya is still in the resort. He's ruthless. He won't surrender. He might take hostages. You can't risk that right now." "But where were you?" Gina burst out. "In Jakarta. I met Bulam Hitam's leaders. Yaka Suryati." "Suryati? Jakarta?" Karthika asked, trying to keep up. "Those car bombs," Peyton said sharply. "That was you." "Me?" He grinned. "Why would I explode cars?" "What did you find?" Gina asked. "A Skander Fadil is behind that account. Wijaya pays him for police protection in Bali. Fadil is the one with links to ISIL, not Bulam Hidam. Who's Fadil? He's a businessman. A travel operator. He's got his office in Nusa Dua. Why would a businessman have terrorist connections? Hey. You're the FBI. Karthika's with the Polri. I'm just your friendly neighborhood pie. I don't have all the answers. Wait, Karthika shouted when he backed away to his vehicle. You'll need to come with me. Your statement. Tell your people that I threatened you with my gun, and you didn't want to risk a shootout with me. You had to let me escape. 45. Cutter waved at them as he drove down Uluwatu Street. He chuckled at Difiore's furious expression, and then hung a left on Jalan Pura Batu Paja to circle the park. He stopped near the wall of the green space, and swiftly changed the plates on his Range Rover and applied another disguise. Batu Karang, he decided. That's the safest place for me. Wijaya will have his heavies to patrol the place. They won't recognize me. He was confident Karthika wouldn't bring an elite team to the resort. She knows the risks outweigh the benefits, and right now Fadil is more important. His phone rang. Amateur. Beth smirked, her voice booming in the vehicle's Bluetooth speakers. Huh? You asked Werner to search for Alexei. Do you know how many men have that name? I asked it to narrow down killers in Indonesia, he defended himself. That's not enough. It needs more vectors. Who's Alexei in any case? He briefed her quickly. You know Karthika won't lie that you killed those men, even if it was to save her, Gina and Peyton, she said when he had finished. Yeah. That's another reason for the Indonesian police to hunt you, to get your story. They can keep looking. I'm not ready to turn myself in. Can you find out who this Alexei is? We'll try. Cutter. Megan came on the line. You're on Jalan Goagang. She pronounced it perfectly with the right emphasis. Yeah. Why am I not surprised they know exactly where I am? There's a clearing about 200 feet ahead. Stop there. What's there? Do it. We'll stay on the line. He checked his mirrors. The road was deserted. He had taken it when he had left the park's vicinity. I've stopped. Now what? Stick your earpiece in and go to the trunk. He inserted the flesh-colored, barely visible earbuds, went to the trunk and opened it. Search deep inside. Her voice was clipped. There will be spare body armor. Take out the one at the bottom. He rummaged through the cache and found the protection layer she was talking of. It is bulkier than what I'm currently wearing. He held it up in the low light. Remove what you've got on and wear that. Why? Do it, Beth said wearily. He shrugged in the dark and changed into the new body armor. It fit. He slipped on his shoulder holster and put on his jacket. Now what? This one has lights, a loud siren, and built-in pepper spray. You'll thank us later. Huh? He patted it. Does it make copy? I desperately need one. Silence. His joke had fallen flat. There are pressure points on the sides, Beth said after a while. I'll message you the sequence. The lights, siren, and the spray, both at the front and the back, go off once you activate them. Does it play music? Did you hear that new track from? Bye, Cutter. We'll check out Alexei. I still don't get it why you equipped the armor with this, he trailed off when he realized they had hung up. The music wasn't a bad idea, he told himself as he got behind the wheel and resumed driving. Nope, I won't go to Batu Karang. He made a last-minute decision. I don't want this armor to go off accidentally and give me away. He had seen Beth's message on his phone, but hadn't memorized the activation sequence. He went down Jalan Pantai Suluban, a narrow road that led toward the cliffs and the beach. It was busy during the day, but was empty at night. Cutter stopped in a small clearing surrounded by trees. There was enough light from the sky to illuminate his surroundings. He was alone, and for a moment, with the sound of the ocean, felt like he was the only human on the planet. He went to the rear of his car and brought out a cold dinner. Tinned food that he speared with a wooden fork while he memorized the armor's activation sequence. He washed down his meal with warm coffee from a thermos and wiped his hands on a paper towel. He was stowing away his gear in the back when he felt the crunch of sand. He started to turn and felt the cable land around his throat. It drew tight as his legs were kicked out expertly beneath him, and he was yanked backwards. A pro, he thought, as he fought to get his fingers underneath the garrote. His breath was harsh and loud in the night, his feet digging in the sand to gain traction. The killer was powerful and dragged him backwards effortlessly. Cutter's body was at a steep angle. He punched backwards with his hands. Made no contact. He tried to kick back and groaned when the cable dug deeper into his neck. His vision was blurring, his breathing was tortured. The taut pull in his neck was blanking out rational thought. He clawed at his shoulder holster, drew his Glock and fired backwards, but the killer jerked and swayed the cable, making him miss every shot until his magazine was empty. Can't last long. Body armor. He punched his chest with sweaty palms, hoping the protection layer would still register the sequence through his shirt. Nothing happened. Did I get it right? Does it work? He was groaning. His sight was fading. His body was on the verge of giving up. Didn't expect to die on a beach in Bali, strangled. The night turned to day. That's what it felt like when bright beams shot out from the front and back of his armor. The night's silence was pierced by a loud, piercing siren that hurt his ears. He heard a hiss and felt a spray from the armor, strong enough to go through his shirt. The killer exclaimed in surprise. The garrote loosened. Cutter dug his heels in the sand and crashed back, spinning to land his shoulder in the man's chest. First impressions. Lean man. Dark hair. Glittering eyes. Clean-shaven. The killer yanked on the cable, but Cutter had his left hand inserted beneath it and his neck. His survival instinct took over, the breath respite enabling his body to draw air and energize him. He yanked his Fairburn Sykes blade from its ankle sheath and thrust. The killer twisted, but couldn't evade the razor-sharp blade's slice against his torso. Cutter sliced upwards, going for his neck, even as his body started falling from his desperate backwards lunge. The killer released the garrote. Cutter fell. He propped himself on his left hand and swiped savagely. The attacker jumped back and in a smooth, sinuous motion whirled and fled. Cutter got to his feet to chase, and stopped instantly. I'm in no shape to run. I'm out of breath, my vision still recovering. He could be hiding anywhere. My night vision Ray-Bans are in the SUV. Instead, he raced to his ride, launched a drone that he had used previously. He brought out his phone and guided it. The UAV's infrared camera picked up the man instantly. He was zigging and zagging in the night, occasionally looking back, and when he got to the road, accelerated towards a car. Cutter followed it and was getting behind the wheel to tail the vehicle when the car disappeared under an overhang of trees. The killer got out and raced into the woods. Low battery. The drone's message flashed on his phone. Cutter cursed himself. I did not place it in the charging compartment. I tossed it in the back instead. I didn't charge it ever since I assembled it. He watched the killer go deeper in the woods and loop towards Cutter Grogan, and then he recalled the drone. No point losing it in the dark. He felt his neck. It burned where the cable had dug in. His throat hurt. Swallowing hurt. His mouth was dry. His head pounded from the lack of oxygen and the intense fight. I'm still alive. He wiped sweat from his face, reloaded his Glock and holstered it. He drove out. Batu Karang will be safer. He smiled humorlessly. How did the killer find me? Easy. He must have either known of the hit on Karthika or must have followed her. Once I turned up, he tailed me. He's good. I didn't detect him. He nodded in the dark, and when he was settling to sleep in the SUV, a last thought struck him. So that was Alexei. 46. They met at the Single Fin again. Karthika, Di Fiore, and Quindica. The detective sat with her back to the wall, looking out at the busy street. The music, the ambience, the buzz, and her friend's presence did little to improve her mood. She had recovered from the shooting the previous night, and with the FBI agents as witnesses, had taken over the investigation. Not much to investigate, she snorted. Grogan killed Wura and Zaker, the driver, whom they had identified. Neither she nor her friends knew how the Pi had known of the killing, and that hadn't helped her case when she briefed Sujono at night. The chief inspector had questioned why she hadn't arrested the American. Arrest Pak? We don't have a warrant, she had shot at him. You know what I meant, Karthika. He needs to be brought in. He has a lot of questions to answer. He had a gun, Pak. I was not sure if he would threaten us. The FBI agents agree with me. How do you know them? I met them in Quantico. Why are they here? Vacationing, Pak. Her fingers tightened around her coffee cup as she recalled the back and forth with her boss. He doesn't trust me. That feeling was reinforced when Sujono had called her that morning to his office and ordered her to bring in Grogan within 24 hours. I have a lot of pressure on me. We need to show results. These violent incidents have to be stopped. Pak Grogan, she had begun when he interrupted her. Karthika, I'm beginning to think you have a soft spot for him. Don't make me reassign you to another case, he had warned. Her face burned when she replayed his words. You're still thinking of yesterday. Quindica patted her hand. It'll take time. Give yourself space. No, not that. I slept well. She smiled. Even though I reached home late. What then? It's my boss, Mambang Sujono. The chief inspector? Di Fiore asked. Yeah. What did he do? She briefed them. He'll reassign you. Does he know you're one of the best detectives in the police? Di Fiore snorted. Want us to put a word in? Quindica offered. We have some influence. No, it's not even that. Karthika waved her suggestion away. He didn't ask if I was okay. His officer was nearly killed. You both would have been shot too. But he didn't ask about any of us. All he seemed to care about was bringing Pak Grogan in. He didn't even ask how Wura knew where to find us, or how Pak Grogan came on time. None of that seemed to matter to him, even though I went into it in detail. He got calls from ministers when I was there. Pak Grogan. That's all that seemed to be on his mind. He should have commended you, Di Fiore said angrily. Is he sexist? He has behaved very professionally with me. Karthika huffed in frustration. I don't think it's because I am a woman. Is he in Wajaya's pay? Is he corrupt? Di Fiore asked in a low voice. I thought of that, but he's very senior. Why would he risk all that for more money from the gang? We know Polri have corrupt officers, Quindica sighed. But we didn't investigate Sujono. He wasn't relevant to our task force. But her expression hardened. If he's leaking information to Wajaya, who in turn is informing Fadil, he is very relevant now. Let us turn the tables on him. Di Fiore smiled wickedly. Let us question him. No. Karthika leaned forward. He'll suspect He won't. The FBI bin task force does not involve you. We looped you in the other day, but that's in an unofficial capacity. Inda's right. Quindica made circles on the table with her coffee cup. The moment we question Sujono, Wajaya and Fadil might escape. What are you suggesting? Di Fiore demanded. We have someone who's good at getting answers. Di Fiore smiled slowly and shoulder bumped her. I like the way you think, girlfriend. I am surprised you approve. Quindica grinned. We are in Bali. In paradise. I am willing to suspend my reservations. What are you talking about? Karthika looked at them, perplexed. Peyton's saying we should get Cutter to interrogate Sujono. Di Fiore chuckled. The investigator froze. You're serious? Yeah. Di Fiore nodded. That's the quickest way to get answers. Our methods will be too slow, and will alert the terrorists, or whoever it is who's planning something. Are you on board? Quindika questioned her. Karthika thought about it for a while. This can't come back to me. He's already threatened to reassign me. It won't. Won't it compromise your investigation? We have a free hand, and we can always make Cutter a consultant. Quindika made air quotes. Never thought I'd see that day, Di Fiore muttered. Quindika grinned. What do you think, Inda? I don't want to know what you both are planning, Karthika said carefully. But if you find useful information, I want to know. Deal. Quindika stretched out her hand. Karthika shook it. What have I gotten myself into? She looked in their eyes deeply. They are my friends. I trust them more than my own people. Deal, she agreed. Di Fiore showed them her phone screen. A sent message on it. Talk to Sujono. Now. 47. Talk to Sujono. Now. Cutter was in his SUV, in Kuta Selaton. He had showered in a motel, bought a takeout meal, and had just finished his brunch in his vehicle, which was parked in front of a beach. His ride was one of many vehicles lined up in the parking lot. Children screamed and yelled in delight as they licked ice creams and ran onto the sand. Cutter folded his takeout bag and went out to throw it in a refuse bin. He was in a black shirt over jeans, slicked hair, a light stubble. Tattoos on his arms and shades over his eyes. He returned to his ride. He didn't recognize the sender's number, but guessed who had sent it. Gina. Only she'll end the message like that. He knew his friend would have used a secure burner. Their tradecraft is as good as mine. Ours is better, way better, he imagined Beth scoffing. A new message came on his screen from the same number. An address followed by a single line. Sujono's Rumah Dinas. That's his government-provided residence. It was on Jalan Maid Bulet, to the south of Mangapura. A small front garden with a carport, a small rear garden. Looks like a two-bedroom house. He looked up the address on his map. A quiet residential street. Sujono's residence was typical of many such homes. A high brick wall with an ornate gate, decorated with statues and a small arch. It took 20 minutes for him to drive to the street. A few pedestrians. A bike misfired when he overtook it. A warung, which too wasn't busy. He went past Sujono's Rumah Dinas. It was closed. He'll be at the police station. Cutter U-turned and returned, and casually put his hand out of the lowered window. The drone flew in the air. Full battery, the icon on his phone said. I remembered to charge it at night. There wasn't anything special about the house. It was as modest as it looked on the map. It didn't have security cameras either. This is Mangapura. Robberies, bicycle thefts, those are likely to be the most common crimes. Yeah, and what about the bodies you have left on cliffs or dumped in the ocean? His inner voice snarked. Cutter ignored it. Infill is easy. I'll vault over the wall. There are neighbors on either side and at the back too, but Sujono's house has high walls and trees. There's a lot of cover. He returned to the beach and reclined his seat. Why do you want me to interrogate him? He fired a reply to the anonymous message. Di Fiore didn't reply. He got Werner to dig up everything it had on Sujono. The AI reported back quickly with a file. The chief inspector had lost his wife and young daughter in a car accident the previous year. Drunk driver in Denpasar, as the three of them were driving to a holiday resort. Both died instantly. Sujono had been injured, but not grievously, and had made a full recovery. He had stayed single since. He's won many awards. Cutter skimmed through the file. Medals for bravery. Commendations for service. His financials are ordinary, fitting for a government worker. Cutter closed the file. Sujono looked clean. Something must have made Karthika, Gina and Peyton suspect him. He, Cutter Grogan, his friend's savior, would find out. He slept. He went to Jalan Maid Bulat at 9 p.m. and launched the drone. There were lights in the Rumah Dinas, and a police SUV was in the carport. Cutter parked the car in front of the warung, which was closed, and strolled back. He was in the same disguise, with the addition of his jacket. He had the lights and siren armor beneath his shirt. That saved my life. I'm going to wear it every day. He slowed when he reached Sujono's residence. There was movement from within the SUV. It's his driver. Cutter checked the thermal imaging and the infrared feeds from the drone. Sujono's in the bathroom. He vaulted over the wall and landed lightly. The SUV was facing the residence. He was to its 7 o'clock. The driver can see me in his side mirror. The driver didn't respond. He's on his phone. Cutter crouch walked to the driver's side of the vehicle. Will it be locked? Why? The driver's alone. There's no one else in the house. He went below the window line and heard the driver laugh at something on his screen. Cutter put a hand to the handle and yanked. The door flew open. He straightened and controlled his laugh at the driver's expression of amazement and shock. He punched the man in his belly and taped his mouth instantly. He caught his flailing hands and taped them. Can't risk him honking. He secured the man's ankles, finally. The man's shouts were muffled and audible behind his gag. Cutter sighed. He reached into his backpack and brought out a spray. You'll be fine when you wake up. A little hung over, but that's all. He sprayed the man and waited for him to pass out, and then crept to the rear of the house where a window was open. Sujono stepped out of the bathroom, a towel around his waist. He frowned at the dark bedroom and reached for the light switch. The light didn't turn on. Kamal, he shouted. His driver didn't reply. He felt his way to the bed where he had laid out his nightclothes and, cursing, put them on. He flung the towel in the bathroom and searched for his phone on the bedside table. He swung up suddenly when he felt a presence. The light came on. A man was sitting on the single chair in the room near the dresser. He had a Glock in his hand, and even as he watched, the stranger removed a cheek pad. Cutter Grogan. Sujono shouted. Kamal, he yelled again. That's your driver, the American drawled. He's sleeping. You should have better security in the house. Aren't you following the violence in Bali? Sujono hid his hands behind him. He had never been threatened in his own home. He rattled off in Indonesian, and then realized his unwelcome visitor wouldn't understand. I am Chief Inspector Bambang Sujono, he raged in English. You can't come in my house like this. I am here. Grogan smiled. You'll be arrested. Do you know how much trouble you are in? Surrender. No chance of that. Sit. Sujono sat at the edge of the bed, at the Glock's wave. You can't shoot me here. He tried to control the waver in his voice. I am expecting, no one's coming to meet you. If they do, I'll take you as hostage. Sujono eyed his pillow. His service gun was beneath it. Looking for this, the American produced his Glock from behind him. Here, take it. Sujono didn't catch the tossed gun. He'll have unloaded it. If I pick it up, he'll shoot me. He had seen enough Hollywood movies to know how such a scene ended. The American placed his gun on the mattress. The chief inspector eyed it. No, it was too far away for him to dive at, and in any case, he wasn't in shape for such athletic moves. What do you want? He shouted. Answers. His visitor produced a long knife that caught the light. Sujono swallowed. You have killed so many people, and now you want to kill a police officer? Grogan lunged across the bed and jammed the blade into his thigh. Sujono howled and shook. He pounded the American on his back and cried in agony when the man withdrew the knife and retreated to the chair. The chief inspector teared up as he shuddered and watched in horrific fascination as blood reddened his pajama pants and dripped on the white sheet. "What have you been telling Budi Wijaya, and why? Or are you reporting to Yaka Suryati?" Sujono looked up slowly. "I will die." "You will." The American wiped the blade on the sheet. "But not instantly. You have enough time to answer my questions, and if you do, I might even call an ambulance for you, which will save you. It's your choice, however. You can prefer not to answer, and then you will die." Sujono had received awards for bravery, but deep down he knew he had been lucky on the days he had faced criminal gangs for which he had been commended. He had shot his gun, but had never killed anyone and had never been tortured. He trembled as shock set in. The fire from his wound was almost paralyzing. "How much does Wijaya or Suryati pay you?" The American's question registered. "I don't." His visitor started out of his chair. "No one pays me." Sujono fell off the bed. He got up clumsily and groaned when his injured thigh took his weight. He sat heavily on the bed and rocked in agony. "You are passing information." "He made me," he cried. "Please take me to a hospital. I will tell you everything I know." "Tell me now," Grogan said coldly. "You're passing information to Bulam Hitam and aren't getting paid." "I have nothing to do with Bulam Hitam." He gritted his teeth at a fresh wave of pain. Sweat and tears dripped down his face. The American stopped playing with his knife. "Who are you passing information to then?" "Fadil." "Iskander Fadil," Sujono gasped. He thought he saw his attacker freeze, but he couldn't be sure. The agony from his wound filled his senses. "Fadil. He's a businessman." "I know who he is," the American rasped. "What's your connection to him? You said he made you do it. Why?" "I updated him on Karthika's progress." "You sold out your own people?" "I don't believe you. I think you must have told him more." Grogan rose from the bed, the knife glinting in the light. "I tell him whatever he needs to know, whenever he calls. He gave me a burner phone. I told him about you, Karthika, everything. Whatever he wants, I tell him." The words spilled out of Sujono like a dam had burst. He sobbed and rocked when he had finished. "Why?" Grogan said so softly that the chief inspector had to strain his ears to hear him. "I had no choice," he wept. "Why?" "Because my sister is married to him. He'll kill her if I don't do what he wants." "Sister?" Grogan looked confused for the first time. "That is not in your file. I removed all her details in all government records. I paid a lot of money to get that done. I thought it would protect her, but it didn't. Fadil, she married a monster. You could have reported him." "You are a chief inspector," Grogan said scornfully. "You are the law." "The law didn't help me when he killed my wife and daughter." Sujono brushed away his tears helplessly. "Killed? Didn't they die in an accident?" "Yeah. He made it look like that, and then told me my sister would be next if I stopped cooperating." "Why did he kill them?" "Because I threatened to expose him." "Why did you do that?" "You should have taken a team of officers to arrest him instead of warning him." "Pak Grogan." Sujono looked at him through his tears. "Have you had anyone threaten your family? Do you think anyone thinks rationally in those situations?" A shadow crossed Grogan's face. "How long have you known Fadil?" "Ever since my sister married him. 3 years ago. My sister married late. He was divorced. He was well known in Bali even then. His travel business sponsored many functions. He was close to politicians. His demands started slowly. He asked for information on crimes. It was only later that I worked out they were all related to Bulam Hitam investigations. His demands increased. He wanted me to inform him of any action we took. That was when I protested. Sujono sniffled. In the movies, Pak Grogan, the criminals threaten at that stage. They might break some fingers. Know what Fadil did? He took extreme action. He killed my family. Sujono wept. Where's your sister? Grogan asked after a while. I don't know. He has a house in Cutter, but I know she's not there. Do you know he's connected to ISIL? Sujono reared up and groaned when his wound throbbed. ISIL? Yeah. He sends money to one of their accounts. I don't know anything about that, the chief inspector said fearfully. Panic rose in him. Please. Pak Grogan, you have to believe me. I only passed information, and that, too, because I was forced to. I don't know anything about. Did he say anything to you? Anything at all that you remember? The police officer stared at his visitor's implacable face and licked his lips. Some months ago, before you arrived, he said something would happen in Bali. Something that would change this country forever. I asked him what he meant, and he told me to think of my sister. I didn't ask again. You aren't the first man to have been threatened by criminals, nor the only person to have lost their family. You say you had no choice. But everyone does. You chose the wrong option. Sujono bowed his head. His conscience had told him the same many times. Did Fadil kill Maya? I don't think so, he whispered. Why are you sure? I am not, but he never mentioned her. He got interested in her case only when Karthika thought Wajaya was involved. 48. Cutter found a medical kit in the bathroom and dressed Sujono's wound. The chief inspector's teeth were chattering as he sat silently. The Pai removed a clean blanket from the bedroom's dresser and flung it at the officer. Cover yourself. You are in shock. Are you going to kill me? Sujono wrapped himself up clumsily. Cutter studied him. The officer looked small. He looked beaten, resigned to whatever was going to befall him. I should. Will you make it quick, and then tell Karthika to find my sister? The Pai stared at him. You want me to kill you? Yeah. Otherwise, Fadil will kill me once he knows you were here. How will he know that? He knows everything. Does he have people watching your house? No, but he has informers everywhere. Sit, Cutter told him. He called Beth, and wasn't surprised when she picked up instantly. Chief Inspector Bombang, Sujono. I got a file on him. He went out of the bedroom and relayed what the officer had confessed. You believe him? He looked back at the sight of the broken man huddled in his blanket on the bed. Yeah. Any way you can confirm the sister story? Keys clicked. A rock band played in the background. Is that Lincoln Park? You impress me. Sometimes, she drawled. Here we go. No information on a sister, but Werner found an old photograph of Sujono, his wife, kid, and his sister. That was on Leela Sujono's social media account, which is now inactive. How old is that picture? 5 years ago. Has she posted anything since then? Nada. No trace of her. I checked out Fadil. He's got that office in Cutter and a villa near the beach. She could be there. No. Cutter thought about it. If she's a hostage, it will be somewhere else. Not any place so close to Sujono. I'll do some digging. There's lots of coverage on his family's death. The accident happened on Jalan Bypass Nura Rai. A truck driver lost control of his vehicle, rammed into the car Sujono's wife was driving. She and her daughter were both killed on impact. The driver surrendered. He was in prison and then committed suicide. Fadil had him killed. Yeah, that would be my guess too. Are you going to let him go? If I do, if he goes back to his usual life, he says Fadil will find out he snitched and will kill him. Did you search for tails? I wasn't followed. I've got the drones circling the house. There aren't any watchers. Did you check for cameras? No cameras. Listening devices. Hold. Cutter loaded the app on his phone and returned to the bedroom. Sujono watched him curiously as he waved in front of walls and corners, but didn't ask any questions. Cutter went out, searched the living room and all entry points in the house. The app stayed green. Looks clean. But I can't take risks. You're going to kill him? She asked matter-of-factly. No. He grinned. I'm going to get him killed. Sujono looked up when he returned to the bedroom. Call Fadil, the PI ordered. The chief inspector shook his head instantly. My burner phone is in my office. I forgot to bring it home today. Cutter brought out the knife. I'm telling the truth, the officer screamed, backing rapidly on the bed until he hit the headboard. You can go to my office and check. Call him on your personal phone. I don't have his number. He has a different number for his calls with me. If I call his regular number, he'll suspect something's wrong. There should be some way of communicating with him in an emergency. We have a draft email system, Sujono said hoarsely. I write a message in my account. He made me set that up. I save it as a draft, and he reads it on his end. Then he deletes it and writes his response in the same draft. Cutter nodded. That's good tradecraft. The comms method was used by terrorists, criminal organizations, and even many intelligence agencies. Send an email. Sujono licked his lips. He'll kill me or hurt my sister. Didn't you want me to kill you moments ago? Fadil will torture me. Cutter had enough. He dove across the bed, thrusting the knife at Sujono's other leg. I will send it, the officer screamed and fell to the floor. The chief inspector got to his feet slowly, swayed for a moment and then limped to the dresser. He brought out a laptop. Cutter stood behind him as the man logged into an email application from one of the many free providers. What do I tell him? Sujono glanced up. Tell him I was in your house. Say you forgot the burner in your office. Don't write anything more. He'll want to know more. Yeah. That's the point. He rubbed his jaw. He might not be awake, though. He knows when I write a draft. I don't know how. He must have customized his email system at his end to alert him. Where's your phone? In that drawer. Sujono pointed at the bedside table. Cutter found the device and tossed it on the bed. He went to the kitchen and found it tidy. The gas burners were clean, the sink shone, and plates, cutlery, and crockery were stowed on their shelves. He brewed coffee, poured it in 2 cups, and brought them to the bedroom. Sujono was sitting with his hands clasped, looking haggard. Is this like the last meal before I die? You are either going to die or go to prison, depending on how you play out what happens next. The officer took the cup, sipped, and then spoke, his voice stronger. Cutter Grogan, who are you? Cutter smiled grimly. Someone who wants to find Maya's killer. All this, he waved his cup in the air, started because of that. Sujono's phone rang. The officer started and spilled coffee on the sheet. Answer it and put it on speaker, the PI growled and drew his Glock. The officer nodded hurriedly and accepted the call. What happened? A voice asked harshly. That American. Grogan was in my house. He knows about us. How? Cutter pointed at his knife. He didn't tell me. He cut me with a knife. He tortured me. Good, the PI lipped at the chief inspector. He asked me where you were and what you were planning. What did you tell him? Nothing. I don't know anything. That's the truth. He beat me up and then left. Do you think he believed you? Yeah. He made some call to someone. Was it that inspector? No. It was someone in America. I could hear an accent. Did he say anything else? No. I called you as soon as he left. You did the right thing. Don't do anything else. Don't call your people. Stay there. I will deal with this. Remember, I will find out if you talk to anyone. Think of your sister. Is she even alive? Sujono raged. She is and will be if you behave. Sujono shivered when the call ended. He wiped his eyes. Does that satisfy you? You got proof that he has my sister. You did good. You didn't need much prompting from me. Cutter Grogan, I was an undercover officer in my younger days. I know how to lie. Yeah. You fooled everyone in your department. Sujono's head dropped. Get up, Cutter told him. Move. We don't have much time. Why? Where are we going? The chief inspector shrieked when Cutter hustled him to the bathroom. Sit on the WC, he growled. Don't talk. Save your breath. Don't make any sound. He looked at the man, swore, and dug into his backpack. I have to do this. He gagged a protesting Sujono and bound his hands and feet as well. If you move or make any noise, you're going to die. He shut the door, removed the blood-soaked sheet and spread a new one. He arranged several pillows on the bed and covered them with a blanket at the foot of the bed. He turned off the lights and went out of the house. The driver was still unconscious. Cutter pulled him out of the vehicle with difficulty and carried him inside the house in a fireman's lift. He dumped the man on the bed in the spare bedroom and closed it. The coffee mugs. He washed and dried them and put them on the tray by the sink. He went out of the house and vaulted over the wall. The street was still empty. He ran to his ride and got inside. The black SUV drove up 15 minutes later. It stopped 2 houses away. 4 men got out, all of them dressed in black. They looked up and down the street and then strolled to Sujono's house. One of them pulled out a key and unlocked the gate. Cutter shook his head. Fadil's got everything covered. He's got full access to the room Adina's. He waited until the men were inside, and the gate had closed behind them, and then sprinted to the house. He drew his Glock as he ran, and screwed on his suppressor. The houses on the street were quiet. For how long? He went to the wall and pulled himself up. The men were at the front door. He could see guns in their hands. Certainly not friendly neighbors. He waited till they were inside, and then dropped to the garden and went to the door. It opened easily. He peered through the crack. The garden wasn't lit, which helped him. I won't be outlined. He took a breath, opened the door wider, slipped inside, and dropped to the ground instantly. The men weren't in the living room. He heard their whispers in the hallway. I don't have much time. They'll find Sujono in the bathroom. The men rushed into the bedroom, yelling loudly. One of them turned on the light. Another fired. And then Cutter was in its doorway, crouching, his Glock covering them. 2 at the bed's foot, one of them firing at the shape underneath the blankets, 2 others to the right of the bed, near the table. His Glock came up even as all 4 turned at his sight. One of them shouted. Cutter shot the men at the foot. Chest, shoulder and headshots, a short burst that dropped them. He scrambled to his left, turning his gun to cover the remaining men who were diving to the floor. He caught one of them in the head. The other man fired 2 shots in return. One round shattered a mirror, the other lodged in the dresser. Cutter fired in his chest and thigh. Drop your gun, he ordered, and fired at the fallen men again. I need only 1 man alive. The wounded man shouted in anger and tried to bring his gun up. Cutter shot his groin. The man screamed and fell back. Who sent you? Cutter asked in English, still crouching next to the door, eyeing the fallen men and the wounded man. The man moaned. Drop your gun. He fired into the carpet near his body. The man threw it over the bed. The fallen men weren't moving. Can I risk going to them? He looped around them and approached them from the bathroom side and shot their heads. Now they're dead. He went around the bed, carefully. The wounded man had his hands around his belly, jerking spasmodically. He's not a threat. Cutter searched him rapidly, found his phone, and hauled him over the bed. The man screamed as he bounced on the mattress. Cutter went to the bathroom to find Sujono shuddering in fear. He cut his zip ties and ripped off the gag. "Come with me." He guided the officer to the bedroom and allowed him to soak in the scene, and then drove his Glock's barrel in the wounded man's groin. "Who sent you?" He turned to Sujono. "Ask him in Indonesian." "Fadil," the man shrieked before the officer could question him. "Why?" Cutter asked. "To kill him." The man jerked his leg at Sujono. "What is Fadil planning?" The man shook his head, sobbing. Cutter went to him. "I not know. I only shooter." Which probably means he's a low-level hitter. He gouged his gun on one of the man's wounds, nevertheless. "I not know," the man howled. "Okay. I believe him now." Cutter shot him in the head, ignored Sujono's gasp, and brought out his phone. He turned off the audio recorder. He played it back. "Yeah, everything's there since I entered the house the first time." "What are you doing?" Sujono swallowed. "Why did you have to kill them?" Cutter stopped him with a raised finger. He dialed Di Fiore. "Got her on the first ring." "Where's Karthika?" "She's with me and Peyton. We are in a resort. Our task force is here. We are safe. Can you get them to this call?" "Hold." He heard her talking. "Cutter?" Peyton's voice. "Did you talk to Sujono?" "Yeah." "Is Karthika there?" "I'm here, Cutter Grogan," the detective answered. "Please call me Cut." "Get to the point," Di Fiore interrupted. "I'm with Sujono in his house with 4 bodies." A shocked silence. "Is Pak Sujono alive?" Karthika's voice rose. "He is." Cutter motioned at the chief inspector to stay quiet. "He is damaged, but nothing life-threatening." "Tell us everything," Di Fiore rasped. He told them everything. "Fadil's not in his villa. There are no lights in it." "Karthika sent a patrol car to drive past," Quintica responded after a heavy silence. "We're trying to locate him discreetly, but so far no luck." "Doesn't surprise me," Cutter said. "He's lying low. He'll disappear once it splashes all over the media what went down," Di Fiore said tightly. "Oh, ye of little faith," he chuckled. "What do you have in mind?" Cutter's smile grew wider. "Chief Inspector Bambang Sujono should die." 49. "Stay here," Cutter told Sujono and guided him to the bed. "Can we go to the living room?" The officer tried not to look at the bodies. "No. We need to make this look realistic." "What will happen to me now?" The PI looked at him. "You have a difficult time ahead. You should accept that." "Yeah. I know. I am not worried for myself. My sister. Karthika and my friends will find her. They won't give up. That's why we are going with my plan." "Who were the women you spoke to before Karthika came on the call?" "2 of my closest friends." "What are they?" They sounded American. "You have a bigger team? I thought you worked alone as a private investigator." "I'm sure you'll meet them at some point. You'll know about them. Stay quiet." He slipped out of the window he had entered through, looped around the house, checked that the street was still empty, and returned to his ride. The police arrived 20 minutes later, giving the street the full treatment. Lights, sirens, elite teams. Jalon Maid Bulett woke up with several residents coming out of their homes. The Brimob team forced open the gate and rushed into the house. That's Brigade Mobile, the paramilitary unit of the police. Gina and Peyton must have called in several favors to get the team here quickly. He heard shouting and shooting inside the house, and when the first TV vans arrived, he drove out cautiously. His job was done. 50. Iskander Fadil leaned back in his chair and watched the news on TV. The presenter showed the same scenes that had been plastered on every screen from the previous night. Chief Inspector Bombang Sujono died in a shootout at his house last night. The feed cut to a video of a covered body being loaded into an ambulance. Several helmeted and masked Brimob officers milled about in the background. Neighbors called in the police when they heard shooting in the officers' rumah dinas, the presenter continued. A nearby Brimob team responded and found 4 gunmen in the chief inspector's house. In the ensuing shootout, the officer was killed by one of the gunmen. Chief Inspector Sujono, a highly decorated officer, died instantly without being able to tell the police who the shooters were or why they were in his rumah dinas. This is a live, ongoing investigation, and if anyone has any information relevant to the case, please call the toll-free number below. Fadil grunted and muted the TV. He replayed the timeline in his mind. I asked those men to kill Sujono. It should have been a simple in-shoot-and-out operation. Why did they delay? Or did Sujono resist? That's possible. He thought about it. Sujono must have hidden somewhere and shot back, and that alerted the neighbors. He cursed the Brimob team for getting there so quickly. He smiled at the toll-free number. Good luck with trying to trace the dead men. He raised his coffee cup in a silent toast to the police. None of his men were identifiable. He had spent a lot of money in erasing each of their identities, especially those of his shooters. He sat up straight when Grogan's photograph appeared on the TV. He raised the volume and heard that the American was still wanted for questioning in many cases. He muted the TV again. Polri don't know Grogan was there with Sujono. He was sure the officer hadn't told the American anything. He knew what I would do to his sister. But he mused and finished his coffee. That American is a threat to me. He's turning up everywhere. I don't know how he suspected Sujono. I can't afford him to be loose and out there, not today. He went to the window of his villa. It was a safe house in Pekatu that only his trusted people knew of. Its ownership was a well-known American travel firm, from whom he had sublet using several shell companies. He saw the Indian Ocean in the distance, saw flags fluttering on poles in the street advertising the Keswick dance. He knew there would be several posters announcing the American ambassador's visit to Uluwatu Temple as well. He brought out his phone and fired a message. Warehouse. 1 hour. The warehouse was located on the outskirts of Uluwatu, on Jalan Raya Uluwatu Pekatu, a road that led away from the more populated areas and into the quieter parts of the island. It was a ramshackle building surrounded by trees and overgrown vegetation. It looked abandoned from the outside. Another of his shell companies had leased the property on a long-term basis. Fadil's SUV crunched on the gravel as it stopped in front. His bodyguard hustled out from the front to open his door. Fadil went inside the building, which was filled with rusting forklifts and stacks of crates. 5 men came out of the shadows and stood before him. All of them were in their late 20s, with no tattoos or identifiable marks on their bodies. Is everything in place? Fadil eyed them. Ya Pak, Rade replied. The explosives are packed. He tilted his head backwards. Fadil looked beyond him and saw what looked like belts on a crate. We have planted several of them in the area as well. When the chief guest arrives, everything will go as we planned. You have verified his timing. Ya Pak. I double and triple checked. The turnout. The authorities say more than 5,000 will come. The weather. Rade smiled and gestured at the sky, visible through the door. It is going to be a great day, Pak. What about the rest of you? Fadil asked the other men. We are ready, Pak, they chorused. You will make history today, Fadil addressed them. Bali will be proud of you. Your families will be looked after. You have my word. The men nodded, their eyes glittering. Take the rest of the day to pray. Fadil hugged them individually. Rest if you need to. You will shine in the evening. Fadil called Wijaya when he was outside the warehouse. He enjoyed the feel of the sun on his body and raised his head at its warmth. That American is still out there, he told the enforcer. I know. You're staying like a coward in Batu Karang while he goes about. You told me not to interfere in your business. Take your own advice. Don't ask what or how I do mine. Where I stay is not your concern. Fadil controlled his anger. Everything will happen today. Don't let someone like Wijaya spoil it for you. He's a thorn for both you and me. What's he done to you? He's after me. I thought you would have taken him out by now. He evaded the enforcer's question. I'll deal with him in my own time. I'll give you a bonus if you deal with him today. Bonus? Yeah. Up to now, you have been paying me. This time I'll pay you. But it has to be today. It will be hard to find him. How does $500,000 sound? What is the urgency, Iskandar? I am in a generous mood today, so here are 2 more tips. Stay away from Uluwatu Temple today. And you've always told me you want to buy your own resort. Check out property prices tomorrow. I have a feeling they will fall heavily. Wijaya went quiet for a moment. What are you planning, Iskandar? He asked in a low voice. I am planning to give you $500,000 booty, Fadil said coolly. Whatever our differences, you know you can trust me. Do you want the money? The greed in Wijaya's voice was apparent. I know how to flush out the American. I didn't act on it because I was busy with Bulam Hitam work. Did you hear what happened in that hotel in Jakarta? That was where my leaders. Yeah, I saw it on TV. I didn't know it was your gang's hotel, Fadil cut him off. He wasn't interested in Bulam Hitam business. Take care of Grogan today, and $500,000 are yours. I will. Fadil returned to his car. Even in that remote area, there were a few Keswick dance flags. He relaxed, feeling good. Feeling triumphant. All his years of planning, of fundraising, of making contact with ISIL and getting their expert advice, all that for today. He had sensed the excitement in his men at the warehouse. He knew they were committed, that they didn't have any second thoughts. He had handpicked them carefully, using the ISIL techniques, and had motivated them, but still, seeing the confidence and determination in their eyes was gratifying. It is a lovely day, Padme, he told his bodyguard. Yes, Pak. And it will be even better in the evening. 51. Karthika pounded her Toyota's horn to make room for her ride. Uluwatu's streets were clogged with traffic and pedestrians. It is as if the whole of Bali is here, she thought sourly as she overtook a TV van. She had driven at dawn to Mangapura, to the Polres station. She had listened to the Brimob team leader, who had arrived after the shootout at Sujono's house. The entire police force was shocked at the chief inspector's killing. An interim chief inspector had been appointed, but he was yet to arrive and the station was chaotic. There were journalists and TV reporters outside the station, interviewing any officer who stopped at their questions. Karthika avoided the media pack and briefed her own team. Nothing changes, she told them. We continue our investigations, except that we now add the chief investigator's killing to our list. At this rate, we will run out of officers. Bayu made a morbid joke. Adi, our boss. He trailed off at her harsh look. Look out for Grogan, she ordered. Shake down all your informers. We have to make progress. That's what the chief inspector would have told us if he was around. What if we are reassigned by the new officer? Diwa asked. We have not been reassigned yet, she growled. Don't make excuses for being lazy. Get to work. I'm going back to Uluwatu to check on some leads. I don't like lying to my team, she told herself as she honked irritably. A roadside banner got her attention. Uluwatu Temple welcomes U.S. Ambassador Richard Coleman to the Keswick dance. That's the reason for the crowd, she sighed. The diplomat's visit had been all over the news when it was first announced a few months back, but in the recent weeks it had been a hot topic. The entire region took pride that the dignitary was making time in his schedule to visit the temple and view the dance. Uluwatu, Pekatu, Kuta Selaton, all the nearby towns had spruced themselves up. Bali American friendship groups had sprung up almost overnight. She saw journalists interview pedestrians and shook her head. It's become a circus. The sooner this is over, the better. Yeah, she barked, answering her buzzing phone. Inda, where are you? Peyton asked. 15 minutes away, if the crowd permits a police vehicle to pass, she growled. Try shooting in the air. Gina chuckled. Get here ASAP, Peyton continued. You found Fadil? Karthika's voice quickened. No, but get over here. You'll find out. The investigator honked repeatedly until the TV van made way for her and she floored the Toyota. She squealed to a stop in front of the building on Jalan Raya Uluwatu and hurried up the stairs. She stopped at the buzz in the bullpen. She could feel the excitement in the air. Karthika. Quindeka pointed to the conference room. She joined them with the rest of the FBI BIN members. What do you know of Biff? Gina asked her. Biff? Karthika frowned. Balinese Independence Front. Yeah, I have heard of them. They are a small group, aren't they? They want Bali to separate and become an independent country. Correct. Bali is predominantly Hindu, while the rest of the country is mostly Muslim. Biff has long argued for independence, but no one in government, or even in Bali, took the group seriously. It has been regarded as a fringe group. Their members occasionally pop up on late-night radio shows, Peyton read from her phone. All this is interesting. Karthika shrugged. But why are we talking of them? Iskander Fadil is a major player in Biff, Gina said triumphantly. Karthika froze. She absent-mindedly took the coffee cup that a BIN operative handed her. He's the same man who spoke to me last time. Is he hitting on me? It wasn't any secret that she was single, and many men had commented on her appearance. The hot beverage burned her tongue and focused her attention on Biff. How did you find out? We've been trying to know about Fadil. Seen that crowd in Uluwatu? The BIN agent asked her. I just drove through it. We arrested a low-level thief last night. He put us onto an informer early this morning. This man is a Biff member but wants out. But there is no out in that group. He promised to tell us all if we gave him a good deal. He's a criminal. He transported guns for Biff. No, he said quickly when Karthika made to speak. He doesn't know anything else. But he identified Fadil from a list of photographs we showed him. He says he wasn't close enough to the businessman and was junior in the group. Guns. Karthika spun towards the FBI women. BIF or Fadil is planning something? That's our best guess, Peyton said grimly. How's the dead man doing? She asked. That drew a laugh from the assembled people. Chief Inspector Bambang Sujono is recovering nicely in his safe house near Padang Padang Beach. We have a protection team there. He's safe. Gina chuckled. Unfortunately. Peyton's smile faded. He knows nothing of Fadil's connection to Biff. Any luck on where his sister is? No. She, like Fadil, is untraceable. How can I help? Work your network. I already have. Ask your informers about Biff. Someone somewhere must have talked. 52. Cutter was at the Edge, an upscale restaurant in Uluwatu. He sipped his es kalapa muda, a coconut drink, and smiled at the appreciative glances women gave him. He had hit it out of the park with his current disguise. Gray streaks in his hair, pepper beard neatly trimmed, gray contacts, steel-rimmed glasses, beads and bands around his wrists, a bright red floral shirt over khaki pants. His jacket, with the holster beneath it, was on an empty seat beside him. At least someone likes my looks. He silently toasted an older woman who smiled at him. German, he guessed from the conversation she was having with her friends. On a women's only holiday. The restaurant was in Uluwatu. The crowd and the buzz in the air had drawn him to the region. Cars blaring music, vendors selling trinkets, a police vehicle asking crowds to stay disciplined, and flags and posters welcoming the American ambassador to the Keswick dance. Have I met Coleman? He went back in his memory. Nope. He had met the Speaker of the House and the Vice President. Both of them had been clients. Both regularly invited him to their family gatherings and Thanksgiving events, but he seldom went. Each of them had discreetly referred him to other clients. That's how I got my billionaire clients, between them and Zeb. Coleman's visit is a big deal for the people here. Bali is already on the world's tourist map, but having such a senior U.S. government representative view the dance is something. He escaped momentarily in the joyous air until his phone buzzed. Ibu Aya. He grinned and accepted the call. Ibu, how are you? How's Wayan? Pot Grogan, help. He's got Wayan and me. Her voice cut off. A man's voice came on. Grogan. You know what this means. I have both of them. Check your phone. Come to the address I sent. Cutter felt as if he had been punched in the gut. He recognized the harsh, guttural voice with the accent. Booty Wajaya. How did he? Ibu Aya didn't have protection. Karthika got a patrol car to her house, but she must have withdrawn it after all that happened later on. Don't hurt them. He swallowed. I'll do whatever you want. Beg, Wajaya gloated. I like hearing that. Come alone. Come now. Come to die. Cutter stared at the address that appeared on his phone, as if he could see through the device and visualize the enforcer and his hostages. He got my number from her. I should have known he could target them. He got up hastily, nearly upending the table. His drink spilled. He threw his napkin on it instinctively to stop the spread, threw several rupees and went out. The German woman smiled again. He didn't see her. Everything had faded, except the exit to the door. He heard nothing except the fear in Ibu Aya's voice. He went robotically to his ride. Calling Karthika or his FBI friends wasn't even an option. I just can't risk Ibu Aya and Wayan's lives. He got behind the wheel and pounded on it several times, the vehicle honking in reaction. Several passers-by stared at him. He ignored them, fired up his ride, and drove out. He stopped when he was outside the crowd, lowered his window and breathed. Oxygen cleared his mind. It got him thinking again. His training and experience helped, but he still had to force his fear to the back of his mind, where it became a controllable presence instead of the paralyzing shock that it had created in the restaurant. The best way to overcome a setback was to plan a countermove. Getting into the details helped focus the mind. Cutter looked up the address on a satellite map. It was another cliff, not far from Uluwatu Temple. He's deliberately chosen that spot. I've killed his men on cliffs. The approach to the rendezvous was typical too. A dirt track that split a few miles away from Pantai Suluban Street and went to where the land ended. Uneven ground, rocks and grass, but his Range Rover could make it. Why's he doing this in broad daylight, with this much of a crowd in the neighborhood? There will be tight security for Coleman's visit. He gave up trying to figure it out after a few moments. Rescuing Ibu Aya and Wayan is all that matters. He'll have men to stop vehicles. No one will be allowed to pass but me. They'll make me park my ride and walk. He knew the drill. He would be stripped of his weapons. He went to the trunk, raised it, and inspected the cash. Any tricks here that I can use? What's the point? His men won't let me carry any weapons. His eyes alighted on the drone. He confirmed that it was fully charged, programmed it to the address, and launched it. That won't help either. All it will do is send me a video feed, but they'll take my phone as soon as I arrive. The drone does not have any weapons. His counterattack was a failure even before he started. What choice do I have, he thought bleakly, as he removed his shirt and his body armor, which he folded and stowed in the Range Rover. He put his shirt back on and removed his disguise. I have a chance as long as I am alive. He fired off a text message and drove to the rendezvous. Budi Wijaya's men stopped him once he was on the track. They were dressed as Uluwatu Temple volunteers, with bright orange vests over their shirts. Two of them on the track, both men covertly flashing the guns at their waistbands. Cutter got out at their gesture. He saw Wijaya in the distance with Ibu Aya and Wayan. He counted 7 more men loosely strung around the enforcer. Uluwatu Temple was to their 10 o'clock. About a mile away, but the way the coastline curved inwards, it looked closer. He could see flags fluttering on it, hear the music played on its speakers. A band played somewhere. That's for Coleman. There's no such build-up for each evening's dance. Remove clothes, one man ordered. Cutter thought of hesitating, and then complied. I'll sue you if you put up my photographs or video on OnlyFans. They didn't smile. He stripped to his boxers. They inspected his sneakers and then nodded. He could wear those. One of the men unloaded his Glock expertly, while the other turned off his phone. First man extracted the Fairbairn Sykes from its sheath, whispered to second man and pocketed it. I want that back. No response again. They shoved him in Wijaya's direction. Cutter looked back. No other traffic on the dirt road. They must have more men to block the track. I didn't see any sign, but that's what I would do in their position. He glanced up casually and didn't see the drone. He knew it was there, though. He had watched its feed while driving and had known of Wijaya's setup. Not that it helped me. His lips tightened. How does it feel, Grogan? Wijaya's hair blew in the wind, partly covering his eyes. It didn't conceal his vicious grin. He's got a gun to Ibu Aya's head. She's holding Wayan's hand. The 3 of them were several feet from the cliff's edge, with the deep blue of the Indian Ocean spread in front of them. It was a postcard-perfect view that didn't register on him. The elder woman was shaking, struggling to hold back her tears, while the child seemed to be in shock, her eyes wide, her mouth open, a blank expression on her face. Let them go, Cutter pleaded. You have me. I am the one you want. They have done nothing to you. Wijaya came around and struck him brutally across his face with his gun. Ibu Aya groaned. The Pai staggered back, grunting from the impact. He doubled up, feeling woozy, and spat blood from his split lip. He breathed harshly through his mouth, and then felt Wijaya grip his hair and to chuck his head up. The enforcer punched him in his belly several times. Cutter stumbled and fell to his knees. He groaned when Wijaya yanked him up again and slapped him. Ibu Aya screamed, a thin sound lost in the wind. You! Wijaya snarled. Ever since you came, everything has gone bad. He slapped Cutter. Why couldn't you mind your own business? Another blow. Did you kill Maya? Cutter groaned. Yes. I threw her off the cliff. Why did she matter to you? Wayan started crying. Why did you kill her? Cutter swayed from another belly punch. Is he going to kill me with his bare hands? He wondered dazedly. I can't even grab his gun. He tossed it to another heavy. She heard me. Wijaya shouted furiously, his face twisted with hate, his eyes narrowed to dark pinpoints of light. I was in your resort. We were in a corner discussing games at the other resorts. There was a potted plant behind us. It was big. We thought we were alone. Then she came from behind the pot and looked at us. I can remember her face even now. That look. She had heard everything. You're feeling guilty? Cutter slurred. A punch to his throat left him wheezing, sucking air desperately. He shook his head slowly to clear it and straightened. He didn't look at Ibu Aya or Wayan. Who's we? Ura and Fahar. You killed them both. How did you kill her? Wijaya rubbed his knuckles. My men watched the resort, but she didn't come to work for 2 days. On the 3rd day, I caught her after work and brought her here. You tortured her, Cutter snarled. I didn't need to. The enforcer slapped his thigh and laughed. I mentioned her daughter, and she started pleading and begging for her life. She didn't tell anyone what she heard. She must have been scared. She didn't know what to do. Yeah. That's exactly what she told me. I threw her off the cliff. After torturing her. It was your goons in my room, attacking Kadak. Yeah. Wajaya smiled scornfully. I had to check Maya hadn't told anyone what she heard. Those men who followed me, you killed them in their apartment? Yeah. They were careless. You saw them. No one makes mistakes in Bulam Hitam. They don't live long if they do. You could have let Maya live. Maya. Wajaya slapped him. Who was she to you? Wajaya screamed. Why did you get involved? She was light and joy in the resort. She made guests happy. She was a friend. She was nobody. A brutal knee jabbed to the groin. Cutter took it on his thigh at the last minute, and moaned from the agony that burst through him. She was a friend, he insisted laboredly. You orphaned Wan. They don't matter. They are nothing. Wajaya gasped, as he unleashed a flurry of punches to Cutter's head and neck. The Pai bowed his head and soaked them in, rocking on his feet, going with the momentum to reduce the impact. Which didn't help much. Every blow landed, agonizingly. Why are you working with Fadil? He panted when the enforcer stopped. You know that. How? A savage kick to his thigh. I saw you at his office. When? I don't remember now. It felt like months ago. Wajaya stood back, panting. His knuckles were bruised. He blew on them, looked at the captives, and turned back to the Pai with a smirk. You're going to die. It does not matter if you know everything. Fadil and I have been partners for a long time. He protects us from the police. I pay him a cut of our gambling money. I worked that out from what Sujono confessed, Cutter thought. Do you know Fadil works with ISIL? Wajaya didn't know. The shock on his face made that clear. You are lying, he whispered. A gust of wind brought the temple's music loud and clear to them. No. FBI and BIN are investigating that. They have formed a task force. I have seen proof. Wajaya shot a glance at the temple. He shouted something at his men, and caught the gun that his heavy threw. He shot Ibu Aya, who cried out, clutched her chest, and fell to the ground. Wayan screamed. Cutter lunged at the enforcer, but Wajaya was quicker. The Bulam Hitam man ran to Wayan, caught her by a hand, and pushed her over the cliff. Wayan! Cutter yelled and turned, his heels slipping, diving desperately. He fell, rolled on the ground, and caught her wrist just as she went over the edge. Her weight dragged him over as well. He dug in his heels, jabbed his other hand on the ground, but there was no purchase, no vegetation, nothing to stop the inexorable slide, until his legs slid off over the ledge as well. A small rocky outcrop near the edge. He hooked his left elbow around it. It stopped his fall. He snatched a glance down. Wayan, desperate, going into shock again, looking up at him. Far below, white waves crashing on a beach. Sandy but had rocks as well. Sweat broke out on Cutter's face. Please, Wajaya, he panted. Don't do this. Save her. Don't do this on the Keswick dance day. Don't kill a child. Booty Wajaya stamped his elbow. You think I am religious? You think I care about women or children? Are you new to Bali? Don't you know there's a dance every day? Cutter groaned when the enforcer twisted his fingers viciously. His arm hook still held, but both his arms felt like they were wrenching out of their sockets. He couldn't hold on to Wayan for long. His palm was slippery with sweat. Wayan, he panted. Wayan. He shouted to get her attention. She blinked and moaned. Don't look down, he roared. Okay. She managed to nod. I'll shield her when I fall. I will die, but she might have a chance. He was sure he would die. Wajaya's face confirmed that. This is like Hollywood, no, the enforcer laughed. But no Hollywood ending. Wajaya bent down without releasing his pressure on Cutter's elbow. Die knowing this, because there is nothing you can do. Iskander is planning something today. At the temple. He told me to stay away from it. He told me to buy property tomorrow. He is evil, Wajaya. Don't be him. Please save Wayan, Cutter begged. Yeah, he is evil. I can guess what he's planning. Even I won't do that. But I like the bonus he's going to pay me. $500,000 for killing you. I and my people will be far away when it goes down. He straightened triumphantly, and then shrieked and clutched his head. Cutter felt it too. An intense searing pain that shot through his ears that drowned out every sound. Some kind of sonic wave, he thought when it faded, and then realized Wajaya was no longer stamping his arm. He clamped his teeth and pulled himself up with a groan. Hold my hand. Wayan, he groaned as he progressed inch by inch, directing all his strength to the elbow, visualizing it in his mind to help power himself up, forcing himself to go into the mental gray zone where his body could perform at levels higher than what humans thought they were capable of. Wajaya stomped his elbow again. What did you do? The enforcer looked down with rage as he aimed his gun at Cutter's face. Wajaya's head exploded like a pumpkin bursting. His body swayed and toppled over the cliff. 53. Cutter blinked sweat from his eyes in disbelief as he followed the enforcer's body disappear into the waves below. He raised his head over the cliff's edge, hoping a rescue team had arrived, expecting to see Gina or Peyton or their task force. Alexei filled his vision. The assassin was in all black. He had a Sig Sauer in his hand as he walked up casually. Cutter saw the bodies of Wajaya's men strewn on the ground. You killed Wajaya. How will you get paid? Alexei smiled and crouched near his elbow. Who said he hired me? He answered in accentless English. Who are you? Someone you'll never see again. The assassin rose to his feet. How did you find me that night? I was following that police officer. Then I followed you. Today. I was following Wajaya. He was my target too. Who hired you? Yaka Suryati. Didn't you work it out? Cutter closed his eyes momentarily. I lost count of my enemies. It's dangerous to do that in our profession. I am not a killer. You are not, Mr. Grogan. Many people would disagree with you. Save Wayan. The girl. You aren't paid for killing her. Don't let her death be on your conscience. Conscience? Alexei's teeth flashed. I have killed men, women, and children. Deliberately or accidentally. I sleep like a baby at night, Mr. Grogan. He raised his cig. Puck Grogan, Wayan moaned from below. I am slipping. Wait, Cutter shouted and tried to grip her wrist harder. What was that you did with that sound wave? I didn't do anything. Alexei frowned. I too felt it. But I had my headphones. I know what you did last time. You didn't do. He spun around. The drone flew into his face. Ibu Aya lurched at him and hit him hard in his face. Help Wayan. Cutter yelled at the elder woman. Her chest was soaked with blood. Her eyes were wild. Her breath was loud, but she gripped his left hand, sat back and pulled hard. Cutter gritted his teeth and used the pull as well as his own elbow thrust to lever himself up, keeping part of his attention on Alexei, who had fallen but now was rising. His face bloodied. His gun on the ground. Cutter wasn't religious, but at that moment, begged and prayed to every god and every faith he could think of, and then felt Ibu Aya scramble forward, catch hold of his shirt and tug hard, and felt her blood against his face. He sensed Alexei rise. Saw through his slitted eyes the man sway. Cutter roared, and used every ounce of strength he had to raise Wayan over his head and hurl her onto firm ground. Something in his right shoulder tore. The pain merged with every other agony in his body, and then he too was over the edge and rolling on the ground. "Run!" he panted and staggered to his knee and dove at Alexei, who was bending for his cig. He crashed into the man's upraised knee, took the impact on his chest, saw that the killer's face was slashed, his eyes nearly blinded. Cutter swung his fist at the assassin's face, groaning as his shoulder socket burned. He felt his knuckles connect. Alexei howled and punched rapidly at his neck. Cutter absorbed them. He was alive. More importantly, Wei-An was alive. Taking a deadly killer's blows was nothing. Even dying wasn't a problem. He was on his knees, swaying like a drunk person. Alexei was on his knees too, blood streaming down his face. Another gust of wind, carrying the sounds of trumpets and conches. Cutter yelled and caught Alexei by his waist while taking his elbow and knuckle jabs to his face, and staggered to his feet, grunting with the effort. He stumbled and shook as he moved. The assassin sensed his intent. He clubbed the pie on his head with pointed elbows and bunched fists. Cutter tucked his face in the man's chest to shield his face as much as possible, using only his peripheral vision to guide him. Wei-An was alive. Using that to spur him, visualizing her laughing face to help ignore the hammer-like blows his body was taking, and summoning the reserves of his strength, reached the edge of the cliff and threw Alexei over it. 54. Cutter fell to the ground. Took huge rasping breaths that sounded painful to his ears. Crawled to Ibu Aya, who was cradling Wei-An. Saw that her strength was fading. The wound was high on the right side of her chest. Maybe it escaped her heart and lungs, he thought wheezingly as he fell flat, face down. "Wei-An, my phone near my car." "Go please, get it," he managed before his breath left him. The girl, clinging onto Ibu Aya, crying, nodded jerkily and ran to the Range Rover. "It is on the ground," he shouted. She found it with a cry and ran back. Cutter fumbled at it, heard Ibu Aya instruct her, heard a tearing sound and felt the girl wipe his face. Much later, he would work out that the elder woman had torn her dress. The phone turned on. Its signal bars lit up. His fingers slid on the screen. He wiped his palm against his underwear and tried again. Cursed. "Give it to her." "Cutter Grogan," Ibu Aya sighed. "Wei-An." Cutter gave the child the phone. "Go to recent calls. Dial Gina Di Fiore. Gina. He slumped. "Don't pass out. Don't pass out." His inner voice beat a drum. "It is connected," the girl shouted. "Put it on speaker." He raised his head. "Cutter," Gina's voice taut. "Gina, listen. Don't interrupt. Fadil is targeting Uluwatu Temple. Today. In time for the ambassador's visit. It must be bombs of some kind. That must be the ISIL connection. I can't think of anything else. I got this from Wajaya. Don't ask how, when or why. Evacuate the temple. Stop the ambassador. Inform Karthika. Everyone." He stopped, wheezing. "We worked out the bomb angle as well," she said tensely. "But today. You're sure of that?" "Yeah," he mumbled. "Coleman's reception at the temple is less than an hour away. Stop him." "The police network is down," she said grimly. "Cell phone network is down. They all went out about an hour ago. It's chaos down here." "Where are you?" "In the task force office. Coleman's reception is still going ahead." "Can't you understand, Cutter?" she yelled. "We can't make contact with him. We can't make contact with anyone." "How did my call connect with you?" "Because, dumbass, you use satellite networks, don't ask me how, and so do we." He rose slowly. Gestured at Ibu Aya and Wei-An to go to the Range Rover. "Find its keys," he whispered. "It will be on the ground." The girl sped off. Cutter picked the phone up. He helped Ibu Aya up and guided her to the Range Rover. His lips tightened at the way she moved, breathed, and the blood on her body. "Don't worry about me," she gasped. "Cutter." Quindika's voice came on. Calm, measured. "Karthika and I are here. We have dispatched motorcycle riders with satellite phones to the temple. How big a crowd is there?" "More than 5,000 expected." Cutter reached the Range Rover. Caught the keys that Wayan tossed. The girl was almost dancing on her feet, nervous energy making her restless. He motioned to her to open the rear door. The girl obliged, and helped him to settle Ibu Aya in the rear seat. He belted in the older woman, got the girl to sit next to her, and got behind the wheel. He was feeling weak. His chest hurt. "My whole body feels like I have been squeezed in a giant vice, and also been punched by Muhammad Ali." His vision was steady, however, and his hands had stopped shaking. His phone hooked to the car's speakers. "Where is Coleman coming from?" "He stayed overnight at your resort." "What time is he scheduled to leave for the temple?" "Hold." He heard paper rustling as he backed the vehicle and straightened it. "He should have left," she said sharply. "Just a few minutes ago, according to his schedule. His team won't think much of the loss of comms. Indonesia is low on our security risk countries." "I am closest to the temple," he said. "I'm the only one you have comms with. There's only one road to the temple from my resort. I will stop him." "Do it," Di Fiore said. "You surprise me." "Cutter," Quindika chimed in. "His vehicle is a Merc. I'll message you the plate. It will have one police escort." "Karthika, what kind of vehicle will that be?" "Avanza." The investigator's voice came back. "Fadil will do nothing until Coleman reaches the temple." Cutter floored the gas. "Concur," Quindika rasped. "We're on the way too. Can't you get choppers?" "Will it surprise you to know there are no choppers in the air? The police birds have suddenly developed defects. No TV ones either. Karthika has a big task ahead of her, to root out Fadil's supporters and snitches in the police." "Yeah," the detective replied. "If I still have a job, and the new chief inspector does not reassign me." "You will, and he won't." Di Fiore swore. "Cutter, why do you sound as if you are wheezing?" "I am. I have an injured person. Ibu Aya. She's been shot. I think the round escaped her vitals, but she's lost a lot of blood." "Don't stop for me," the older woman said faintly. "Stop the ambassador. My country cannot, nothing should happen. Whatever happens, do not stop for me. Or I will not forgive you. You'll die. I don't matter. Ambassador. People at temple." She fell back, gasping. "Don't talk," he told her harshly. "Save your energy. Wayan, tear your or her dress. Put the cloth over her wound. Gently." "Cutter." Di Fiore swallowed audibly. "What happened?" "I'll update you later. Can you arrange ambulances to be on that street?" "We'll dispatch more motorcycle riders with sat phones and arrange that." "Wayan." His eyes flickered to the girl in the rearview mirror. "Watch out for a Mercedes, okay? In case I miss it." "Yeah." The girl nodded as she finished tending to Ibu Aya. Cutter started honking the moment he encountered traffic. The road had no central divider, which is good for what I have in mind. Traffic was heavy the other way, going towards the temple. He made better progress, but many vehicles spilled over on his side as they tried to overtake and make better time for the festivities. "It takes 20 minutes to get to the temple from my resort. It will take longer today, which means Coleman will be closer to the resort." His eyes swiveled, occasionally checking on Ibu Aya. He knew he had to get her to a hospital, but couldn't risk it. "She won't allow me to, either." He stiffened when a police cruiser appeared. No Mercedes behind it. "There's a bomb in the temple." He lowered his window and yelled at the cop at the front, whose window was down too. He didn't know if the officer understood and didn't risk stopping and explaining. Another police vehicle passed. No Merc this time either. He repeated the warning and had barely finished shouting when Wayan yelled. He saw the Avanza, its light flashing. The gleaming Mercedes behind it, with the U.S. flag on its pennant. Cutter checked traffic behind him and in front of him. He let the Avanza pass, swung the wheel hard and crashed into the Mercedes. 55. His Range Rover was heavier and more powerful than the ambassador's vehicle. The car's passenger door buckled. Its window shattered. It skidded and crashed into a van and stopped. Smoke from its tires. Wayan stopped screaming when Cutter crawled over the passenger seat and hopped out. He raised his arms high as the ambassador's security team from the State Department's DSS, Diplomatic Security Service, spilled out of the Avanza and surrounded him. 3 men, all in business suits, all looking like Westerners, 2 of them training Glocks on him, the third aiming an HK-416. "Don't shoot," Cutter shouted above the cacophony of horns and shouts as traffic stopped and people got out of their vehicle to watch curiously. He knew how he looked. Blood on his face and body, dressed in his underwear and sneakers, both of which were bloodied and dirty. "I'll be lucky if they don't shoot me." Very lucky. Cell phones came out to film the scene. "I am not a threat to the ambassador. There's a bomb at Uluwatu Temple. He must not go there. All of you." He turned to the watching people. "Do not go to the temple. There is a bomb. Go home." "Sir," HK man ordered, "turn around. Brace yourself against your vehicle. Hands and feet spread out. Are you carrying a weapon?" "No." Cutter assumed the position. "There's a satellite phone in my ride. Dial the last number on it. You'll be connected to Gina DeFiore, FBI special agent in charge. She'll vouch for me. She's in Bali on a special task force with Bin." He didn't bother explaining who Bin was. He had to get his explanation out before they peppered him with shots. "What's happening, Brendan?" a voice began. "Stay in the Mercedes, Ambassador," HK man yelled. Cutter turned his head to take in Coleman, who was rising from the other side of the Mercedes. "Ambassador Coleman, my name is Cutter Grogan. Speaker of the House, Amy Breland, and Vice President Jill Dalton will vouch for me, sir. Do not go to Uluwatu Temple. All comms are down. This is the only way to stop you. If you or your teams have satellite phones, make contact with the police and ask them to evacuate the temple." The ground rumbled, and the sounds of distant explosions sounded. Smoke appeared from the direction of the temple. People yelled and many cars backed up, turned around. "Go home," Cutter yelled as he sagged against his ride and cursed. He didn't know he was crying until Wayan came out of his ride, ignoring Brendan's shouts, and offered him a paper towel. "We failed." He wiped his face bitterly and turned around. The DSS team was conferring urgently with Coleman, who was back in the Mercedes. "Sir." Brendan pointed the HK at him. "You said you have a satellite phone." "Yes, it's on the passenger seat." "Please reach in and bring it out. Slowly. Carefully." "Is the ambassador hurt?" "Sir, please." "For Christ's sakes, Brendan, there are thousands of people at the temple today. You heard the explosions. We don't know how many died. Can you at least tell me if the ambassador was hurt in the accident?" Brendan swallowed. "He isn't hurt, sir. You saw him." "Thank you. I'm taking my phone out." He reached in, pinched it with thumb and forefinger, and held it high in the air. "It's unlocked. Redial the last call." Brendan came around the Mercedes, making sure the rest of his team had a clear lines of shooting at the pie, and took the phone. He dialed, bent his head, and retreated to the Mercedes, using it as cover. He spoke softly, nodded several times, looked at Cutter, and gave the phone to the Coleman, who was still inside the car. Several ambulances approached, on the way to the temple. Cutter straightened, making to stop them. Pak Grogan. Ibu Aya raised her voice from within the Range Rover. I will not forgive you. He clenched his fists and let them go. Sir. Brendan gestured with his HK to the Mercedes. Please join the ambassador at the back. Cutter opened the wrecked rear door with difficulty and got inside. The aircon was still running. The driver, another DSS agent, looked at him curiously. Ambassador Richard Coleman, tall, lean, clean-shaven, with silvery hair and a patrician look, sized him up. Mr. Grogan, I spoke with Amy Breland. She and I go back a long way. We're friends. She said, if the entire world is saying something, and you are saying something else, I should believe you. And then I spoke to your friend, Gina Di Fiore. Here, the call is still active. Cutter took the phone wearily. We failed. We didn't. 56. Her voice was gleeful. Cutter heard the chatter of several voices around her. We didn't, he asked dumbly. I heard the explosions. There was smoke. It was Inda's idea, she said. Those motorcycle riders that we sent. We packed them with explosives and ordered them to blow them up in remote stretches of the road when they got close to the temple. We sent more riders to support them. We realized we couldn't identify the bombers in time. Peyton took over when Di Fiore paused for breath. We didn't know if you had managed to intercept the ambassador, and we couldn't risk Fadil giving the order to detonate. The second set of riders launched FBI and police drones as soon as they were near the temple. They set up a monitoring cell for the deeds. We ran facial and body language recognition on the crowd. Once the explosions went off, people started fleeing. The bombers, suicide bombers, alone weren't escaping away. On top of that, they were dressed too bulkily for the weather. We apprehended 5 of them before they could set anything off, and one of them confessed there weren't any more of them. How many officers did you send, and how many satellite phones did you deploy? Quindaka laughed happily. We confiscated every motorcycle in our vicinity and sent every task force officer and support staff. 50 of them, and gave them all the sat phones we had. Those officers worked with the police, which helped as well. Gina, Karthika and I are here too, at the temple. It was touch and go for a while. Your software picked up all of that so quickly. We got lucky. The crowd wasn't at capacity yet, and the bombers were at the entrance. They were planning to blow themselves up when the ambassador arrived. They wouldn't have made it past the security at the entrance. Yeah, that's our guess, and at the entrance there was a long orderly line that dispersed quickly, leaving these bombers stranded. Casualties? No fatalities. A few bruises, scrapes, and one man with a broken leg as he tripped and fell. We got lucky. Yeah. Pak Grogan. Karthika came on the call. You are still wanted for questioning. I'll come in as soon as Ibu Aya is in the hospital. I've got an ambulance coming your way. And Pak Grogan. Yeah. Now I know why you like explosions so much. 57. Cutter woke up the next day. In his villa, in his resort. He yawned and stretched, showered, and went for breakfast. Pak Grogan. Cutter, Arif corrected himself hastily and escorted him to the restaurant table. Please sit. What happened, Arif? The Pai smiled at him. His face had been on all news channels before the task force used their influence to pull it. The scene at the ambassador's car was still on many social media sites. There's nothing else playing on TV or in the newspapers. He hadn't met his friends or Karthika the previous day. They were busy at the temple, tying up loose ends, investigating Iskander Fadil, Budi Wajaya and Bulam Hitam. The businessman had been given up by the suicide bombers, one of whom had revealed a villa in Denpasar. The task force had raided that location at night and had found Sujono's sister imprisoned in a bedroom. She had been a vital source of information. She told how Fadil was already a militant BIF leader when she had married him, but he had concealed that from everyone else. She didn't know of his ISIL connections either. Quindaka and Karthika kept messaging him throughout the previous day and night. Cutter didn't leave Kuta Selatan's largest hospital, where Ibu Aya was operated on, until the surgeons declared that she was safe and out of danger. The bullet had missed her lungs by fractions of an inch, and she was lucky to be alive. Blame her. Cutter had nodded at the conscious patient, who had smiled and squeezed Wayan's hand, who was with the older woman. Cutter had woken up to the news that Iskander Fadil had fled the country to South America on a private aircraft after making an overnight ride to an airfield outside Jakarta. The rest of the BIF leadership had been arrested and were being investigated. MBAK. He messaged Karthika, who had been messaging throughout the night. I need to know only this. Will I get Kopi Bali when you arrest me? She sent a frowning emoji in return. There are journalists who want to interview you, the manager said. You are a celebrity, he whispered, glancing meaningfully at the many guests who were looking their way. I will shoot any journalist I meet. Yeah. Arif nodded rapidly. I guessed you would say something like that, so I told them the police would arrest anyone who interviewed you. Smart. My resort has seen a lot of new reservations overnight. Demand has increased. All because of you. Me? What have I done? This is the one of the few resorts where there were no illegal games. Your staying here helped. I can't take credit for that. It is good for my staff, Cutter. I can negotiate for higher wages and bonuses. Sit, the Pai told him, and when the manager occupied a chair, leaned forward. What about Wayan and Ibu Aya? Matters are progressing in the right direction, Reef said in the corporate speak he unconsciously adopted whenever he was discussing formal matters. The resort will make a big contribution to Maya's pension. Wayan will inherit that, but since she is still a child, it will be managed by a professional. I spoke to Ibu Aya some days ago. She will be adopting Wayan. She will get a salary from the pension. Cutter produced a check from his jacket and slid it to the manager. Please make sure that gets added to the pension. Arif looked at it, then did a double take. That's in American dollars. Yes. That's a huge? Can you get it done? You will shoot me if I don't. Cutter laughed. It will be done. Arif smiled. Wayan will be grateful once she's old enough. Neither she nor Ibu Aya should ever know. That's why I'm giving this to you. Cutter slid another check to him. This should go to Adi's wife. Arif looked at it and pocketed both. I will find a way to get both done. You are a good friend, Cutter. I'm not so sure of that, he thought. Did the police find out why the inspector asked for you that day? The manager asked. No. Was he owned by Bulam Hitam? His financial situation does not say that. I haven't caught up with Karthika. She's been busy with a lot. I think the explanation will be simpler. He got a call from some superior to bring me, and that superior was a gang informer. Yeah. Arif smiled and nodded at some guests and then glanced at the American. Cutter. Yeah. Will you please stop exploding cars and houses now? It's not good for business. Cutter checked his messages when Arif had left, his eyes lingering over the one he had sent before meeting Wajaya the previous day. It had been to Beth. Help me if you can. She and Meg did. He had worked out the twins had taken control of the drone and had fired the ultrasonic radio waves. That affected Wajaya and his men. It affected me too, but they figured I would use the opening to get to safety. What none of them had counted on was Alexei. He killed Wajaya's men. They weren't in a position to resist. Beth and Meg saw him and flew the drone into him. You saved me, he messaged Beth. Dinner's on you when you're back home, was her instant reply. We saw the drone's video, DeFiore told him that evening. Cutter stopped munching his popcorn. He was sandwiched between her and Quindaka, with Karthika on the latter's right. They were in a back row, on the circular stone steps that faced Uluwatu Temple's natural amphitheater, where the evening's Keswick dance would be performed. The previous day's dance had been cancelled, and because of that, and also due to the unfolding events, a huge crowd had gathered. More than 8,000, he had read the local newspaper's estimates. Ambassador Coleman was due to address the gathering, which seemed to have drawn the country's media. He, the FBI Sachs, and Karthika had to use light disguises, ball caps, and shades to enter unrecognized. "How did you get it?" he asked. "Any anonymous source sent it to Inda's email address." "I tried to trace the source." The investigator tossed popcorn in her mouth. "But didn't try too hard. Was it from these mysterious friends Gina and Peyton refer to?" "I don't know who you are talking about," he said blandly. "That drone, it's wreckage." He took a breath. "I don't want to put you in a compromising position, but is it possible I can get it?" "I've never seen a drone like that." Karthika licked her fingers and wiped her lips with a paper towel. "That's why I don't want it to be with the Indonesian police. I don't want questions asked that she can't answer." "It's not police property." Quindika flicked her hair back. "We, the task force, took it. Unfortunately, a clumsy agent accidentally kicked it into the Indian Ocean." He looked at her. She returned his stare expressionlessly. He looked at De Fiore. The NYPD detective smirked. "You're not the only one who can make things happen." "Thank you." "How did it crash into that man?" Karthika asked him curiously. "Equipment malfunction," he lied. "Yeah," she snorted. "I buy that. How did you live through all that?" "Over the cliff, that man, who was he?" "Alexei. He tried to kill me the day I shot Wara. He was tailing you and followed me from there." The three women stared at him. "You didn't tell us," De Fiore accused. "There wasn't time. You had a lot on your plate in any case." "How did you get over the cliff's edge?" He raised his shoulders gingerly. "They still hurt. I got lucky. They can question Ibu Aya and Wayan if they want. I'm not telling them anything." De Fiore pursed her lips, but didn't pursue it. Karthika, too, did not probe any further. "What happens tomorrow when I come to the station?" he asked the investigator. "You mean when you, as an undercover task force officer, go to Inda, who's been covertly working with us to take down Bulam Hitam since her department is corrupt?" De Fiore drawled. Karthika's eyes twinkled. "I got paperwork in my email last night, confirming all that. Backdated. Signed off by the Kapolri. Not even the incoming chief inspector can question it." "How's Sujono?" "Cooperating. He will face the consequences. Prison time for sure, though we will try to get it reduced. He's accepted that." The crowd roared before he could ask any more questions. Richard Coleman stepped on the stage and took the mic. He thanked the crowd, the organizers, Uluwatu village, and launched into his speech of how close the ties between the two countries were. The dance commenced against the Indian Ocean's backdrop and the setting sun. Over 150 performers enacted how Hanuman, the divine monkey in Hindu mythology, led his tribe to help Lord Rama defeat the evil King Ravana. "It's so fitting, isn't it?" Karthika's eyes sparkled when the dance was over, and they headed for the exit. "Good over bad?" "You three are good, no doubt about it." He grinned. "Me? I don't." De Fiore leaned up and kissed him on his cheek. "Shut up and take the compliment." He shut up. They went out and passed a stall. De Fiore caught his jacket. "Cutter." "Yeah. Make yourself useful and buy us ice creams." He made himself useful. The end. Bonus chapter from London, Book 15 in the Z.B. Cutter Thrillers. We don't need your kind here, mate. The small pub in Westminster, London, England was full. A soccer match had finished playing on the wall-mounted TVs, and the winning team's supporters were flushed and loud in the victory. The losers' fans had shrugged the defeat away, and were conversing animatedly with their friends. Zeb was at the bar, on one of the green round stools that lined the front of the wooden top counter. Just him and Bwana from his team. His friend, Big, his tee tucked in his jeans, doing little to hide his muscled frame. His resting face was foreboding. They had come to the United Kingdom 2 weeks ago. 8 of them. Zeb, Carter, Roker, Bwana, Roger, Bear, Chloe, and the Peterson twins, Beth and Megan. They were the agency. A U.S. outfit so covert that very few in the Pentagon were aware of them, and even fewer around the world. Zeb was the lead agent, but the outfit didn't have any hierarchy. They worked as a team. They were close friends. They were family. He, Bwana, Roger, and Bear were former Special Forces operatives, while Broker had been a ranger. Chloe had come from the 82nd Airborne. Beth and Megan didn't have a military background. The sisters had grown up in a cop family in Wyoming and had been running a successful business when Zeb had rescued them from a cartel. They had badgered him to let them join the agency once they knew who he was. The twins were persuasive, determined, and smart. Zeb caved in. They had taken to the covert world like ducks to water, with Megan becoming one of the best shooters in the team. The twins were also tech-savvy and had written the core of the unit's AI software, which gathered and analyzed intel. Werner, the software, was the backbone of their operations. The sisters were the glue that held the agency together. They were in the country to train with SAS, Britain's elite special air services, and had been camped in Hertfordshire at SAS's headquarters. They had also spent time in Brecon Beacons, a mountain range in Wales where selection to the SAS took place. Theirs was not the only international agency that the British unit was hosting. A few hand-picked agents from India's RAW, Research and Analysis Wing, the country's foreign intelligence agency, were also part of the training program. The words wouldn't have registered on Zeb. The surrounding conversation was loud. The sounds of the beer taps and music from the speakers added to the ambient noise. Bwana stiffened, which made Zeb work out what the speaker had said. He glanced at the long mirror behind the bartenders, which was the backing for the shelves on which bottles were racked. The man who had spoken was at a table directly behind them. Clean-shaven head, red-faced, a beer bottle in hand. Stocky, wearing a soccer shirt in the winning team's colors. He was with 2 friends, both similar in appearance and garb. Several empty bottles were on their table. Don't go by appearances, he told himself. Some of the kindest, most tolerant people you've met look like them. Who are you looking at? The man met his eyes in the mirror. Zeb swiveled on his stool. Bwana didn't move. You're talking to me? Zeb asked. He could put on a neutral accent or speak like a native in several languages. Every agency operative could. He didn't hide his American accent. No, mate, the man in the mirror behind you. The man's friends laughed uproariously. Zeb checked out the rest of the customers in the pub. It was small, no more than 8 tables and the counter at the bar. Tucked away on Great Peter Street, and advertised itself as a working-class men's drinking hole. It might have attracted construction workers, auto mechanics, electricians, and all those who fit that British label at one point. Not anymore, he thought. This pub is close to the British Parliament and the Prime Minister's residence in Downing Street. These days, it's more likely to get politicians, journalists, and local office staff. His eyes narrowed. Bwana's the only black person here. The suited men and women in the establishment made his point. You had something to say, he asked. The man hesitated, apparently taken aback by his directness, and then, goaded by the go-on jimmies of his friends, tilted his beer bottle to his mouth, swallowed, and grinned. It was to him, next to you. He's with me. What did you have to say? Tell him, Jimmy, his friend whispered. His kind isn't wanted here, the man snarled. Zeb didn't move. No one seemed to have heard the man's words. Or they're pretending they didn't hear. There were 2 other men at the counter, both of them watching the TV screens. They didn't react. Bwana shifted on his feet. It was barely a millimeter, but Zeb felt it. His friends still didn't turn around, and nursed his drink impassively. "Mate," Zeb drawled, making it sound insolent. "I suggest you and your friends finish your drinks and leave." "Who are you telling?" The man stood up and yelled. "Hey!" a burly bartender roared. "Take it outside." "He started it," the man shouted. "He asked me to leave." The pub had gone quiet. Every eye on them. Only the hiss of a beer tap, and the TV presenter briefing the day's news. "He told my friend his kind wasn't welcome." "That's right. We don't need more nig." Zeb shot out of his stool, caught the man's shirt and smashed his head on his table. The end.